days since the last major international event. It's Ultra Academy North America. He gets far! He gets on far! A team, and then the kill comes. It's been 800 days since the last major international event. It's Ultra Academy North America. He gets far! He gets on far! A team, and then the kill comes out, and Hixie will get another championship from Ultra NA. It was the last one left. Now it's the last chance for Ultra, and they're getting peace at the front doors of the lobby.
7 seconds needed, and this could be the hole to do it. Denza putting them in the dirt. Teamwork.
Bueno, que por ahí ya están lloviendo las balas. Savage quiere revisar. La gente de Master Tech.
Still with the Savage take that an elevation. It's what he got it there. Almost getting another.
And we finally crown a Challengers champion again.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Last Chance Qualifiers. I'm your host, OG Susano, with the lovely co-caster, the man himself, all his beautiful mane. It's Jake. How you doing, my brother?
Doing fantastic today. Glad I'm going to be casting with you. It's going to be a great time. We got a bunch of APAC teams to cast over today. Going to be starting with FutureCom versus Void Collective. And Susano, I'm pretty sure this one's going to be good.
Oh, this one is going to be fire. FutureCom and Void Collective here in the Last Chance Qualifier. It's do or die time. And here we are recovering the APAC region. We're the first, so we're the pioneers right now, Jake. We're setting the tone for NA, LATAM, EU. We're the first.
We absolutely are the first of many. Like you said, we're going through EU, NA, and Latinum after this. Going to be all day, or the rest of the night tonight and all day tomorrow, so make sure you tune into all those. But obviously, like we said, starting with the APAC region, 8 teams starting out in this tournament, only one going to make it to that Challengers champ. So like you said, it's do or die. It's all on the line tonight.
Indeed, so it is. Let's talk about the maps that we've got for tonight, because you know, it's a variety mix, if you will. Well, a variety mix indeed. Jake, why don't you tell us what we got?
So we're going to be starting off with that trusty old Tuscan Hardpoint, then go into another Tuscan on Search and Destroy, and then closing it out with 3 straight Berlins, Control, Hardpoint, and Search and Destroy as always. Like you said, I mean, a little variety, obviously a little tongue-in-cheek there. Only 2 maps going to be played, but, you know, these are 2 of the maps that I think are most balanced, and, you know, we've played this game a lot. Obviously, we've watched it throughout the year. We all know how to play it, and I think it's going to be a battle of the teamwork for these 5 maps here tonight.
Yeah, the thing I love about both of these map picks is that they're the most balanced. Like you said, we can see the AR shine in Tuscan watching lanes while also having our submachine guns go crazy within the close corners of P5 and have our little battles out towards P1. But then we head over to Berlin. Man, you know, you can definitely say, I say it's more like, you know, like 6 out of 10 for ARs, 4 out of 10 for subs, but still the subs go crazy in those close quarter chows, but still AR shine the most on Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Berlin, very useful for those long AR sidelines. But on a map like Berlin Control, you can really see the SMGs kind of dominate those control points specifically. I mean, you get into that A capture point, and while, you know, you do have those long sightlines outside of the hill, you know, you really need your SMGs to step up there and get those kills to make sure you can get those control point. Same goes for the B point as well. So, you know, your ARs always want to be, you know, on tip-top shape on a map like Berlin, but your SMGs definitely have to show up as well.
Yeah, and looking at both of these teams, there's definitely a lot to really unpack in terms of what they're going to bring to the table. I'm definitely going to be looking for Void Collective to pop off here, but if not, I mean, hey, this is winners round 1. We've still got a lot to go for, you know, tonight, and we're going to be covering the first half of the shift for the LCQ and APAC. After us, will be some other lovely casters that'll be coming in. So you got to stay locked in. And for our APAC boys and girls out there, we are definitely ready to bring you that action.
Yeah, and you know, just a little bit of insight on these two teams here. I mean, Void Collective has kind of been shaking up the APAC region recently. You know, we've seen Orglis dominate this tournament or this whole region for a while now, for kind of a majority of the year. But in Cups 11 and 12, I mean, Void was able to take down those juggernauts of the APAC region in Orglis. And while FutureCom, no pushover as well, they've been kind of stepping up lately. I mean, top 6 in Cup 13, or top 3rd in Cup 11. So, you know, while, you know, Orglis obviously going to be the favorites here in this tournament, I mean, I think Void Collective and FutureCom both have, you know, the ability to kind of shake up this tournament here.
I definitely agree. The potential for both of these teams is going to be massive. Let's take a look at our bracket real quick for tonight. We've got Orglis going up against Frank's Fish. Then we have FutureCom going up against Void Collective. That's the match we're at. Then we've got Mind Freak and Kingsman. Then in our last winners match here, we've got Reality Check versus Point Blank. I know you said Orglis is coming in, being that favorite team, being at the first seed. Hey, I mean, you know, we got to look at Frank's Fish for a little while in our pre-lobby setup, and hey, man, if this is their time, this is now the time to really step up and go against Orglis and really show off your worth in this LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, if Frank's Fish was able to make that upset, it would be absolutely catastrophic for this tournament. Really actually change things up completely. We are in the lobby now, in the Tuscan Hardpoint, getting it started. It's going to be FutureCom on that good side, and you know they're going to want to be holding that before that P2 pops.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hop in. Let's start chopping it up. And already, Void Collective in control of the site. You look towards the mid right now, and that's going to be Spawn. He's already hopping in, and Ted doesn't get the information, but oh, what a nasty three-piece to get us started here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Spawn taking no time to start this game off right. Fantastic start for Void Collective on a 5 streak. Playing for that glide bomb already on a 6 spree. Needs to play his life right there, but a fantastic start. And starting from the bad side, you know, we expect the team spawning on that offensive end to, you know, kind of get a lot of this time, but, you know, you wouldn't expect them to maybe get as much as 50 points here, and they're definitely set up to do so.
Yeah, and something to note there, Spawn was able to grab that glide bomb. He went on a 7 streak. That's the high streak we've got so far. So that's going to be huge as we look towards this P2 rotation. Already, it's going to be a bit of a fight here. Ballroom blitz, if you will. Adon City's going to get taken out. Spawn comes in to help out. One getting taken out as well. But it looks as though Void Collective have control of the site. What an easy break that was.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure they were able to put on that P2 side because of their just amount of kills they were getting on that P1, they were able to push out the spawns, get those kills that they needed, and flip them instantly. And right off the back of Spawn there, I mean, he's starting off 10-2. We're only at the beginning of P2 here, Susano. So, I mean, Spawn is set up for a fantastic game to start off this LCQ.
Yeah, he's putting it all on the line, and why not so? And already, here we go. Imagine, nicely done, gets the first kill, but will get taken out. Look towards the rotations, but it looks as though we've got one last break here. Liam's going to be trying to fight these aggressors off, and well, you look at that, Kizma, nicely done. They clean it out. Here we go. We can get the rotation now for the side of FutureCom, but that scrap ever so presently given to the side of Void Collective, and they're going to be able to break 70 here. We're barely heading into this third hill, and it's 75-19, Jit.
Yeah, I mean, 75-20 here. If FutureCom isn't able to have a fantastic P3, it's going to be tough for them going forward. Obviously, a lot of time left in the game to come back here, but maybe the silver lining there is the glide bomb didn't get anything.
Yeah, that's going to be a heartbreaker right there because they just got stuck on the roof, so that no effect has been given. But Spawn's already working for his next glide bomb, which now he's on a 3 streak. They know Ted's back here in the back line. They're going to send Ryan, and he immediately takes him out. Spawn's still going off, but gets caught on the steps, unfortunately. 81-28 as we head towards the next rotation.
Yeah, and I mean, like we said, FutureCom really needed a good hill here. You can obviously have a fantastic P4, one of the sleeper money hills of this map. So, you know, you can definitely take some points here on the P4, but if you are FutureCom, you're definitely, you know, punching yourself right now that you weren't able to get a lot of time on that P3 still. They're breaking the 100-point barrier, and a great start for them. I mean, if Void Collective are able to break hills like this consistently, they're already finding themselves back in the back tank area. Kizma pulling out that pistol, but, you know, already pressure on that P4.
Pressure indeed, and Liam's going to get found out here. They know that he's now infiltrated the site. Spawn, once again, 16-6. going off 112 to 28. What a beatdown it has been so far in the coverage out of Void Collective. You take one down like the Hydra. They come back in pairs, and already now it's going to be able to take out one. But like I said, he's already getting pinched into the site. Got to get taken out. That's Imagine who kills him. But Liam's just shooting anything that he could see. Unfortunately, it was the box. And still, Future Comp just getting denied all this time. And Void Collective so aggressively push up. And you look at the rotations, it does not matter, Jake. Future Comp, no matter how many times they get into the hill first, they're still not able to hold.
Yeah, I mean, Future Comp seemingly being on the back foot for a lot of these hills. I mean, they get broken a little bit earlier than they obviously wanted to. And then, you know, at that point, you got to just keep pushing at that hill. And then by the time there's 20 seconds left, it's already time to rotate. Void Collective doing such a fantastic job of trading those kills out. And while Future Comp can try to find a lot of time on this P5, me and you both know, Susano, that it's going to be hard to do so, especially when you're getting broke 4 down just like that.
That's what I'm saying. It does not matter how much you grab the rotation early on. The onset is not going to be in your favor. Now 150 to 39. It's going off the races. Unfortunately, Spawn's going to get taken out. That's your big kill leader for the side of Void Collective. Now they move in. Magic's going to be able to grab the first kill here. Ted immediately grabs up for the trade, but now you see the rotation coming in. They're trying to fight for this scrap, but it looks as though, you know, when you look at this last hill, this P5 heading into P1, this is always a crucial rotation. And Future Com, well, they're going to send one in and already going to get taken out by Kizma.
Yeah, 2 Future Com players in that middle of the map, though. Adonsities picks up 1, but, you know, Void Collective still holding down that P1 rotation. The pressure is in. Future Com kind of staggered here. The first break of this time going to go the way of Void Collective. And if you're Future Com, you got to get your nades up. You got to get your team breaks in because, you know, there's not much time left before this game gets completely out of hand and impossible to win.
Yeah, and right now, the fight's for the site, and there you go. That's going to be a great break from Future Com. Maybe a bit of a second win here in the second set of rotations, but everybody from Void Collective are now conglomerated here towards the backfield. They're making their way towards mid. Nice shots, and that's what it does for you when you duo up. You can get the trades, but fortunately, Kizma and Spawn were so low HP, now he could just shoot leaves at him, and he did. He got 2 pieces right there. Already set up for the rotation. That's a number 1. That's going to be Spawn going up against Liam.
The kills go the way of Future Com. They have a fantastic P1 on the second rotation, but the spawns in the back go the way of Void Collective, and that is not what you want. Ted isn't able to pick up Rain there, and that could mean to be a fantastic kill there for Rain. The other kill goes the way of Imagine T1, and while Liam is here, all of Void Collective is pushed up around him. Now, this P2 definitely going the way of Void Collective for now. Future Com trying to find a way to break through that top radio, but it has to happen soon as there's still 50 points left for grabs.
Indeed, and already Void Collective still on the aggression. We're going to see right here, they all conglomerate through the alley from the side of Future Com, but they're getting taken out. Spawn, Kizma, they're doing the work. Everybody's clocking in. This is beautiful teamwork. Adonsi's going to be able to clear out the site for now. Ryan hops in, immediately looking around for these players, but Void Collective, they've still got a huge web around this hill, and it's just paying dividends. Now they break 200 points here in the threshold, and Future Com, man, they're on their way for the rotation, but now Void Collective, they're playing more forward thinking. So already, Kizma's going to be able to find Ted here towards the back, but Ted was ready for the chow, but Imagine comes in for the trade. Very nicely done, and Void Collective now have themselves a bit of a hard one because they were in the back, but now they lost themselves and have to chase for the kills.
Yeah, player 3 chasing down Ted there. He picks up one, picks up the second big solo play out of Rain. He knows the last player left is Liam. He's pushing down that staircase, but he gets taken down. The trade does come in, and while it was a little bit of an iffy rotation there for Void Collective, caught a couple bad timings, they do find themselves on that hill. Future Com looking to set up that break. Nate's with the first blood. The trades are going to be going back and forth, but it's do or die time for Future Com.
Indeed so, and they walk into the trap with Spawn, and Imagine, there you go. Now they're going to be able to take out Spawn. But look at that rotation. 25 seconds for the side of Void Collective, if not contested. And it's not, because that's going to be a 4 down. Already the beatdown is in. Kizma's on a multi-kill there. Ted unfortunately takes him out, but that's going to give them a 243 to 114 as we head on over to this next site, or actually 246 if I corrected that math, but still just absolutely insane numbers from the side of Void Collective.
Yeah, only 4 more points to go before they close out this map 1, and this would be a fantastic start to the LCQ for a team like Void Collective. You got Spawn absolutely popping off in the beginning of this game. Imagine stepping up in the second half, pulling his weight there, and they find their way back into the hill. FutureCom looking for the break, and they do get it, but the pressure's still there.
Pressure's still on, 248 to 129. FutureCom's going to get aggressive. Imagine gets taken down. Now FutureCom are just sending out players left and right, but you look at number 6. This is a little bit too spread out for my liking because just 2 points and we're done with map 1. But right now, Don Cities, he's going out, and Ted, they're doing lights out plays right now, 4 streak and a 3 streak, still keeping hold. But remember, it's just 2 seconds here, so they're gonna keep sending numbers here. And Ryan gets a beautiful nade into the hill. There you go. He grabs out with that final kill, but Liam stays up at spawn. They come in, nicely done, and what a great start to the LCQ.
Fantastic start for Void Collective, winning by exactly 100 points, and I touched on it a little bit there in the map, but obviously we saw Spawn going off completely. He started off the game like 16-5 with that MP40. We see the final kill cam here, and that was just the beginning of the game, but it's impossible to keep that momentum for the entire game. He keeps that plus 10 around, but imagine really stepping up in that second half, pulling his weight where he needed to, and they kept that 80-point lead. Obviously they closed it out with a 100-point lead, but they basically held that 80-point lead that they had since the start on the game for the remainder of it. They were just trading time. Once you start the game 100 to 20, all you need to do is kind of trade that time back and forth, and you can easily win.
Yeah, there was just so many times I got here in my notes that Void Collective, it didn't matter how many times you knocked one player down, they were ready to roll. And now heading into this Tuscan search and destroy, my thoughts are going to be towards FutureCom. They need to really step up and hold that strategy of being together, because there were so many times where they could have gotten easy tradable kills, but they were all spread out way too thin. And the thing about Void Collective, they're either duoing up or winning their ones 100%. And the guy who's a sent 100% that would win his ones right there was Spawn. The guy was absolutely phenomenal. The way he moved through the map, it was just nothing less of greatness.
Yeah, I mean, you start off that hot, you got to be feeling good for the rest of the series. I know Spawn is very confident going into the rest of this series, and I mean, it's got to remain good until this at least Tuscan Search and Destroy. You got to think they're going to start off hot, and I really do think it's up to FutureCom to kind of gather themselves and remember, what they practice in those scrims, what they practice for this entire year, because, at the end of the day, this is the LCQ. This is your last chance, and you do not want to go to losers in this round 1.
Yeah, you do not want to grant yourself a ticket to our lower bracket at all, because my gosh, this is your chance to, qualify and get yourself into champs here in the United States. It's going to be a great time, and I'm excited to see who's going to come out of this next map.
Yeah, I am as well. One thing that's going to be very important to point out is how much of that aggression Void Collective keeps up in this map too. We saw the aggression in that Tuscan. The MP40s were flying for Void Collective, and if they can keep up that, that level of map control, taking that middle of the map on defenses, making those pushes on those offenses to get the first bloods, if they can do that against FutureCom, they're going to be absolutely running away with this one. But if FutureCom can react to what they're seeing, kind of slow down, maybe, try to catch them off guard, maybe they can find their way to winning this S&D, and I'm sure they want to bounce back to 1-1.
Yeah, and let's look at our stats real quick for that last map, because, man, it was something. And already you look at the side of Void Collective, everybody 22+ kills. Spawn was 30-23. I believe we had him at 10-2 right off the rip. So that's amazing to see how well he played, to see it slowed down a bit. But right now, FutureCom, everybody had a decent hand in the slaying department. But when it comes to, holding the hill, it was a Don Cities, man. That's something that I wanted to mention. His plays were just absolutely amazing in that hill. But you look right now, here we are towards Fountain Plaza Hill. And these were just the absolute just biggest breaks that we saw. And now heading back towards the end, we just saw Don Cities, like I told you, just holding down the hill as much as possible.
Yeah, and one thing to point out there is imagine T1 with 3,700 damage with that MP40. He may have only had 25 kills, but he had 16 assists. So he's putting in those team shots. He's helping out the Dammy, and I'm sure that, that's kind of part and fact to him doing up with Spawn, like you brought up earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And when we were looking at that church hold there towards the end, it was a Donsities, man. The guy had, I believe, a minute 24, a minute 42 on the hill. He was really trying his hardest to keep his team alive. But talking about the game of Tuscan, we're now ready to go here into our search and destroy. I'm super excited because, you know, we're going to see Spawn pop off. We're going to see the Donsities be more of an anchor role. It's all up in the air.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I want to see how these two teams adjust to each other. I mean, obviously, Void Collective feeling confident after that map one, but FutureCom definitely looking for a way to maybe, you know, find their way back into the series. And, you know, we don't know. Maybe this FutureCom team could be, you know, more comfortable on that 2-3-5. You know, maybe they're off to, you know, a slow start here. Maybe we haven't seen all of them yet, but I think we'll definitely get to understand more of how this team operates in this Tuscan Search and Destroy. You know, the game slows down a little bit. We get to see how these teams operate on maybe a more macro level, and it's going to be Void Collective on that offensive end to start this one off.
Yep, here we go. Now ready to roll. And my goodness, you know, we're heading over to Search and Destroy. Much more slower gameplay, much better in terms of our methodical gameplay. And already Void Collective on the attack. Spawn's going to be the one to pick up bomb. And they're off to the races at A. But nice movement from FutureCom here to try and grab some early mid control. Adon City's looking towards that top railings to see if he can find any players. But still, Spawn, he's got the movement here. He's looking around for his teammates to help him out. Nath gets a big kill into Ryan, but will get taken out by Kizma, who's now got the sniper. There you go, that long distance kill. But Ted's got 8 HP in a dream here. He needs to stay up and wait for his team.
Yeah, he's got the sniper in hand as well. Not much you can do with that if the team pushes you out. Imagine picks up that big nade onto Liam to make it a 2v3 situation. And now both of these FutureCom players so separated right now. You got Ted at the top church area. Adonsity's trying to make this flank through the top fire, and they both get their ones. So while Spawn gets the bomb down, all of his teammates drop, and FutureCom find the round one.
Yeah, that's real. That's a huge round for them to come out of that 150-250 Tuscan loss here to take the first round. Just play slow, play methodical, wait for Void Collective to make the mistakes, and already there you go, first round for them.
Yeah, and on the defensive end, so maybe you expect to win that one, but I definitely think it's fantastic to win a 2v3 in the round one. You know, you get that confidence back a little bit, like you just said. And I was very interested in the strategy they employed there in that defensive end. They completely disregard the field side off the break. They completely take that mid control and kind of shut down that aggressiveness that Void Collective has shown in the past. So, like what I'm seeing out of them so far, let's see what they can do in the round two.
Yep, round two now in effect. Imagine grabs the first pick onto Ted. Very nicely done. Everybody from Void Collective, they're now moving around, but Ryan even is able to shoot some shots at Nath, but even takes out Liam. So that's a bit of a hard one right there to lose your teammate, but also not to really realize the information that was just present. But Nath is going to be here watching over one of his players, but it's Adonsi who's going to be with him as well. So it's a 2v3 situation, like you said before. Now, are they going to take this slowly or more methodically? But it looks as though they're going to split out here. Just one player in the back, one player towards the front of fire. But that's going to be Kizma taking out Adon Cities.
Yeah, and you know that Void Collective doesn't want to give up another 2v3 scenario, so they put Nath in a 1v3 situation. Going to be very tough to win this one because you got 2 Void Collective players stacked up, but the kill does come in onto Spawn, so a little bit more possible, but you only got 25 seconds left to plant that bomb.
Yep, only 25 seconds and 2 versus 1. Nath's going to pick up the bomb. That's going to be an announcement made for these guys so they know where he's at. And already he's going to go for this A plant here in just a second, just checking his corners. Very nicely done. But at this point, they're going to now just collapse on him. So that's Void Collective now taking the second round in a row.
Yeah, and I was very surprised to see the amount of aggression that Void Collective employed in that defensive round. I mean, you had that player jumping into top fire almost as soon as that round started, just running through the middle of the map, finding their way into top fire, and just being a nuisance in that back well side. It comes out to be a 1v2, but I feel like that player's presence really slowed down the 2v3 scenario for them, and they get that info. They know where the players are. They close out the round. So now Void Collective on that offensive end looks like they may be trying to, you know, maybe go toward B, maybe push through well, but FutureCom yet again taking that middle map control.
Yep, already they've got that influence there. Ted's going to be watching over towards the field. FutureCom have a nice little 2-1 or 1-2-1 split, but Spawn's going to be able to get a great nade onto Adonsides. He unfortunately loses his life there towards mid, and Imagine now knows where Nath is. Ted's going to be there to help him out and assist, but you've already got one down. You can play a little bit more slow here. Try to help each other out. Nades are going to go down, and it looks as though Nath has a confirmation of some damage over there towards the field, so now they can avert their eyes towards that area.
Yeah, and they've yet again disregarded the field side of the map. So Rain is here alone, but Ted picks up a big headshot with that sniper rifle. Player 3 and Kizma coming behind him. He takes him down. Yet again, a 2v3 for FutureCom. Can they clutch this one up again? But, you know, bomb gets planted. Only 40 seconds to work with. Liam with the first battle, and the round ends right there. Void Collective with the second one on the board.
Yep, there you go. Void Collective. Alrighty, and you saw right from the rip there, Adonsides' nade that he got on him towards mid was just an unfortunate situation that slowed down that movement from FutureCom. They really halted those two players towards the top of Church, kept them back, and at that point, Void Collective had so much real estate that they could work with that they were able to just move through the field. And Ted, like when I told you, he got frozen up there towards the top Church, so that open field was just free real estate.
Yes, it absolutely was. And the second time in a row that FutureCom players got naded behind this truck like that. So maybe an adjustment needs to be made. But Spawn with the first blood, Liam already getting aggressive into this bottom church.
Great intention there. But unfortunately, Liam gets taken out by Imagine. And now Kizma, he already finds the shots. And there you go. Void Collective, you blink, you miss it. Take the fourth round now. But this is their third round in a row. So there you go. Unfortunately, FutureCom just finding themselves out of motion here, out of sync with these movements.
And, you know, Kizma definitely on a streak right now. Not exactly sure how many he has, but on a 6, about to get a glide bomb, Susano. And, you know, while Void Collective already up 3-1, that glide bomb could even, you know, put FutureCom in a tougher position than they're already at right now, down 3-1.
It's indeed could. And already you see the shots coming in. Ryan just staying up. He wants to help out his team here. Now it's going to be getting aggressive here, trying to push up against them. But Imagine takes out Adonsides. Gizma now eligible for that glide bomb. And Ted's going to be your last man here. This aggression, this blind rage from FutureCom, it does not work out for you. And so Void Collective, they take their 4th round in a row.
Yeah, and it seems like FutureCom trying to match the aggression of Void Collective, but, you know, Void Collective really able to match that aggression, obviously, because the aggression comes from them. So FutureCom trying to fight back with the aggression not really working so well for them. Would love to see him maybe slow it down, you know, try to play an early pick, because we see Void Collective going, you know, so fast along the map at times. But now Kizmo with a glide bomb in hand, Void Collective on the defensive end, FutureCom need a different look here, and it looks like they're going toward that B site.
Yeah, and you look at Kizma, he's on that 8 streak right now, and already the aggression that we saw from FutureCom, it did not work. So you got to play this slow. Wait for Void Collective to make a mistake, and Ted's movement here towards top fire is good because he's looking through these cracks, trying to find Imagine. He does see him slide off. Naphtha has the info too, but now there's too many people looking at this POV. You got to worry about the other players from Void Collective that are just conglomerating around you. And there you go. Imagine takes out Nath, and there you go. Now Ryan's going to be watching here towards P5. He's got the opposition look. And Adonsity, once again, just trying to play slow, but I think Ryan suspects that they're both here, and that's going to give him the info.
So he knows that at least one is here. Sees a second, probably thinks it's the same guy, though. Another thing to point out is not only is that bomb down, but it's down in a very precarious position in that underneath fire area. FutureCom gonna have to grab that one, but Kizma already on the flank. He gets picked up, so now at 3v3, definitely more doable, but the timer is winding down. 3 players now for Void Collective, 2 left for FutureCom, and there's nothing you can do left with the bomb in that location with Void Collective stacked around it.
Nice movement from Liam there to get a little bunny hop towards the kill, but with 12 seconds left on the bomb in a not so friendly area, that's going to give the round for the side of Void Collective. You see the run, they're running for the kills here, and if I'm Spawn, hey, I'm just going to chill, man. I'm waiting for this kill, and there you go. That's the 5th round in a row for the side of Void Collective, but beautiful work on the side of Void Collective with their positioning. Jake, right from the rip, we've been seeing them in good situations where they're able to trade off each other and get themselves in situations where they're ultimately in the much better position to get kills.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Not only is are they playing fast, but they're playing coordinated as well. They know where each other are. They know where their trades need to come from, and we're seeing that here in the search and destroy. Fantastic hardpoint for Void Collective. Almost a more staggering search and destroy. Already up 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1, and no 5 rounds in a row. So already here comes the trade, and that's going to be the glide bomb being shoved over towards Vines, but Ryan was able to get the kill here, and there you go. That's going to be a big kill for the side of Kizma, but throwing some body shots in there, just some nails in the coffin. Adonson, he's been found here towards mid. Nades are going to go off, and there you go. That's going to be Void Collective taking the 6th round in a row, giving them the 2-0 already.
I was wondering if maybe FutureCom could bounce back in the search and destroy after that 2v3 in the round 1, but Void Collective says no and rattles off 6 in a row to have an even more dominant search and destroy than they did the Hardpoint. Kizma at 10-2, and you know, that's the leading factor there for that game victory. You know, gets the glide bomb, isn't able to get a kill with it, but he gets the info, finds the secondary kill in that final round of search and destroy, and Void Collective up 2-0 now, and they've got to be feeling good.
Dude, they are feeling immaculate. That is just beautifully done Call of Duty right from the get-go. You know, we talked, Jake, about before we hopped into the cast, you know, we're going to watch some good Call of Duty. And man, oh man, is Void Collective delivering on that. FutureCom, unfortunately, man, they just keep finding themselves in the wrong strategies, man. Like, what was the play call there towards I believe that was round 5, where they decided, you know what, throw the aggression. I think if we can, you know, once we get to this break right now in a bit, we slow down, we think as a team, we get ourselves in a good scenario in our mental, and we can have some good rounds, especially heading into a new map now, which is Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely see FutureCom maybe step it up here on a map like Berlin. You know, like we said, Susano, the AR is much more present on a map like that as opposed to maybe Tuscan. You know, obviously you got that field side on Tuscan, that middle of the map, but not much else there for the AR wise. I would say Berlin, you know, your ARs can really, you know, have a huge impact on a map like that with those long sight lines. You know, you got the train side, you got the dock side, even middle map as well. There's just so much room to use your ARs on. So, you know, if you can bounce back, like you said, come in with a different mindset here in the map 3, if you're feeling confident on Berlin, maybe you can take it 3 straight here. But at the same time, maybe we're starting to see why Void Collective was able to win Cup 11 and Cup 12. They look very strong here in this round 1.
Yeah, they look very strong indeed. And so with that, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We will get right back to you once we're ready to go with this Berlin Control. Hey, let us know what you think. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're heading over to Germany here in Berlin right now. Let's get it rolling. It's going to be an exciting one indeed. Map 3 ready to go. Void Collective and a FutureCom. Currently, Void Collective's up at a 2-0, but this could be a chance for a change here for FutureCom.
Yeah, and it looks like FutureCom was trying to maybe sneak Void Collective over to that B site, but it doesn't really work out in their favor. Liam does pick up 2, but the trades definitely come into their favor. All of FutureCom fall off that break, and now you'd argue they have little to no map control. They have that B site somewhat open, but the kill's still going the way of Void.
Yep, still going in their way, and my gosh, already here we go. 25 to 26 in terms of the live count. That's going to be hopping in towards the site. There you go. They grab the first tick, but already going to get taken down. That's a 3-for-2 trade. Void Collective. There you go. They're trying to play the damage control here. They got to get this player out of the site. That's going to be Liam, but nicely done. Kisma picks him up. They can clean out this hill, but Adonsides, there you go, moving in with the rat already in hand. He's got the angle, but it's... Imagine who's got the better angle with the 2-piece there. One player left again, and it's going to be 10. They need to snuff him out and just immediately shift their focus back to A.
Yeah, I didn't expect Imagine to be posted up on that window there. So Void Collective still getting the kills in their favor. Only up 4 lives here, which is definitely doable if you are FutureCom. You have 1 tick onto B. Looks like you're going for the second. Nathan with a big kill. And you got players on both caps here now, so you can get that beat point and slowly but surely try to fight your way over to that A.
Yeah, exactly. Just fighting your way in. And talking about B, that's going to be the B site secured, 16 to 19 in terms of lives. Ted, there you go, turning up. Takes out Spawn, looking for Kisma. Was just still alive. Nathan is going to be able to stay in a best interest as well. But Imagine, he's coming in big. And now we look towards the side of Void Collective. They're spread it out here on A. Nath is going to be here to try and find one of these players off angle. He throws a nade to check out that back corner, but no effect given, so no information as well. And everybody from FutureCom, they're just playing opportunistic here.
Nate on a 4 streak as well. He does run in front of Rain, though, which is troublesome for them. Liam still posted up in this top fire area. Has somewhat of an angle here. Maybe can play a kill. Player maybe running right behind him, but he doesn't get caught. Only up 2 lives now as Void Collective, but only a minute left for FutureCom. And if you're FutureCom, I would argue that you definitely want to get at least 1 tick here onto the A point.
Agreed. You need that 1 tick in terms of the round 5 because, man, it's going to be a rough one if you don't grab it. So already we see Nath hop in, and that's going to immediately alert everybody in the site to turn around. And now you've got 1 player trying to fight you, but Nath, you need to pick a POV, my man. There's so many people around you. Imagine and his teammates are just wailing on the spawns. No respawns remaining, but Nath actually kills Ryan. So that flips the focus. Imagine just comes back in. All right, let me clean out the hill. Cleans out the hill. Nicely done. 28 seconds left. 3 scrubs.
Yeah, 3 lives left. This is looking good for Void Collective, having a solid defensive round. Ted does pick up 2, picks up 3, and that could actually change things here. They could stack the point right here. Spawn, though, right up behind him, but can they get the tick, Susano? Liam and Ted, the last players alive for FutureCom. They get 1 tick onto that A point. Probably aren't able to get the second. Liam goes down, and while Void Collective win the round, FutureCom do get that tick that they wanted.
That is huge. That is a great, you didn't win the round, of course, but still 4 ticks for the side of FutureCom. That is very nicely done indeed. So now we look towards this attack for Void Collective. Everybody on that team is slaying out right now. Imagine is currently 10-3. Spawn's got a 6 streak going on as well. So 1 more kill for him, and he's going to have a glide bomb eligible for his use. And to have a glide bomb in your back pocket, boy, that is a nice thing. And here comes the counter already. FutureCom are ready to see this aggression from the side of Void Collective. They push through, but Gizmo's got the angle. It's gonna be hanging into the site. Looks for Liam, but Liam does grab that kill onto him with Adonsides' help. But Liam being the lone victor of that hill. But still, there you go though. Off screen, we saw Spawn grab that 7th kill, so he does have the glide bomb.
Glide bomb in the favor of Void Collective. It's definitely something you can use to get some solid information on where one of these teams is pushing. Looks like Void Collective found their way onto that B point. It's going to be Spawn here sitting at 9-6, waiting for his teammates to kind of help him out here because he doesn't have much, info on this B point right now. They're getting kills on the board. Kisma and Spawn both get 1 each. Liam kind of in this pretty little corner here. He is able to pick up 1, but with Void Collective on the point, the timer is still, frozen.
yeah, they stack it. There's going to be 2 players now hanging out towards that B site, but Gizmo unfortunately going to get taken out from the back. That's a Donsity's that immediately just nailed him with the automaton. So we already look towards B, going to be secured 100%. So if we're Void Collective, we're moving our way towards the spawns here, trying to get kills. But Ted unfortunately goes for the child with 4 HP left. Spawn once again, now turning up for the team. He's got the view on the spawn. He's going to be looking for them, but immediately there's 3 POVs to look at. He gets taken out. So now Void Collective are playing damage control here. You've got 2 players running out towards deep train yards, and you need reinforcements ASAP.
You absolutely do. It's going to be Imagine, the lone player pushed up on this train side right here. He is able to pick up a Donsity's, and the rest of Void Collective trying to flood their way in. It's going to be Spawn with him. And if you want somebody with you, it's going to be Spawn, but he is able to get 2. That's going to be Liam. So a big shutdown out of Liam there. Void Collective back in their spawn yet again. And FutureCom could definitely find their way to a round win here if they continue to play like this.
Agreed. This is some good defense from FutureCom, but talking about something like defense is the offense. Imagine with a nice 2-piece right there. We look towards A. Spawn unfortunately gets taken out by Nath, but Imagine's here for the trade. He's now on a 3 streak, trying to figure out where these players are, but he does see the foot of Liam, so that's going to take him out. Open up the windows here. Gizmo, he's got the play onto Ted, but now you've got Nath and Adonson. He's in the hill, but oh, they stay up, and this is immaculate plays out of FutureCom.
Yeah, and we're seeing, somewhat of solo pushes out of Void Collective. One player gets picked, and it becomes a flood fest. They get taken down. They find themselves back in their spawn a little earlier than maybe they would have wanted to. They're not winning the trade battles currently. The lives still in the favor of FutureCom by only 1, so Void Collective still definitely in a position to win this round, but FutureCom still holding this lockdown D. Void Collective flooding through that train side. FutureCom doesn't even need to worry about the fire side.
They don't have to worry at all. And when it being 7-5 to the lives right now, no respawns remaining, they still get to grab that tick. So FutureCom are up in this essence for the round 5, and 10 seconds left. No players are really going to be able to hop in just yet. They get taken out. Spawn's last man left, but he will lose his life. So there you go. That is a huge win for the side of FutureCom.
Yeah, FutureCom find themselves up a tick in this round 2 of Berlin Control. 1-1 now. They find themselves in the offensive end yet again, and you got to think that maybe that puts some life into the FutureCom boys. They're feeling good. Liam on a 4. Liam, kind of that X factor for this FutureCom team whole series so far. Played kind of okay in the Hardpoint, played okay in the Search and Destroy as well. Now 14-12 here in the Berlin Control, trying to step up for his squad, and they're pushing toward that B point off the break. They want to get that cap as soon as possible.
Agreed 100%. They want to get that cap, and already they're playing that towards B. Spawn's going to be here with his glide bomb in hand, and looks at Adonson. He finds a perfect angle. Nath is going to be behind these guys, but they don't realize it. But still, Liam goes for the Eagle Chow, but now Nath comes in for the trade. Nicely done. Ryan picks up the trades. We did not see Void Collective win trades this time around, so this is a great change of pace for them.
It definitely is. Imagine holding down this train side. He's got 3 players around him, and he doesn't even know. He pushes through that outside of the map. Liam trying to find his way onto that A point. They almost have a tick here onto that A point. Imagine about to get taken down by Liam. 1 player left on the hill. That's going to be Kizma along with Spawn here. They take down Liam, and now back into their spawn yet again. They don't even have that second tick onto B Susana. They have 1 tick on each. Looks like they're going to be prioritizing that B point now as Adonsides tries to steer Void away from that B point by challenging A.
Remember, they are currently up by the tick, so that tick on A is huge because now they keep themselves up. They're still in the running for that round 5 defense, and right now looking at it, they're winning a lot of key gun battles that typically in the last 2 maps that we've seen Void Collective win. Now we're seeing it in an opposite of script. The Call of Duty script writers going crazy on this one right now. Yeah,
absolutely are. And from the looks of it, they already have that tick onto A as well. I wasn't sure if they had it, but they definitely do, like you said. So gonna be up a lot of ticks here going into that round 3. Obviously, Void Collective going to have to bounce back in this round 3, but this one's not over yet. Void Collective, while they are up 5 lives, FutureCom still playing aggressive in that train side of the map. They get 3 down. Player 6 in Imagine going to be all alone. Adonsity's trying to chow that hill. He's holding the outer side, but Adonsity's going to try to hold this one down for his boys.
Yeah, he's trying to get it. He's just trying to be that team anchor, and that's the last man here, and he grabs 2. That's massive. There comes the stack. They're going to be able to grab this second tick here. And it looks as though they're about to grab this whole site. And here comes the blender. That's going to be Void Collective in it as of now. And what the? There you go. There's literally one little piece of the tick. But, oh my gosh, Void Collective in a last-ditch effort win that fight. And Imagine gets hit by a ghost with the door.
About as close as it could possibly be to winning a round of control, but FutureCom play it quick off the respawn. They're all on that dock side of the map. They want to switch things up here, and Nathan takes down Ryan as well, gets that opening blood, and player 6 left out to dry in that train side. Player 8 and Kizma on that hill, but the rest of FutureCom trying to fight in. They get one onto Ryan, one onto Kizma, and now Imagine has yet to fight back. They're on this time, and they might get the win.
They indeed might, and right now, Nasty is going to be the last man, and he gets taken out. Ted's just shooting anywhere he can, but he's going to get taken out. But that's 5 ticks, Jake, for the side of FutureCom.
Yeah, so, I mean, even if, I don't know how many ticks they're going to have to get here to cement that round 5 control, but, FutureCom are in a very great situation here. They played fantastic defense that last time around, and if they do so again, they're going to lodge themselves that round 5 defense. So I bet Void Collective going to be going hard here in this round 4. They're going to want that round 5 defense or even the win here because they are up 2-1.
No, yeah, doing the math, they just need to win this. They will. If they win this, then that's great. But if they don't, then, they're going to lose that tick advantage to the side of FutureCom. And Nathan's going to be pushing in through the side door here. Immediately grabs a 2. That's huge for his team. They go for this B now. And Kizma's last man here, but he will get found out. So everybody averts their gaze towards B for some easy tick coverage.
Yeah, the fight going down on the B point. Liam picks up 2. Last player there is going to be Adonsides, but he's playing around that time, trying to play his life, wait for his teammates because he knows this can get dangerous. He takes down Imagine as well, and he's doing a great job of kind of just being that nuisance on the point. Still alive here at this top side plat area, and Void Collective just has no free reign on the map right now. They're trying to fight their way onto that B point, but they can't even get there for long before a FutureCom member chows them out.
Yep, the chow comes in, and there you go. They're already now starting to focus here towards A. That's going to be Ryan. Ted just looking around for this player, just checking every nook and cranny that he can, but unfortunately, he's not going to find him. That's going to be Nathan that kills him. And, Kizma runs out of ammo, but Imagine grabs a nice 2 there. So here we go, Spawn versus the whole team that's spawning up for FutureCom, and already that's going to be Ted with a big kill onto Spawn. It feels like I'm watching a whole new team, this FutureCom team.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget, though, Spawn still with that glide bomb to work with. Interested to see how he implements that into maybe this offense or maybe opting to use it in that next round of play if we do so get there. They do get that B point, but let's not forget, Susano, the cap they had problems with last time around was the A point. Unable to get a single tick here, and if you are Void, you're going to want to get all 3.
Yeah, I agree. They're going to want to get all 3 just to secure that dub so that they get they end this story and not have to worry about going up against a round 5 defense. But, Spawn unfortunately uses his glide bomb to no effect there. Maybe some info was given, but that's going to be a 3 down for the side of Void Collective. Imagine's your last player up here. He's waiting for his teammates to spawn up. Everybody from FutureCom have now pushed up aggressively. They've got a nice forward operating position, but Liam, he's still holding the cut here. Kizma's going to come in to try and grab some damage control here. Grabs the kill. Nice trade, but still, 7 and 14 in lives is not a good recipe.
Yeah, I mean, FutureCom's going to have to get many 2 pieces in order to find their way back in the life lead here, but Nathan is found himself behind Imagine, so only 5 lives to go. Now, you only have, 1 respawn remaining, and then that's it to go. 1 push left. Spawn is here in the fire, but he's already getting taken down. It seems like Void Collective playing faster than they need to here on the Berlin Control.
Agreed. This just feels like a lot of mistakes happening for the side of Void Collective, but Imagine still trying to keep the team alive in this instance, and there you go. That's going to be a win for FutureCom now, heading into that round 5 defense for them. Only 3 ticks were secured for the side of Void Collective, so that puts them at a 6-9 difference. So we'll see FutureCom on the defense here.
FutureCom you know, maybe not slaying as much as Void Collective seemed to do. But we got Nathan here at 33 and 24, being that huge player for FutureCom on a 3 streak as well with 10 OBJ kills. Obviously, we have Spawn on the other side with 11, but 10 OBJ kills. Those are probably some very important gunfights when we go back and look at this one.
Oh, most definitely we will look back on it. But right now, already, here we are, off to the races. Spawn's going to get a nice 2-piece. There you go, Ryan, they clean him out. Now there's one player left, that's Nathan. But, oh, Liam spawns up and cleans out those kills. That was a great play from Void Collective. But unfortunately, because of the spawn ups from the side of Liam, that's going to deny them that access to the site for now. Immediately, they need to just keep focusing this AJ.
They absolutely do, because that's been the problem for them so far in this game here. That B has been, you know, almost less than contested. Their FutureCom had control of it for a minute there in the last round, but Void able to get it both times. Obviously the easier one to get, but it seems like they are prioritizing that. But, you know, as I say that, they hop on the B point, only down 2 lives now, but only 35 seconds remain. Susano, FutureCom, only 35 seconds away from their first map win of the LCQ.
Exactly. What a great change of pace for this team. And already Void Collective tried to go for that easy grab onto B, but not going to be such an easy task after all. The stack comes in. Both players are going to be hanging out here, but Ryan will be the only player inside the parameters of the site. So if you're number 8 right now, Kizma, you're trying to find these kills as best as possible for your team to set yourself up for this rotation. But nicely done. They clean up, and the second tick already going to be secured for B. Oh, what was
big
that?
kill out of Liam. Oh boy, Susano, me and you both saw that one in real time. That was a good one, but they get that B point. They take down Liam, and Rain still on this point, just trying to extend that time. They only have 1 player on that B point. They want to use this time to get as many kills as they possibly can. 14 kills left for Void, 15 left for FutureCom. Still in grasp, but me and you both know we've been harping on this over and over again, how hard this 8 point has been for Void Collective to get any sort of control on. They get 2 kills, and it looks like they're playing it slower this time around, which I do personally like.
I like it too, but they need to send somebody to focus on those spawns, man. They just keep getting the angle, and then they push through the pillars. But there you go. They've got 2 players now playing forward aggressive positions. They're already looking towards the stairs. This is great, but Nathan, oh my gosh, slides in, takes out Kizma. Spawn's gonna be the last man left here. Everybody's down, and what a great breakdown for the side of FutureCom onto Void Collective.
Yeah, I mean, you see 4 purple in the kill feed, you start to get a little nervous for FutureCom. You think maybe they can stack that point, find a tick on the board. They do end up getting 1, but, you know, able to limit it to 1, that's great play out of FutureCom. Kizma trying to find his way into that backside. They're playing that fireside yet again, trying to spread the units here. It's going to be Imagine at that top fire area, and he's just trying to pick off any player he can find. He picks up Nath, Spawn picks up one of his own, and they're getting some presence here on the map.
Oh my goodness, that looked like it was about to be winnable for Adon Cities, but Ted immediately decimates the site. It's a 3v6. All players are going to be spawning up towards that deep train yard. Ted realizes the opening that has cleared into the air. It's going to get shot down though, but still 17 seconds left. It's a 3v4. You can play the lives here. Spawn just needs 1 big pop-off play, and they can get it. But it looks as though they're going to need to hop into the site right now. There's 8 seconds left. Spawn's looking into the site, and already he's just getting caught out of view, and Ryan's going to be coming in. Imagine comes in to help. It's a 2v2. We're playing the lives here, Jake, and Ollie wins that one. It's a 2v1 now. This is the last chance. You need it, FutureCom. They're trying to push through. They're trying to fight for it, but Ted, he's stuck here towards the back. He decimates Ryan, but he gets taken out, and that's a 3-0 dub for Void Collective.
When we thought it was all over for Void Collective on this map, they turn it around at the last moment. They wanted this map 3 to last as long as possible. It comes down to a 1v1. Susano, Imagine going 40 and 28, matching the firepower that Nath was bringing that map. I mean, Imagine with 5,300 damage, Susano. I mean, that's a difference maker right there if I've seen one.
Dude. Man, oh man, it was that not a great series indeed. Already Void Collective with the 3-0 dub over against FutureCom. Still though, I gotta give some props to FutureCom, man. Nathan was playing lights out in that control. This could have been, I believe if we saw FutureCom win that 1v1 there, we definitely could have gotten a game 5. The comfort level that I saw this team display, Jake, on this map was so much better than what we saw when they were on Tuscan.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just those little gunfights that make the difference there. Obviously, it comes down to a 1v1, but like you said, they win that control. Maybe they get a couple, more momentum to their favor, and that can really change everything. We're going to be seeing some of the replays here, and, I mean, it was all Future for the first half. Void Collective really turning it around at the end there. The scoreboard here, I mean, we had Imagine there was 5,300 damage, like we point out, but look at Ted, only 34 and 32, but 5,300 damage as well. It was really Ted and Nathan for Future leading the way, but on the other side, it was Imagine with that AR making the big difference. I mean, look at the scoreboard right now. It looks like Future might have won this game from the slang, but Void Collective more of a spread showing here, and they find themselves out on top.
Yeah, beautifully done from both sides. Unfortunately, Future will be knocked over to our lower bracket for now for the LCQ. But yeah, what a great first round this was with Void Collective now with the 3-0. And let's take a look at the bracket real quick if we can. If not, we could just talk about it. But Void Collective is going to be going up against Orgulus. And I know they're our #1 seed coming into this fight. So that's going to be a huge one to try and go over. And especially the confidence coming out of Void Collective from this win against Future I think they're going to do great here, Jake.
Yeah, I agree as well. Obviously, Orgulus, the last winners of the Challengers Cup for the APAC region in that Cup 13. But one thing to point out, Void Collective was able to take down this Orgulus squad in Cup 11 and Cup 12. So while Orgulus may be the juggernauts of the APAC region like we've been talking about, Void Collective is no pushover in this matchup. They can take Orgulus, and they might even be able to win this one if they play it right.
Yeah, let's take a look at the losers bracket real quick because right now we've got Future heading down here to face Frank's Fish, who also lost to Orgulus. But then we look at the other side. We've got Kingsman going up against Reality Check. Man, you look at that. That's 5, 6, the 5th through the 8th seed are all down here. If that doesn't tell you dividends of what we're seeing here at APAC, I don't know what will.
Yeah, I mean, what that tells you is 1 through 4, definitely some top dogs here of the APAC region. No upset so far. And now, I'm very interested in how this lower half of the bracket's going to pan out. Is FutureCom going to be able to step up? Is Reality Check or the others going to be able to show us that they have that firepower that they have to kind of hang with these teams? So I'm very interested to see how that plays out. But Void Collective looking great so far in that round 1. Obviously, the control definitely a toss-up, but that Hardpoint and that Search and Destroy looked fantastic.
Yeah, much congrats to the side of Void Collective. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick break. We'll get our next match set up for you here in just a bit. We'll get to decide which one we go in with. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. This is a water break, popcorn break, and everything you need. We'll be back in just a bit with the next round of APAC LCQ. See you in just a second. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready to go with our second matchup for tonight. We've got Mind Freak going up against Point Blank. Man, what an exciting time it is. Both of these teams coming off of some wins in their earlier bracket of the winners round one and now ready to square off.
Yeah, I mean, Point Blank kind of been, one of the better APAC teams for the recent half of the season. They've been placing second a lot. They haven't placed first since Cup 4, so they're kind of chasing that victory here, and I'm sure this LCQ would be a fantastic time to do so. Mind Freak on the other side, we got some familiar names that we've seen in the past, so gonna be some fantastic games, no doubt about it. 2-seed versus a 3-seed. Let's go over these maps real quick. We got Bocage Hardpoint, Bocage Search, Gavutu Control, Gavutu Hardpoint, closing it out on Berlin. And I think this Bocage to start it off is going to be a solid one. I can't imagine it is decided by, many points.
This is definitely a much more diverse, map set. I definitely like the hardpoint on Bocage. We really get to see the slaying power of all these guys come out strong out of the gate. But then, we head over to a search and destroy on Bocage where, it's going to get a little more slower, a little bit more methodical. But now, talking more about Bocage, let's head in already to the hardpoint, which is ready to roll. Point Blank going up against Mind Freak, and we're off to the races for P1.
Yeah, we're going to be going off the break with Point Blank here, starting off on that good side. It's going to be Jason going on this left side with his teammate Limax. And, kills going back and forth off the break as usual, but Mind Freak might already be setting up to flip this one.
Yep, they're setting up to flip it indeed. And you're going to look right now, that's already 4 players here towards the mid. For the side of Mind Freak, they've got a pretty decent setup. And right there, Sets and Zeppa getting the big kills, and Nimble keeping his team alive here. You look at the spawn, that's going to be number 6, Sets, who's already just anchoring these spawns. Limax is already going to be here towards the riverside, but he's just going to find him off angle. Very nicely done. They clean him out, and it looks as though that the spawns are indeed going to flip, and there you go. That's going to be Sets spawning up towards back tower.
Yeah, Zeppa trying to make a play here toward that back 10. Limax going to be meeting him in the middle, though. Finds him. Big kill out of Zeppa, but the rest of Point Blank trying to push him out. Cronus does take him down, but, Mind Freak does not stop the pressure. They keep pushing those players into the back, and look at them. They spawn back there. Player 7 and Player 6 getting those back spawns.
Yeah, the back spawns are so essential. Mind Freak are currently just fighting for them indeed, and Limax is going to get taken down. That's Crimza, but he will be getting a bit of some opposition here. John, I'm going to say John or Jazz. Jasmine's just going to be here towards the mid right now, waiting for these players to just push past them. But still, Mind Freak got a good, decent amount of time from that P1, and already at P2, they're just having a bit more of a struggle. We get it, if the spawns, if you don't grab spawns, they're definitely going to be playing an uphill battle.
Yeah, but that P1 that they got a lot of points on is kind of the safety net for them there. Obviously, the game's still early on, only at P2, but, you want to retain as much of a lead as possible. So, for Point Blank to kind of even things up here, going to be somewhere at like 35 to 30 here going into the P3. Mind Freak is set up, but since they had a fantastic P1, they can give that up and focus on this P3.
They're focused on the P3. Here we go. Already, they've got these players here towards the back of Alley, just trying to keep them in line, and Dev's gonna hop into the site. A little bait and switch there, but Nimble comes out victorious. Crimza as well, nicely done. They've pushed these players back. Bit of a split spawn. You had, Limax spawn towards stables, but still Mind Freak holding out nevertheless. Limax gonna get into the site, and oh my gosh, they see Crimza. So, there's just too many POVs for him to fight at. Sets gets the 2Ps. Cronus being the last man here to really contest, and this is good time for the side of Mind Freak.
Cronus picks up 3, though, and that really breaks the hill wide open for Point Blank. They might have not been able to get a solid amount of time here, but instead fighting for that scrap and doing so fantastic as well. Nimble, though, evening the odds here. Still 12 seconds left to go, but, as we say that, Mind Freak gets those tin side spawns, and now they can ready up for that bottom barn hill. So while Point Blank might have found that as a W as they can break the hill, they lose those spawns, so kind of a double-edged sword right there.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough one indeed, and already we look towards this barn hill, and Dev's going to get taken down by Sets. This is good for the side of Mind Freak. They've got people spread out around the site, keeping themselves alive here. Point Blank just trying to throw themselves at him, but that's going to be Nimble with a 2-piece. Unfortunately, gets taken out the last second. Jazzen gets ripped off the top, and there you go. This is really good positioning from Mind Freak. Good time gain, and Nimble's still going to be going off here. So you've got everybody in line. Everybody's clocked into their job, and you've got to get this majority if you want to keep yourself above point blank.
Yeah, and I mean, point blank, off to somewhat of a slow start here. While it is, you know, within 20, you know, if you're point blank, you know, you feel as a second seed, you should probably start off hot in this LCQ in this round 2. But Mindfreak definitely keeping up right now. The slang could go either way. Probably a little bit leaning toward that Mindfreak squad, and probably why they have, you know, almost a 20-point lead here, probably extending that as the hill pops. But when you get to this P5, you know, point blank, if they play it right, they can find at least, you know, 30 points here, and that could put them over the top.
That could put them over the top indeed. And with a 15-point game right now, you've got yourself a bit of a situation for the side of Mindfreak. They're just slowly coming back into the Hills' presence, but still, look at it right now. Zeppa's going to be here to stop that time gain for the side of point blank, but we'll get taken out by Cronus, and it's just been a bit of a trade battle here, and Nimble and Crimza will come out on top there, but you still do not have spawns. So as many players as you take down, point blank still have that close response. They return, retaliate, and keep themselves in the sight.
Yeah, but this could definitely be much worse for Mindfreak. I mean, Zeppa finds a two-piece right there, and a moment before, as the hill pops, he finds that player on the hill to make it so point blank can't get that time that they might have accrued before. So while this hill, you know, going the way of point blank, Mindfreak find those seconds, and they keep them off the time for as long as they can. So in my opinion, for a hill they don't rotate to, definitely a W at the end of the day.
Yeah, big W indeed. Already here towards the second set of rotations. Mindfreak are just up by a little bit, and that's going to be 5 points, which easily get overtaken. Zeppa and Crimza coming in to help out, and they're clocking in. They're getting the job done. 45 seconds left on this hill. You look at the rotation from the side of point blank. They're spread out. They're playing themselves here towards the back of stables, and Nimble and Co, they've got that parallel spawn. So really, you know, it's all about that P2, and that's going to be Sets winning that battle. Already looking for Dev. He was here last time around, and he's not going to lose it. So there you go. They grab majority of this front P1, but still have spawns for Newt. You can't lose them. You cannot get overzealous. And Jazzin, he sees the opportunity, and he seizes it.
And Jazzin could break this right open right now. I mean, Nimble all alone back here. Player 7 and Zeppa pushed up past that 50-yard mark, so Mindfreak spawn out toward that Lamar side tank. And when, you know, maybe they thought they had that rotation to P2, Jazzin opens it right up, sitting at 23 and 15 right now. So being that all-star SMG player that point blank really needs right now. They find themselves in the P2, you know, spawn side yet again, but Mindfreak battling their way in on the side of the kills.
Exactly, just battling here, just in a all-out war. Sets and Crimza, they're moving in. Crimza's got the coop positioning, but they're going to give in just yet. It's going to be Cronus. He's going to go up against, but Cronus had the better timing. But still, Cronus is not chasing the kill just yet. Crimza's got his effect onto the side, but Cronus will be able to take him out, though. But still, you lost a teammate right there. That was an easy chow for you, but you lost the timings, but it's all good. There you go. Now they hold the side for a bit of a time. Still 20 seconds left on the rotation, and already Mindfreak have the positioning.
This game's so back and forth right now. Really could not be any closer as it's tied. You know, 10 seconds left to go on this P2. Mindfreak yet again have that rotation to P3, and you know, maybe they can hold it for a little longer time this time around. We saw Cronus with a 3-piece to break that open to kind of fight that time, but let's see what Mindfreak does this time to try to hold down that hill. But it's going to be tough as Cronus finds his way to the back.
He does, but unfortunately he's going to get taken down by Crims also. Dev now, you're in the very awkward position right outside of Tools. Zeppa and Sets, they come in, they get the job done to duo with an SMG in their hands, and Limix is going to be found out here towards tower. So Sets and Zeppa have the angle, they take him out, but now you're going to lose these spawns for just a second. So if you are Mindfreak, you need to get in, get your position influence, and just start going off. And that's what Sets did right there. That's a 4-for-1 trade. They reset the spawns, and still they can hold them here in a trap.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was thinking, because, you know, with 25 seconds left, it's the perfect amount of time for them to be able to get those kills on the hill and keep point blank spawn at that bad side going toward that P4. So while point blank still on that time right now, it seems like Mindfreak putting that pressure on to try to maybe keep them at that back Lamar tank, and they're doing so as well. But it looks like point blank have a route toward the hill currently.
Yeah, they have a good route, and Mindfreak's going to be here just already occupying it. Good rotation, but Crimza, nicely done. Takes out Dev, and now you push all these players towards the back. You look at point blank, they're just taking these kills one by one, getting taken out. Dev, though, nicely done. Takes out Zeppa. That clears out that right lane, but unbeknownst to him, that's going to be Nimble taking him out. So the trade-off comes into effect, and Mind Freak stay alive in this hill for now, but looks as though that you're going to have Point Blank just trying to push in, but Zeppa's a beast, takes out 2, and that cleans them out. Now we head towards the rotation. We did not see too much time for Mind Freak on this hill, but it's no problem for Nimble, gets the 2-piece.
Yeah, and Mind Freak growing their lead sizably as this hill rounds out. You know, while Point Blank were getting the kills, they were going back and forth there with some of the kills. Mind Freak never gave them an opportunity to find that time that they also wanted. So now, Point Blank this time around, they really need to soak this P5, as it's probably the biggest money hill of this map. But Mind Freak applying that pressure yet again, the kills coming around the hill, but Zeppa makes the play. And at this point, as long as you keep Point Blank off of this time, you're doing a fantastic job, because while they do have those spawns, Mind Freak has the position.
Agreed. They do have the position. Zeppa's positioning right there towards the back alley is impeccable. And there you go. That's a 4 down. That forces everybody from the side of Point Blank towards P2 Coop. So now everybody's going to get aggressive here from the side of Mind Freaks. You've got the angles. You've got the shots. Nimble, Sets, everybody just taking a slice of the pie. But now the spawns are going to flip, but you still get the maximum amount of kills. That's a great amount of time to absorb for the side of Mind Freak. And Jazen just needs to pick one player to attack here. Just too many POVs to look at.
Yeah, 10 seconds left to go on that time, and each second that Mind Freak gets, it makes the game more and more dangerous for Point Blank, finding themselves within 23 points of the victory here on map 1. And on a map like Bocage, we do not see comebacks like of this caliber happen very often. So Point Blank, if they want to win this map, they're going to have to push it to another level right now. They are soaking that P1 currently, but it's already getting pressured by Mind Freak. They get those water spawns, and it looks like they're going to find that final kill. So a great start to what they needed to be a huge comeback, and Jazen's going crazy with the MP40.
Yeah, he is popping off, man. He's 35 and 31. Currently the only teammate in his squad to have a 30+ KD, and already shots are coming in left and right. We saw last time around here, Mind Freak were able to grab a good chunk of time, but right now, Point Blank, they're just influencing this position so much. You see right now, Mind Freak's main objective here, focus the P2 spawn. That is a forward-thinking team, but Cronus wins that kill onto Sets. Very close by. It's a 3 down for the side of Mind Freak. Everybody's just trying to get back into the hill, and well, Mind Freak grab a bit of that time, but not even much. I can't even say a bit, more like a crumb. And still, you need to focus the P2. It's already now ensuing, and Zeppa, nicely done, picks up the trade for his teammate. But there you go. This is how they overtake it, and they get the spawn. That's Crimson spawning up that Coop, and now they can hold it.
Yeah, Crimson finding the kills on the hill from that 10 side of the map, and what could have been very dangerous there for Mind Freak if they don't find a set of kills. They get what they needed, and now they find their way back into the hill. Only 10 seconds left before Mind Freak win this game. It looks like Point Blank will be able to contest, but for how long?
How long indeed, and Limix is going to be your last man here. He's going to be fighting Nimble here pretty soon, so he's going to get shots from the left. His teammates do spawn up close, but you will not be able to win off this if you are Point Blank. But Sets, nicely done, cleans out one in a second, but does not get the last, so Jason's going to get taken down, and that's Mind Freak with a very nice win, 250 to 204.
There were definitely points where Point Blank could have fought their way back into this game. You know, it was 120 to 120 at one point, Susano, and then we find ourselves at around 220 to 140. So Mind Freak really stepped up in the second half, Point Blank, trying to make something happen on that third rotation of hills. But Mind Freak recuperate, and they close it out. So big map 1 for them, and you know, you may have expected Point Blank to win that one given their seeding here, but Mind Freak are here to play, and it looks like this can go either way here after that solid map 1.
Yeah, you got to give a big shout out to Jazen. That guy, oh my gosh, was absolutely turning up for the squad. And like you said, this could definitely go the distance. Point Blank are nothing short of a contender for this winners round 2 slot that they're currently in. Mind Freak, they had some really good positioning. I got to talk about Sets and Zeppa. That duo, while they didn't have the highest kills, the amount of impact slays that they had as a duo were just impeccable. They were everywhere they needed to be, and whenever they were not needed to be in an area, boy, they were out working for rotations, working for the hills. There was a lot of times in that hill under Granny's where they were just fighting for their lives, and you saw that the passion of those subs coming out and keeping themselves alive, and that's what ultimately kept them for 204.
Yeah, and one thing to think about as well, we talked about a little bit last series, but does that maybe show that Mind Freak a little bit more comfortable on a map like Bocage? I would argue that maybe the hardpoint and the search and destroy section don't play as like similar as some other maps do, but it's definitely more of the same playing field. You know, you're comfortable on Bocage Hardpoint, you're probably comfortable on Bocage Search and Destroy. We got to see if we can see that here, but Mind Freak really showing that they're playing fantastic here in the map 1. Mind Freak winning by 50 points, and you know, that's a lot of points for a map like Bocage.
Yeah, this is a good score line for Bocage. Usually we either see a timeout or something of that sense. Let's look at our stats real quick from that map because man, it was a great map indeed. Like you said, Jazz and 43 and 36. He was the kill leader in this map. That is just beautifully done. 25 non-traded kills with 5K damage. He was really trying his hardest. You could see the passion in the way he moved, Jake.
Yes, absolutely, Susano. Definitely the all-star of that map for Point Blank. But on the other side, we have more of a spread attack there from Mind Freak. You know, no players really crazy positive, no players really crazy negative. And that's what you really want on a map like Bocage. To me, that reads they're trading their kills out when they need to. Nobody going on a crazy streak. Nobody going, I mean, the damage is spread by 400 damage each player. So, you know, that's really fantastic for the teamwork aspect of a map like Bocage, which we see from time to time doesn't really come down to the teamwork, but the scoreboard definitely reads so.
It very much so. It says so. Yeah, the teamwork was, like I said, when we look at Sets and Zeppa, they're both 33 and 36. That wasn't exact. That's not exactly the best, but you know, looking at these replays, we can definitely see them go off. And you see right there in the kill feed, Zeppa with 2 already just playing these lives as best they can. But like we talked about earlier, Jazen was just playing for his team, man. It felt so much like he was putting the team on his back there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Very interested to see how these two teams play the Bocage Search and Destroy. I feel like last series we had kind of a pacing difference in the two teams, but these two teams seem to match up very well pace-wise. Both Mind Freak and Point Blank playing quite aggressive at times. Granted, it is a map like Bocage, so you kind of have to play aggressive at times, but you know, I think we'll see more of the same here. Interested to see how these teams play out for the continuation of the series. I feel like this could go the distance here, Susano. While it obviously was just map 1, it feels like these two teams match up very well.
I agree. I 100% agree. They do match up a lot in instances where we saw rotations. They were both forward-thinking teams. Usually in these instances, we might see a team that has somebody that's lacking behind. But no, it really felt like Point Blank was trying to focus those rotations. We saw a lot of times in that beginning of rotation set 2 and rotation set 3 where they were already focusing on that P2. And the amount of occupation time, because we still had over a minute 25 in the match timer. So both of these teams are very much OBJ centered as well. This is, like you said, this can definitely go the distance. You look at the side of Point Blank, the only thing that I see holding this team back is that if they rely on Jazen too much. And now heading into this S&D, Jake, I feel like Mind Freak are going to ISO him.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, especially since he seems to be that entry type player for the Point Blank roster. But look at that, how fast they're playing here. 2 kills already go in the way of Point Blank. Sets does get 1, so the trade somewhat comes in, but already a 3v1 for them. Zeppa's left all alone, and I really like that offensive push out of Point Blank, catching them off guard to maybe shut down some of the confidence that Mind Freak had coming out of that map 1.
Exactly. Love that. Just shatter it and try to play off of it. So Zeppa's going to be here towards the back of tower. He's got the AR in his hand. I think he knows where Cronus is, so he's going to immediately start looking out towards him. And there you go. Shots are going to go in, but Cronus had the better timing. So that's going to be round 1 for the side of Point Blank. But like you said, that was really good aggression right off the start.
Yeah, and it was very calculated, too. You had those 2 players sliding through that gate side. You had that one hopping up top of it to take care of that player on the L heady. And, you know, once you get those 2 kills, you basically completely understand that the B bomb site is open. You get that plant down for free, make it a 1v3, and at that point, it's a round victory. So Point Blank find themselves up 1-0, and Mind Freak are going to have to bounce back on this offense.
Yeah, they are definitely going to bounce back indeed. And well, we're going to have to see right now. Set's going to be moving in towards Zig. He's got his teammate Nimble there to assist, but They're going to be crossing over. Great opening pick from Zeppa. And it looks as though Dev does not realize that he has a bomb planter under his nose. Now, notification given. Whoa, that is actually a really nice movement right there. Just cleans out that whole wall of a destructible. So you're going to now move in, and Dev's unfortunately going to get some help with Jazz, and almost loses his life there. Jazz is not there. That's definitely a kill for Sets, but 29 seconds left. It's a 3v3. Nimble's got the position here, but oh my gosh, Limex slides into the kill, and it's a 3v2 now.
Yeah, and they have the lines of sight onto the bomb. Zeppa knows that they're not hopping that just yet. Crimson gets one onto Jazzen, but Dev takes him down. And now, with 12 seconds left, the double team nade comes in, but he gets what he needs, and Limax gets that defuse. So another round on the board for Point Blank, Susana.
I feel like, you know, they win that right there, but it was just Dev not going down, man. Dev immediately focused that kill, and Limex just gets the nade off, man. Like, you win that kill onto Dev, 100%, you're going to be able to hop back up on that fence and grab that kill, and that's your round. But still, great movement out of Point Blank. I feel like that was a blessing of a round, but still, they're still showing us that dominance that we wanted to see from them.
Yeah, and I really like how Mindfreak played that as well. So for Point Blank to be able to take that one home, it's definitely wasn't an easy feat for the side of Point Blank. So Mindfreak, you know, kind of getting caught off guard there, lose another round on the board. And we know how powerful Point Blank can be on the offense from what we saw in that round one. So let's see what kind of play they're making this time. And it seems like they're trying to shut him down, but Jazzen with a team kill and Nimble with another one. So Mindfreak with the life advantage here.
Yeah, and Cronus got that information onto Set, so they know where he is. And in a 2v3 scenario, you can play off of this, you know, very well. So now you can just play the info, and Limex is going to be able to take out Crimson. So that's already the first kill. It's a 2v2. You equal out the counter. But Bomb's still down here. Cronus nicely done, takes out Sets. That information from earlier playing Diffidence. And now Zeppa, gets caught out. And man, what great positioning from Point Blank.
Yeah, and I mean, that was not a good situation for them either. I mean, the first two kills go the way of Mindfreak, one coming from a team kill, however. So you find yourself in a 2v4 situation. Limax and co find the way to close that one out. So the momentum keeps on going for them. Limax at 5-1, you know, 4 streak as well. So 3 away from that glide bomb. And on a map like Bocage, if you can acquire that, you can really do whatever you want.
Yeah, you can definitely do a lot of freedom opportunity there. And already here we go, 4v4 now. We're heading in towards the nannies. Zeppa's going to be pushing in. Dev, no shot rigs there for him, unfortunately. So that's going to be a death for Zeppa. And Jazzen tries to go for a pre-punch there, but not going to be an effective one indeed. But still, he comes out with his live. And Dev's already getting found out. I feel like we're just throwing heads at walls here.
Yeah, I mean, all of Point Blank just flying around the bottom grandma's area. As the dust settles, Point Blank up 3-2 lives right now. Make it a 2v2 situation as Sets is able to pick up Dev. So big kill in the grand scheme of things. And now this opens up for Mindfreak to maybe sneak their way over to that B bomb site because it is open. You got both of Point Blank members kind of holding down that A bomb site, but now they're a little bit more aware of it. And with 30 seconds left, I feel like Mindfreak can kind of do whatever they want here.
I think they can, and you're going to see right there, Crimson takes out Jazz, and that's going to take out that huge kill leader. So Cronus is your man now to really focus, and looks as though they're going to focus that A. Smart play out of Mindfreak to really just realize, hey, they're going to think we're going B, so play the 5-head play and just think 2 steps ahead of your enemy. And right now, Cronus is looking towards mid. Crimson's going to be able to find him, and there you go. That's the first round for Mindfreak.
Very well played out of Mindfreak, you know, as Crimson finds that kill onto that player water side. You know, they wrap it over to that A side because they know Cronus is going to want to defend that B bomb site. So they get the A bomb site down for free, and Crimson reads him toward that middle side of the map. So fantastic play out of Mindfreak and a first round on the board. And I don't think it was too late for them to get that first round either. You know, maybe if it goes 4-0, it could be out of reach if you get to that point. But 3-1 is definitely doable, especially when you find yourself on the defensive end.
I was just about to say that. This is great momentum for the defense now. And here we go. We're making a nice little tertiary line for the side of Point Blank. They're waiting for these players to get aggressive, but same thing on the end of Mindfreak. They're waiting for that reactionary play as well. Limex is going to get a nade to the head, stays alive, keeps his frontal lobe intact, and Now they're going to be moving over towards B, that B bomb already being a free access site. And now, if you're Mind Freak, you still got the numbers. You can play slow, but also don't play, like a snail.
Yeah, and they're going to hop that bomb instantly. There's a player at that L side. They have to challenge him, but Jazzen gets taken down. Now, it's going to be Cronus in a 1v3 situation. He gets one. He has the second. He gets another. Can he get the third? The bomb doesn't get defused, and Cronus gets all four. Susano point blank gets bailed out by Cronus in one moment.
I feel like Sets just needs to hold that there, man. You've got a teammate watching over you with that player at L. You can win that. So I think that was just the loss to hesitation from the side of Mind Freak, man.
I mean, it all happened so fast. I mean, all I saw was Cronus in the kill feed over and over again. A round 5 ace out of Cronus. And that really shakes things up here. What could have been 3-2 point blank now finds a way to 4-1. And that's a lot more dangerous. Point blank has 2 opportunities to kind of put this one out of reach of Mind Freak here.
Yep, puts it out of reach indeed. So 4-1. And here we go now, already moving our way towards A. We do lose Nimble right off the rip, so you're going to have to play with a down man counter, and Seth's going to be here. He's looking to see maybe he can find Dev or Limex, but they're still going to be playing reactionary, not proactive. But if I'm Mind Freak right now, I need to get myself into a bomb site, get the bomb plant, and focus that post plant. But already Limex takes out Zipa, Jazzen takes out Crimza, and this is not looking good for our player Sets here.
And like you said, playing reactionary, but that really gave Point Blank the ability to kind of move amongst the map as they feel. They sent 2 water side, and once you're all in the bottom barn hill right there, you can't really, get any sort of map control. Everything around you is kind of open, and once they all get around you, there's no way for you to even get out, and that's exactly what they saw right there. Point Blank goes up 5-1, and they are absolutely flying their way through the search and destroy.
Oh, yeah, they are most definitely getting a lot of great plays, a lot of good movements. And right now, already at the match point, they are at the cusp of this victory to round out the map count to a 1-1. Mind Freak, they play towards B, but unfortunately for them, it's going to be an A play. So right here, Zephyr comes in for the kill. That's a nice trade, though, for Dev to be able to round out the counter of lives to 3-3. And we're just fighting back and forth. We're sliding through tools right now for Dev, and looks as though Nimble's gonna get taken down by Limex. You need to be a little more self-aware there. You get your scalp taken off, and now Crimza, he's trying to take this player out on A. Sets picks up Dev, and now you're in a 2v1. Crimza's your last man here, and already getting shot left and right. 50 HP in a dream to keep the team alive.
Silver lining for Crimza being that he has to get that bomb down. Limax and Cronus here. Crimza has that top grandma's side window to deal with. The Limax just plants on that other side. They're going to take that Lamar side and like to play at a point blank. Don't overthink it too much. Play with each other. And now they have a fantastic setup here at that back grandma's area.
Yeah, Crimza's not in the best position. He lost his tank area, so now he's going to need to work these kills one by one. But I think Cronus saw him, and there's too many looking at him. And so there you go. That's going to give Point Blank their 6-1 dub, now rounding out the series 1-1.
And I mean, after a 6-1 victory like that, so dominant out of Point Blank, that has huge implications on this series now. Now you got to think, maybe Mind Freak, a little bit more respawn-oriented squad, Point Blank, looking for that search and destroy victory. And, now you've got to think, if we get to that game 5, Point Blank heavily in favored after a 6-1 on a map like Bocage. And I feel like, Bocage can really go back and forth a lot of times, but Point Blank closing that one very quickly.
They do indeed close it different in a different manner than what we expected, but I'm still keeping my hopes up for Mind Freak, because at map 5, if we do go there, because right now we're only guaranteed a map 4, it's going to be at Berlin. And Berlin, a lot more angles with the ARs. Definitely going to be a much bigger map of interest for these ARs to really, work and have some fun in the sandbox, if you know what I mean. But Point Blank, I still think that they've got it, though. I think they might, if they keep up this aggression, because like we said, a 250-204 loss on that Bocage wasn't really too bad. That's not bad at all. And especially coming out with a win in the S&D on Bocage, you've got the short centered maps out now, because you're going to be going to Gavutu next for these next 2 maps. And that, pack your beach towel, pack your flip-flops, pack your sunscreen, because it's going to get wet. But talking about the stats real quick, let's hop over and look at our stats for that last match. Already, look at Limex, 10-3. Mans was having a phenomenal game himself here, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost doubling the rest of the damage on his team by anybody. Really taking over this lobby right now. 10-3, 6 non-traded kills, and in a game mode like Search and Destroy, those non-traded kills very important. Cronus 2, 8-2 with 6 non-traded kills as well. When you have two players like that are getting kills and getting out without a trace, it's really hard to win S&D rounds. And we can see right there, that's why Point Blank took this one home.
Yep, Point Blank took that. And so now we're going to add a 1-to-1 advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break here in just a moment. We will get back to you with our Gavutu Control, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back. Here we are, ready to roll. We've got map 3 now getting loaded up in the cartridge, as they say. We had a bit of a technical pause there. Stream did break down a bit, but it's all good. No worries at all. The ship is still afloat. That's all that matters. The ship is still afloat. So, hey, we're going into this now with Gavutu, Mind Freak, and Point Blank. Both have won their own respective maps here. It's 1-1 in the series so far. Jake, how you feeling about it?
I'm feeling good. I feel like this map, in the grand scheme of the series, very important. This is the swing map we always talk about. The map 3 this year, it's control. And, I feel like on a map like Gavutu, we're really switching up the pace here from what we saw on that double Bocage. I'm interested to see how both teams react. And obviously, we haven't seen either of these teams play control yet in this tournament. But I'm very interested to see if Point Blank's able to keep up that OBJ control like they were doing so in that map 2. Or if we see Mind Freak able to slay their way with the teamwork into a W here, like they did in map 1. But, from what we saw, maybe Point Blank able to kind of step it up here, given that their ARs seem pretty strong.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be a big narrative is the ARs of both sides here. And already we see the movement. Limax going to be pushing himself towards the top of boat. He gets here first. Jazzen gets the kill. And there you go. That's a 2 down now. Crimson Nimble getting taken out. And here we go. We're off to the races here. And that's already a 4 down for the side of Mind Freak. And Point Blank are up. Just 1 life lost here.
Yeah, and those 2 kills out of Cronus make it 3 very important because it opens up the A point for Point Blank completely. Now Mind Freak having to travel so far to make it to even contest that point sets. Already trying to make the move, but Jazzen takes him down. I mean, this is so uncontested right now. Crimson does find his way onto the point, and, the kills seem to be somewhat coming in for Mind Freak, but it still remains that 1 lone Point Blank player on the hill.
Yeah, and this is great plays out of Point Blank. They now grab the second tick here, push themselves here to grab this A site. And Dev's already looking towards A. He sees Nimble. He's got a great view on him. Shots galore, but oh man, he just served him a great plate of bullets. He just ate him up. So there you go. A site now secure. 2 minutes on the clock, 25-15. That's a 10 life differential. And Cronus, he's 5-2 right now. Limax is 5-0. He's on the 5 streak as well. Everybody's just having a ball, just taking a slice out of the pie here.
Yeah, and Limax gets that 7th kill as we speak, so he gets that glide bomb already. He's yet to die in this control round, and Point Blank still running up that progression on the B point. They might win the first offensive round of the game. There's no fighting here. Sets looking to make a play, does pick up 2, but Dev still on that point. Is he able to get the 3rd? I'm not sure he will because Dev's still taking him down, and that's already 2 ticks. Even if Dev dies here, which he does, that's fantastic start to the control round for Point Blank, up 11 lives with 2 ticks on B.
Yep, 2 ticks on B and a 9 life differential with a minute 45, Jake. This is possibly the biggest, just absolute best recipe that we could have for an offensive win. And Zeppa's going to be having some moves around here towards the top of ring, but still with this life differential, Point Blank can just start playing some TDM with those 5 ticks. That's already a huge amount to look towards to for that round 5. And you see Limax, he's got that glide bomb. We kind of missed that a little bit, but he did get it. So that's absolutely huge. 17-6 in terms of lives. So that's going to get a reactive up here, but gets taken out immediately. Jazzen, he's already here in the aggressive position. There's 3 lives left. They're playing that TDM.
Yeah, and one thing to point out here, Limax with that glide bomb on the offensive end, normally maybe we'd see a team try to use that glide bomb to open up a site like B, but with the dominance that Point Blank has shown so far in this round, you might not even need to use it. You can just save it for a rainy day in a round in the future if you want to. Limax sitting at 10-3, being that AR player that they need right now. I mean, after he gets those streaks, I mean, what else do you even need to do? He might get 2 more here. He does. Dev closes that one out, and Point Blank with a fantastic round 1 silver lining for Mind Freak. They didn't get the 6th tick.
Still, that is huge for the side of Point Blank, though. 5 in general. So, yeah, in terms of the long scheme, they've already set themselves up, and they won the round. That's massive on the attack. So now heading into this defense, we've seen the AR work out of Point Blank. We were a little bit iffy, Jake, coming into this. We didn't really see too much AR work on that Bocage, and rightfully so. I mean, it's a close quartered map. You prefer the subs, and that's why I was so wishy-washy with the 1-to-1. But now, being in these long range plays from the side of Point Blank, I could definitely tell this is their comfort now.
Yeah, kills going the way of Mind Freak though. And, you know, back and forth right now. Sets does find his way onto that point. Jazzen trying to chow, isn't able to do so. But, you know, Point Blank kind of just trying to fight for that B point now. And, you know, off the break, this isn't a horrible B push. They don't get any progression there. But that somewhat opens up that A point. There is one player there in Jazzen, but the spawn still secured. You're not in a spawn trap yet. You could get there, but, you know, player 8 and player 7 safe on that boat. And you can start progressing that A point.
Yeah, you got to start stopping the time here in just a second, because if not, then we're going to lose a lot of time in this intermission before we hop on. And oh my goodness, Sets wins that absolute just crazy upfront challenge, singeing his eyebrows there. So there you go, 22-21. Mind Freak is going to be progressing to start at A here, but time is slowed for just a second here. And already look at the side of Point Blank. They've got themselves conglomerated around the site, looking for an angle of attack, but that's going to be Set taking out Cronus. So we make the move here into the site, and Dev, nice one, slides up and down with this chow, takes out the 2, 19-18 in terms of lives, and the time has resumed, but Sets is still back here in top radio. You gotta get him out.
Yeah, he's just been playing the nuisance role so far ever since this round has started. He got toward that P5 area / green, and he has yet to leave it. He does get taken down finally. With 26 seconds left, Mind Freak, they need to get this A point. They don't have that extra minute they wanted, and they're going to be down 3 ticks if it ends like this. So Mind Freak needing to step it up now, and Point Blank even yet to use their glide bomb yet. Limax is 18, make it 19-6. He could re-wrap this.
Most definitely could, and right there he's gonna get taken out by Sets. So here we go, Jazzen already looking to take out this player on the hill, and that's what is going to be done. So that was just 2 ticks for the side of Mind Freak.
Yeah, and it seemed like what Mind Freak was going there is they were trying to stop that clock, like you were saying, and kind of extend it for as long as they could to get those kills. But in Control, you really live and die by that, because, you know, you had Sets pushed up. He was kind of your safety net there. But if they make it through to the boat side, you're going to get taken down, and you don't have anybody else to kind of get that control point, and you don't have as much progression as you really want. So, you know, what seemed like maybe a strategical choice for Mind Freak maybe ends out to bite them.
Yeah, it's just a rough situation for Mind Freak. So now they're on the defense here, going to try and scrape what they can. Limax still has that glide bomb in his back pocket. He's been playing phenomenally. 20-7. Beautifully done here. And you're going to see right here, Set's going to get taken down. Limax read that play like a Dr. Seuss book. Now, already, Jazzen and Co., they get towards the top tank here. And you see right there, that's going to be Seppa looking at the spawns. But Limax, he's already playing the top position. He's got so many angles of attack, and that's a second kill right there. Here comes the contest onto the site. Cronus helps him out, and here's the stack.
Stack coming in for Point Blank, getting that progression quick now. And you'd have 1 minute and 50 seconds left to work with to get this B point. And, you know, you're already up 2-0 in this Control. If you can close this one out here, you get the W. And, you know, just any extra progression you get here is just a bonus, because you're already up in ticks. If you get any sort of progression on that B point, it's probably going to be impossible for Mind Freak to secure that round 5 defense. And we're not on a map like Berlin. If you get that defense on Gavutu, you're going to win it most of the time. So Point Blank playing it flawlessly right now, and definitely off the back of Limax at 25-9.
Yeah, this is a great play from Mind Freak here. This is a great turn up. They have all now taken advantage of these spawns. 16 seconds left. It looks like we're not going to be able to get ourselves out of this point just yet, but there you go. That's an opening kill of Jazzen. Now Zeppa's going to try and take out Cronus, which he does. 6 seconds left, and now they hop onto the site. That's a 3 stack. If they don't take out Sets here, then that is going to not give them the site, but there you go. They lost their lives there, so Cronus is your last man here. Contest the site, and that is a 2-tick round for the side of Point Blank.
Yeah, and probably a defense you would expect from Mind Freak in a map like Gavutu Control. They were playing secure, they were playing great teamwork, and you know, they end out with the dub there and don't even give up the 3rd tick. They don't even get the A point. I mean, if they get that A point, you know, that could be a round win going the win of Point Blank, but instead they shut it down. Mind Freak doing what they need to do, and maybe that's the start of something here in the Gavutu Control. But if they want this to extend any farther, they're going to have to win this offense right here.
Yep, they're going to have to win it indeed. If not, then Point Blank comes out with a 3-1 dub over the defense here now. But Nimble, nicely done, slides in, grabs the first kill onto Cronus, and now Jazzin as well. Beautifully done. The confidence exuded from him from that movement. Absolutely insane. First tick now guaranteed for the side of Mind Freak, but everybody from the side of Point Blank have now conglomerated. They're all in a line here, just looking for this angle of attack, and it looks as though that A site's going to be secured, so they just frantically hop towards the site. Shots are going to be coming in left and right. Nimble stays up, and that's the A site. That cleans out everybody from Point Blank. Jasmine's going to be here towards top radio, but still, Nimble needs to stay up. He's on a 4th streak right now.
Fantastic start from Mind Freak, and the thing is, too, they have 2 minutes left to work with, and that's a lot of time in a control round. You don't have many kills on the board, so it looks like you're going to have to play for that capture on the B point, but the kills still flowing. Zeppa knowing somebody's here looking for them, but look at the progress that Mind Freak has toward their base. They're kind of sandwiching them into the back right now. Limax may have found a route, but looks like he gets picked up, and now you can make your move onto that B point. You just need somebody to hop on there to shut down the time, and the kills keep flowing. Susano, it's getting dangerous for Point Blank.
It is, and these stacks are insane. So Limax is going to throw a glide bomb, takes out Crimson, but still, the 2-stack is still going on. They grab that second tick as well, and Zeppa, the 2-piece right here, slides out, gets really aggressive, but you've got a minute 42. Nimble has his glide bomb, takes out Jazzin. That's a nice little retaliation kill, but with a 7 life differential right now, Point Blank, they're playing on the back foot, trying to just scrape by this round. But still, this is beautiful, beautiful gameplay from the side of Mind Freak. If they win this round by chance, they will grab that defense.
Especially when Zeppa's killing like that and making his way toward the B point, but they got Dev behind him. He picks up 2. Is he able to get the 3rd? Nimble takes him down, so player 5 and player 6 still there. It's going to be Nimble all alone, and you got to get through Limax, which is a tough kill for sure, but they only have 8 lives remaining. A minute left to go. They can definitely do this if you're Mind Freak.
This is very much a winnable scenario for both sides right now. Mind Freak still on the aggression. You see that little factory line that they've got. But here comes Limax about to break it up. Sees that the information is coming in through there. Does not want to give it away because he wants to get the 3-piece. And he does. That's Dev with the 4th kill. That's a reset. Send them back to the assembly line. Let's get it right back to where we started.
A perfect play out of Limax. If he kills that player going down the P1 steps, he might get alerted. Instead, he picks up a free 3-piece to put the whole team back in their deep spawn. This could turn in to a Point Blank round win, which we didn't even think was possible just a moment ago. Now, all stuck in their spawn, 17 seconds left. They're going to have to go.
Yeah, it's off to the races, and now 4 to 6 in terms of lives. And if I'm Jazzin right here, we got to get these kills, and that's immediately what he does. That's 2 down, equals out the lives. Nobody's going to be able to get on site, but there's one player at Zeppa. He's going to try and slide in, but he doesn't have the movement. And Point Blank cinch the 3-1 victory here.
Yeah, Point Blank turned up when they really needed to in that map right now. Fantastic round 1 out of them. Limax picks up those streaks, and we see the 3-piece right now. This was the game-changing moment for Point Blank to close that one out. 33 and 15 for Limax, but don't scoff at Jazin's 3,700 damage. Both of them making the difference there, and that really proves that any team can win at any moment in this tournament here. Point Blank showing that they can turn up even in the grimmest of moments. Right when we thought that they were going to lose that round, they pop a 3-piece, get the 4th, and they're back in spawn, and they don't let them out.
The craziest thing right there, Jake, is that we didn't even have a Point Blank win that round in the cards. It was just out of nowhere, like a magician. You saw right there that the 3-piece came out of nowhere. You saw him. He saw the play going towards the mid, and he said, well, I'm going to focus and play that trigger discipline and get these 3 players that are headed out to site. Not a single one of those players were able to kill him off of a trade. Talking about these kills, let's look at the statistics right now, because my gosh, what a setting this map was.
And look at 29 non-traded kills out of Limax, only 4 of his kills being traded out, and that is just an all-star performance by him. right there. Mind Freak on the other side, you had Zeppa trying to turn up for them, but it just wasn't enough in those tough moments. You know, they had a chance to win that offensive round right there. And if they get that 6th tick, not only does it go to round 5, but they get that defense as well. So, you know, one play right there by Limax, changing the entire course of this series. And now you got to battle them on a Gavutu yet again, which it seems like Point Blank very comfortable on.
Indeed, so they are a very comfortable team here. And on Gavutu, my gosh, you know, let's talk a little bit about Mind Freak real quick, because that teamwork out of them was insane. I thought we were about to see a 3-0 victory here on the Control, but out of nowhere, like a flash of lightning, Mind Freak came back, started to pull up. It felt like all the gears were aligning, and it just came short at the end.
Yeah, and that can happen on Control. You know, you have your ups, you have your downs, especially on an offense of a Gavutu Control. If you just find yourself in a spawn trap, it can be impossible to get out of there, which is exactly what we saw at the end. But on a game mode like Hardpoint, I could definitely see Mind Freak finding a way to take this one home based just off of their teamwork right there. If they catch Point Blank slipping at any moment on any rotation, Mind Freak can pick up a full 60. And even if they're down, they can just claw themselves back in the game at just a moment's notice. And hey, they could even come out to a big lead here if they play it right. So, you know, while Point Blank looking to have the dominant slaying power on their side, Mind Freak, their teamwork is nothing to forget about, because it seems like that's where they absolutely thrive.
Yeah, I agree. The teamwork was impeccable. It literally was just that one play from Limax that really just derailed that teamwork that was coming out of Mind Freak. And in the LCQ, we're gonna expect moments like that. This is the last chance qualifier. Everybody at home, you got to realize the words last chance. You don't perform here, you are done for the year. And there is no chance of going to champs or getting a spot to even compete at champs. So this is your last chance. Quite literally, it's in the name. It is just something I've got to express. And when you have Limax coming out of the woodworks like that, when his team is just getting tsunamied by all this teamwork from the side of Mind Freak, it's that moment of light in the darkest of tunnels where you see the light of victory, and that's exactly what we saw. So Point Blank immediately came out of that one with a 3-1 victory. Now looking at this hard point here, Jake, let's talk a little bit more about that hard point that we saw from the Bocage. It's a lot close quarters. It was a lot of kills going back and forth. Trades were off the walls, but unfortunately Point Blank came out just a tad bit short. It was a 46-point game. What can we expect coming into this one now? Now that's a much bigger map.
Well, you know, we even saw on a map like Bocage, which is, you know, permanently brought up as just the mixiest hardpoint we've ever seen, maybe in COD competitive. So at that point, we knew that Mind Freak's teamwork was good because we saw them manipulating the spawns. They were playing the map together, and they were playing amazing. When you can do that on a map like Bocage, you can do it 2- or 3-fold on a map like Gavutu, where you can really control everything that's going on. You can read where the players are coming from. You can cut the whole map, get that soaking in. And, you know, if Mind Freak can do that here, I really believe they can win this game. But one thing to remember is that map 3 dub by Point Blank forces the map 5 S&D, even if Mind Freak win here. So, you know, Mind Freak really need to turn up here.
Agreed. This is the time to turn up, and already we see the teamwork coming in. Shots are going down. That's a 3 down onto the side of Point Blank, and now Nimble is going to get taken out by Limax. That's the opening kill we needed. Now we head towards the hill. Going to be coming in for a bit of some altercations here. Everybody from the side of Mind Freak are lining up, ready to take these players out, but it's a trade-off, a ballroom blitz, a fight, and that's going to be a win for the side of Mind Freak, but the rotation already on for Jazz and Co.
And a really good P1 out of Mind Freak. You want a good start like that after a tough Control loss, but you don't have a lot of pressure on this P2. You have Dev and Limax here trying to fight for the rotation, and Dev is able to pick up Zeppa there. So this is definitely in control of Point Blank for the time being. And, you know, if you can hold the rest of this P2, you can even fight your way toward those P3 spawns if you play it right. But don't expect Mind Freak to give that up too easily. I'm sure they care about these spawns more than just a little bit of this time.
Yup, just a little bit indeed. And Oh, there you go. Cronus, nice little two-piece there to open up for the side to keep them off. Crimson's going to be looking in. Grabs Limax, but Cronus is already on the hunt, man. He's on a 4 streak. Jasmine's not going to allow Crimson to get that off angle on his teammate, but now make it a 5. 2 more kills. We can get some streaks going here into the map, but already Cronus is just playing smart here, just playing methodical. But already, we look at the rotation. Crimson's going to be here towards the beach. Takes out Limax. Now you have no players here to try and grab this next hill. And it looks as though Mindfreak are going to have a good start to it.
Yeah, and Mindfreak very ready for this P3 to pop. You got player 7 and Nimble already set up at that P1. Their complete hold is in. You got every player exactly where you want them to be. So now it just comes down to execution. And Nimble with a great start to it. He does get taken down at that P1, but he does what he needs to do. Dev has somewhat of an idea that the player's back here, but that's a big kill right there. Now he can fight his way around the back, and now Point Blank seem to be pinching in Mindfreak here.
Yep, pinching in indeed, and already the pinch coming into effect. And oh, that's a 2-for-2 trade there, but nice shots indeed. Now, Dev, oh my goodness, just absolutely just slams the kill, but unfortunately loses. But Cronus, he's got an 8 streak. That's going to be the streaks given to him now. And 63 to 55 is our stat line. Nimble, unfortunately, loses his life, trying to slide in for the kill. Jazzin, he's that last man here. He's going to have to hold this to grab that scrap to really set himself apart for this next hill. But look at that setup from the side of Point Blank. They've got everything already in line. The spawn's up. They're spawning up real close. Set's going to be pushing in. Cronus gets taken out from the back. Now they know there's an intruder pushing up rocks, and that's Limax reacting to that info. Beautifully done. Everybody from Point Blank is just playing off of each other. Great teamwork.
I love the way that Nimble's playing his life here, just buying time for his teammates to get with him. Dev gets the kill onto him, but that allows the rest of... Oh, big punch out of Dev right there. The pre-punch works that time around, Susano. Now Mindfreak back at the spawn yet again. 30 seconds left to get for Point Blank here. They could go out to a pretty solid lead here, especially... you know, on a big P4. That would be fantastic for them, especially if they get all the scrap time.
Yeah, this scrap time is going to set them up for a huge gain. And right now, just those plays, that 4 down that we saw from Point Blank, beautifully done. Limax is turning up now. Him and Dev are on a 3 streak. You've got Cronus on his 2 as well. This is going to be a great situation for them. Already the shots are coming in. Zeppa's going to try and stay up, but that's Limax just laying down the punishment onto the site. Sets is looking out towards top radio, but nobody's going to be giving into the site just yet. You got to clear out these areas, and already it does. It looks as though that's going to be a 3-for-2 trade, and 1 player is going to be left onto the site. Jasmine's on the hunt, though. He's looking back and forth. He's trying to find him, but he gets the off angle, and still he stays alive. This guy's going insane.
The pinches are coming in from all sides. Limax and Cronus play it perfectly, and Dev finds his way onto that kill. Cronus still with that glide bomb in hand, by the way, and all of this is time that not only Mindfreak wanted, but they needed to find their way back into this game. 25 seconds almost puts this game out of hand. While it is Gavutu, and you can make some solid comebacks if you play it right, it is more than unlikely, and the closer that Point Blank gets to 250, the scarier this gets for Mindfreak's tournament.
Yeah, this definitely is a bit of a sobering moment for the side of Mindfreaks. 160 to 158. That is a 110 differential right now. Already the rotation's on for this second set, and it's going to be P1 we set our focus to. Mindfreak's going to be holding it for now, but you see the setup. They're all stacking up here. This is not a good scenario because Point Blank, they're going to throw the absolute just rough one right there. Just throws the glide bomb, but unfortunately they hide in the ring. But still, that is good because it corralled them. It corralled them for a big kill, and that's Point Blank now in charge of the hill.
The glide bomb was the sheep herder, and Point Blank closes it out. So they get that hill, and 30 seconds of time is huge here because that could put them past the double century mark here. There is pressure coming in from Mindfreak, but Point Blank is here as well. 2 players left. Jazzin is just unkillable in the little ring there, but player 5 and Crimson is able to take him down. But right now it just doesn't seem like Mindfreak can compete with the firepower that Point Blank is bringing to the table.
The firepower is insane, and right now it's 180 to 88, still within that 100-point distance of the range. The rotation into effect. Point Blank in charge of the hill of the ship. They're at Limax now, getting 2 pieces right off the rip, letting them know that he's got his team's back. Cronus helping out as well, just just peeking out from the hill. A nice little shift, the movement, even goes for a pre-punch there. But hey, it's all good. We've seen so many pre-punches here. Last time it worked, but Zeppa now takes out Corona Soul. They break the 200-point threshold, but still the effect is not given. They're just throwing lives at this hill now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They're just trying to contest for as long as they can. I mean, as many points as Point Blank doesn't get going into this P3, the better. But, you know, this is really do or die now for Mind Freak. You're going to have a great P3, and you're going to have to rotate that to the P4 if you want to fight your way into this game. But we've seen that happen before. So there's nothing saying they can't do it again. Mind Freak going to have to lock down this P3 right here, and they have the setup they want again.
Yeah, and looking at it, 225 to 90 is a huge stat line that Mind Freak is going to have to work with. Gets the movement onto Jazzin, and Limex now throws the glide bomb to the back of the site. That clears it out. Dev now picking up the stragglers. This is great positioning. They forced out the spawns, pushed Mind Freak away, and you got yourself a great hold here. But Jasmine's coming in on the flank. He unfortunately does not get the kill right off the rip, but he knows that player's weak, so he's chasing for him. Crimson Nimble, they keep their team alive, and that's a 3 down.
Nimble making the plays he needs to play, gets a big 2-piece to kind of slow down the push at a Point Blank, but they can still win it here. 24 seconds left to go, and that might have stopped it there, but the rotation is already coming in for Point Blank. Limax trying to sneak his way around the back, but he's got 2 Mind Freak players to work through, and he doesn't get it. They're spawning very far away here, Susano, so Mind Freak could get a solid P4 here, but, you know, ever since the start of this game, when Mind Freak has their setups locked in, they keep getting broken, and that's a huge problem for them here on a map like Gavutu. So they're going to have to do everything it takes to win this Gavutu Hardpoint here, but it starts on this P4.
It really does, and unfortunately right there you saw Limax gave up the view on his teammate, expecting him to get the kill, but now Nimble's on the hunt, and Limax gets taken down, unfortunately. 236 to 120, and already we see the breakdown of the hill, but Cronus is going to get taken down. They get their ones, but they're not able to get majority. They need to focus that back right spawn towards the coastline, and that's going to be a 3 down. That's the opening light. They come in. Here comes the contest, but Limax takes the kill. They're going to force these guys into a spawn trap. 241 to 130. We're counting upwards to the 250. Nobody's able to get onto the hill. This is the dub for Point Blank. They come out victorious with a 3-1.
And what else would you expect out of the 2 seed in this tournament? They've been showing their consistency time and time again in the APAC region, and they prove it there on that Gavutu Hardpoint. We were a little worried for them after that rough map 1, but they really showed that they're coming here to play in this tournament. Limax, yet again, the top Slayer for Point Blank. Cronus not far behind, and they look fantastic, Susano.
Oh, they look fantastic indeed. And you know, looking at it right now, from the beginning of that first map, it was just a 46-point game. It was such a winnable game for them, but unfortunately, they just didn't have that close quarter capacity. But then when we went over to the search and destroy, that was a 1-6 victory. That was a great precedent of a regain to really show up and set the momentum for the rest of the series. Then we went over to our first map of Gavutu, where it was a 3-1 victory for the side of Point Blank in a dominant moment from Limax. And then we headed over to our last map here, which was map 4, Gavutu on the Hardpoint, 250 to 130. Beautiful plays from the bottom up from everyone. Mind Freak had some good teamwork moments, but overall, the teamwork from Point Blank just outshined in radiance.
Yeah, I brought it up a little bit there during the map, but it seemed like every time Mind Freak had a setup that they wanted to hold, it just kept getting broken. And 2 fantastic plays out of Point Blank to kind of shut down those P3 holds, because they killed the player in the back both times and they pinched their way on into the hill, and that's a lot of time that Mind Freak could have gotten in that map.
Yeah, definitely a opportunity there, but unfortunately, fortunately for the side of Point Blank, they move on. Unfortunately for Mind Freak, they will be moving on to the lower bracket. Before we look at our bracket, let's take a look at the stats from this map, because, man, we had some good plays. Limax, of course, stands out with his 31 and 21, 25 non-traded kills. We head over to Mind Freak. You have Nimble. Nimble was pulling up towards the end, but you turned on the burners a little bit too late there. 13 non-traded kills, but an and even, standing around on the hill time. But my gosh, man, you got to give a big shout out to Dev on Point Blank. He went 2 minutes and 25 seconds on that hill.
Yeah, I mean, every team needs a player like that can just soak the time when they really need to and let the other players fry. Dev sitting on the time when he needs to, also going positive while doing so, while Limax and Cronus do what they need to do with the automatons. 3,500 damage and 2,900 damage, to the both of them, and that really makes a difference there on a map like Gavutu.
It does. And so let's take a quick look at our bracket right now that we have, because we've got Orglis going up against Point Blank here for our winners final, or our winners round 3, excuse me. Then we look over to the lower bracket. Mind Freak are going to have to go up against what it looks like is it's going to be Mind Freak against FutureCom. But right now, this is our winners bracket. Orglis going up against Point Blank. Who would have thought the first and second seed would be back at it, butting heads and clashing here?
Yeah, and it really goes to show like how powerful these top teams are in the APAC region. Number 1 team Orglis, they have been dominant all year long. Point Blank has kind of been, trying to fight that battle for the first place spot. They've played against Orglis a lot, and they haven't yet really gone over that hump that they needed to get that first place spot. They have won cups in the past, but none recently. So Orglis, this is kind of a battle that they've seen in the past. Orglis is comfortable against Point Blank, but Point Blank, it looks like they may hit that extra step toward greatness here in the bracket. Let's take a look at the lower bracket real quick so we can see all of it in its full. And like you said, Susana, we have Mind Freak versus FutureCom, and then Void Collective versus Kingsman. And FutureCom looked solid at times in that match 1, but Mind Freak, I feel like they look better on the other side. Void Collective, they looked really strong. So for Orglis to be able to take them down, Orglis must be playing fantastic in this tournament.
I agree. They must be playing fantastic. That's actually the next game we're going to be going up to. Is it's going to be Point Blank versus Orglis, but we could potentially see. I know we won't be able to cast it. We'll have Seymour and Cruzen hop in for that one, but we'll be seeing potentially in that lower bracket a possible rematch between Void Collective and FutureCom. That would be an interesting one to see.
Yeah, it absolutely would. Obviously, we saw Void Collective kind of take that one home comfortably. Not the map 3, but the rest of the series for sure. FutureCom may be getting better as this tournament goes on, and I feel like they definitely have an opportunity to take down Mind Freak here. But yet again, Mind Freak might put the pedal to the metal for the rest of this tournament. That loss must have, kind of been tough for them.
Yeah, it really must have been tough for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get ready. We're going to be taking a short break. We'll be back with Point Blank going up against the number 1 seed, Orglis. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are with our winners final. Going to be an exciting one indeed. We've got the number 1 seed going up against the number 2 seed. It's Orglis going up against Point Blank. And we've been having a lot of fun with you guys tonight. Thank you guys for sticking it out with us, hanging out with us. I know we got a lot of NA people watching right now, so we're just getting a little bit late. But hey, we're here to bring you all the Call of Duty that we can bring. I'm OG Sano, and this is Jake. Jake, how you feeling so far about this this series coming up, man?
I mean, this is kind of the series we've all been waiting for in the winner side of the bracket. We got the number 1 seed against the number 2 seed. These teams have battled it out multiple times. For the time being, it seems like Orglis has been the only winner of this battle here. Orglis wins most of the time against this Point Blank team, but you got to think, Susano, at one point in this battle, Point Blank might take it home at any time, and I feel like there's no better day than today after the series they had against Mindfreak.
I agree. The series that we saw from Point Blank was absolutely just a great testament to the tenacity that team brings. Just their raw power and aggression. And talking about what we're going to be going to, let's talk about our map set really quickly. As you can see below us, we're going to be going to a hardpoint on Tuscan, then a search and destroy on Bocage. Map 3 will be a control on Berlin. Then if we get to a map 4 and 5, we'll be going to a Berlin and a Tuscan. Quite an interesting map set here, Jake. I think this is possibly the most balanced one that I've seen so far. I feel like every role gets to shine in every map here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Obviously, we do have Tuscan, which is that kind of hybrid map. ARs are good at times. MP40s are good at times as well. We are going to be loading that in right now. But, the main MVP we saw from the last matchup was Limax. He was absolutely frying on that Gavutu Hardpoint and the Gavutu Control. So if he can play like he did in the last series, it's going to be a good one for Point Blank. On the other side, we haven't seen Orglis yet, but we know how good they can be with ex-pros like Luca and Shocks. So it's really going to be the battle of the juggernauts here. And off the break, it's back and forth, but Point Blank does have control for just a moment.
Yep, they have control here, and Point Blank's already getting a bit more aggressive. They're going to be pushing Orglis back out to the field. Nicely done. Limax coming in huge, and, well, you've got a bit of a rough one here because you've got Dev, who's now going to realize, hey, they are going to push me outfield. Let's get this rotation going, and that's what they do. They go towards P5. They're holding it down as much as possible, but still good time out of Point Blank. That's a 0 net gain for Orglis, and you've gotten yourself a majority there.
And the thing is, Limax is in this deep corner right now. They are going to clear him. They have an idea that he's there, but he takes down one with him. That just opens up Point Blank's ability to kind of push that back of the map. It looks like Dev is going to have a tough time here with 2 players in front of him, but the pressure is still in as the rest of Point Blank occupy that church side and top radio of the map. But Orglis winning these gunfights right now, and they need to win them if they want to fight back into this game after a tough P1. And, going to that P3, you never really want to be down because it's kind of 50-50 on how that rotation is going to go at times. Orglis looking good off the break right now, but Point Blank still retaining that lead.
Retaining the lead indeed, and 46-24 right now. Here we go. 27 seconds left on the hill. Limax going to stay down. Great play just to keep himself alive, but already Luca's getting some nades thrown at him, and oh my goodness, it's going to be Cronus who comes out big. Limax gets taken out of the sight, and it's a nice little trade-off that Orglis will come out victorious on. But looking at that rotation, Point Blank already set up and rolling here for this P3. Everybody from Orglis have yet to really pass that 50-yard line. Shocks is here looking to get Cronus, but Cronus will fight back. Fight is going to be coming in to assist, but still great rotation from the side of Point Blank. They have a good hold. That's a 3 down now.
And a big 2 kills out of Jazzin right there at that top fire area. And he plays his life as well. Restalling does take him down. Sitting at 7-4 right now, playing pretty solid for this Orglis team. But, if you're going to play solid, you got to be able to hop in that hill time as a team. Limax with a big kill onto Luca, but they do get those spawns. Rest of Point Blank at the top side of fire. And while the kills still come in for Point Blank, Orglis still have a semblance of control here.
Semblance of control. Well, you are going to have Orglis break that site for now. You see the contest come in. Fight it. Nicely done. Slides into Jazzin, but Cronus was there for the assist. And already we come back to the site, and Shocks is on a 5 spree. Very nice. He's going to be pushing aggressively with that. Luca now cleans out the field that opens up that right lane, and you can already see Limax and Cronus just ready to anticipate it. And oh, caught with a nade in his hand. Shox is here to pick up a trade potentially, but still Cronus moves back, just anchors those spawns for now, and point blank respond back in kind with a good hold.
Shox kind of at an impasse here. He wants to play those streaks, but he also wants to push toward the hill. He gets that 6-1, but the rest of Orglis pushing through that field side of the map, trying to play this corner. He gets that glide bomb, and that can be so important, but what's more important is the time on the board. Playing his life, still 1 health left to go, and still playing his life. Does end up getting taken down, but as long as point blank is off of the time, Orglis feels good about that.
Yep, there you go. And now we're going to have Limax just sliding into the site there. Nice damage, but still, they will lose this hill for now. Shox has got the glide bomb in his back pocket. That's going to be a big talking point later on when we see it open up. But still, we head over to this next hill at P5, and you see right now the verticality already being a big problem. Fight is going to be able to get a big kill onto Dev, and now Jazzin, he's just stuck here, but he still gets the kill onto Restalling and onto Fight is 71. So now he's got the aggression, he controlled the pace there, and he's got all the positioning that his team needs to have him pop off, and that's going to be a 4 streak. Already looking for Shox, but not going to be a given just yet.
And while Orglis still does have the time, that 2-piece that Jazzin did get could open up for point blank to put some pressure on this time. I mean, Limax is already here. Fida does pick up a big 2-piece, but the rest of point blank swarming around the hill, and they do get that time for now. And this final 30 seconds on this P5 can be very important. The glide bomb's still in hand, so you have a way to break that P1 for Shox, but you know, if you are point blank, you want to get as much time here as you possibly can, but don't forget that that P1 can also be a money hill the second time around.
Agreed, that P1 hold, we saw point blank have that one for a majority, and right now we've got Jazzin on it, but it looks as though he's going to be besieged here in just a second. He does see Restalling, but gets the trade for his fallen teammate. Fight is going to be coming in from the mid, and already there you go, the kill feed lining up white. Point blank stay alive here. This could be a possibility of a repeat of the first set of rotations, but man, he's got a great position here, but he's going to get naded out. Shox even throws in the glide bomb. It looks as though he's going to grab Cronus, so that is a huge wipe for the side of Orglis onto point blank.
It seems like 6 straight kills for Orglis right now. They can find themselves getting this final 35 seconds. And, you know, the cherry on top would be if they could get maybe one more wave and try to push out these spawns. The start does go the way of them. Fight is still staying alive, and that's a big 2-piece out of him. Now they have the possibility to push out those spawns, and they think there's a flip, but they don't. They're still church side. This could mean a lot for Orglis as they want to work toward that P2.
The P2 now being that objective, but still, man, just the absolute dominance that we just saw right there from Limax. He's moving really good on the map, but you got to give a big shout out to Jazzin. 20 and 16 right now, 136 to 141. Orglis have now shifted the odds in their favor, but still rotation all ready for the side of point blank. Jazzin's got the position here to stop these guys from pushing through mid. Shox is there, no effect given, so Jazzin's just grooving around. He's their point of interest right now, but the site, oh, the site gets broken. That's going to be restalling. Fida, Luca now take it out. All 3, they occupy the site. Orglis in charge here, and that is a dominant takeover.
Yeah, and they take the first solid lead for just a moment there. Obviously, it's less than 10, but, you know, when you're down for a good majority of the game, it's a fantastic morale difference to get that first lead. It looks like point blank do fight their way back in, but Orglis have that back church spawns as well. They understand that they need to push toward that next hill because they don't have a lot of time to rotate on a time like this. They send one on the rotation, and the rest of the players in player 8 are going to hit ult. Cronus does pick up Shox, but now Orglis has the rotation, so good play out of them. Shox, 21 and 11, really playing fantastic for Orglis right now.
Yeah, good plays indeed, and well, it's 175 into 156 is going to be our standard right now. Heading into this next hill, Restalling, he's just holding this top fire. He knows that he's the object of attraction for these enemies, and Shox has got 8 HP right here. He's going to slide out, and great play right there to force Cronus out of his position there with the nade, but Limax is the only one here who's going to be able to contest site. Fida comes into assist, but Restalling was able to really just lay some good shots into him. 175 to 182, and this is a great hold for Orglis.
Yeah, and they get another wave of kills on the board, so point blank going to be spawning out toward that rooftop side. The big thing, though, Limax takes down that player on the time and picks up 2. He almost gets the 3rd, but now Point Blank really shift up that hill. Now they have the rotation to New, and they kind of shut down Orglis from being able to get that scrap time. FIDA working toward this new time, and Cronus getting that scrap time. So now Point Blank very much so in control of this P4, but there's Orglis players all around them.
Their players all around and reinstalling shocks. There you go. That's a 4 down. Point Blank gets sent back to the spawn. They're going to be spawning up, though, behind the tank here or towards that mid. But now they're all going to be just conglomerating, moving around, trying to get themselves onto the site. But Orglis, impeccable work. You see right here, Jazz and Limax get a 2-piece. But Shocks and FIDA, they're still in this hill, just contesting it, not wanting to give up too much time. And, ooh, Jazz, nicely done, gets the 2. But Dev gets a bit aggressive there. They lose their position in the hill, and once again we're back at a contest here. Limax comes out huge. FIDA unfortunately does not see the angle, but he's still got the view onto Jazz, and here you go, we're just playing Ring Around the Rosies for a bit, but still Point Blank come out victorious out of that trade battle. But Luca still not wanting to give up anything just yet, goes for the contest time, and it looks as though we're only going to be allotting 11 points for the side of Point Blank for that scrap.
I mean, that P4 so back and forth. Point Blank do get very much so closer to a tie game here as Orglis still retain that lead, but Shocks in the point. He's playing fantastic, plus 12 in the KD column. Orglis still in this P5, and I mean, they could win it here, but I highly doubt it given that we all know how hard it is to hold down P4 or P5.
Yeah, P5 is that bunker hill that's just going to give you a lot of time. And well, there you go, reinstalling Shocks, coming out, getting aggressive here. Cronus, he's got Limax here to help him out. They get the first kill. That's your first step. Now they're going to be hopping in. They know that players are now just trying to get onto the side. Cronus accidentally takes out Limax with a stun, but Dev, oh my gosh, he's the one. He's setting up the play. There you go. He gets the trades, and he's going to be the one to win it, though. He's got to fight FIDA, though. FIDA is the only player that's going to be able to contest, and you look at the side of Orglis, they're already focusing that P1. You've got one player here towards the mid. That's going to be Luca, and it's going to come down to this P1 here, Jake.
Yes, it always does on this map, seemingly so close as it could possibly be. And we're at 230 as the P1 pops. And right now, it's a battle for the time, but Shocks with a big kill onto Jazzin. Now Orglis has control. Point Blank need to break now, or they're going to lose this map 1.
Point Blank is just slipping by their fingertips here, and Orglis, they hold it 240 to 230. This is possibly the closest match that we've seen. They've got everybody all in a line here. Nades going down left and right. They hold down. Nobody's going to be able to come in from Point Blank, and that's a big dub for Orglis, 250 to 230.
Very close game right there as the hill pop. Like we said, 230 to 230, and the difference maker for Orglis that time around was definitely Shocks. While KD doesn't mean everything from time to time, we saw him so often winning those very important duels. We had players like Dev on the other side and Jazzin doing what they needed to do to make those plays, but when you have Shocks 33 and 19 with an MP40, it's going to be really hard to beat that, especially on a map like Tuscan.
Yeah, there was just so many pop-out plays from the side of Orglis that Point Blank, they were a lot more teamwork-centric. We saw them try to work together a lot of these hills. You saw at the end there at that P5, you had a lot of coverage from the side of Point Blank. But Orglis, like you said, I just feel like Shocks had a much bigger impact on it than the teamwork that we saw from Point Blank. And my gosh, 250 to 230. Looking at our stats, from our last couple of matches, that is the closest that we've been, overtopping the Mind Freak Point Blank game, which was 250 to 204. This was a 20-point game. That is absolutely insane. The first and second seed showing us why they're in these positions, just going back at it left and right. And honestly, if the rotation had come in from Point Blank sooner, we definitely would have been talking about a different result here.
Another huge moment for me that I noticed in that map was when Point Blank had rotated to that P4 that they wanted. We know Church can be a hill that you can get a lot of time on if you can string those kills, but Orglis played it so perfect. They got everybody around the time, and they challenged just the perfect time. They get a clean 4 down and turn it into a solid hill for them, as opposed to maybe Point Blank being able to get some of those kills and get some solid time on the board. That changes the game completely. Now, obviously a 20-point game, so many moments in that game. And from the side of Point Blank, you know, we saw the first time around in that series against Mind Freak that Jazen was really that difference maker on Bocage Hardpoint. So when you have your fast SMG player really, you know, showing out on a map like Bocage, you kind of expect him to do the same on a map like Tuscan. Let's look at the scoreboard real quick and see those stats from the last game. In that game, you know, you had Jazen 31 and 29. He was doing what he could, but you know, Limax, Cronus, and Dev maybe struggling a little bit more than he's used to, and they find the 20-point dub for Orglis. So, you know, very close game all around, and I'm surprised that Point Blank was able to keep it that close when it seems like they got outslayed by a semi-significant portion.
Yeah, but you look at Jazen and you compare him to Shocks, that's literally a 2-kill difference. But the big one for me is the non-traded kills. Jazen only had 18, and I say only, but that's still a lot. And Shocks had 26. That is just astounding. A 3.5 amount in damage. He led the lobby in that damage. And, you know, talking about our next map right now, we're going to be heading over to a Bocage S&D. Last time we were around here with the side of Point Blank, they beat Mind Freak 6-1. Could this possibly be the regain map that they need, Jake?
It very well could be. We maybe know Mind Freak at times to be somewhat of a respawn heavy team, but you know, with the dominance that they show, 6-1, it doesn't matter if you're a respawn heavy team. That's a very significant win. So to go back onto a map you just won 6-1 on, not only are you feeling comfortable, but you're feeling confident because you kept the map one so close. Closer than the last series even. So, you know, you're going into this Bocage, you need to bounce back here. And you know, last time around the MVPs for Point Blank in that S&D were Cronus and Limax, and I expect them to perform somewhat the same here. And if they don't, you know, maybe the other players can step up a little bit. We haven't seen Orglis in an S&D yet, but you know, with the dominance they show, they have to be somewhat good. So I think it's going to be a solid one.
I think it's going to be a solid one indeed. And, you know, I'm really looking at the side of Orglis because they're positioning, you know, in times of just strife and times of just metal that they had to go against the side of Point Blank. They were much better. They were the clairvoyant players and had a much better mental. And already looking at it, here we go. Point Blank going to be throwing themselves here at the B, but a nice little triangle setup here at Nanny's. Everybody's going to be watching a sight, and already great opening kill from Restalling.
And it looked very similar to the round one they had against Mind Freak, and that time around, it doesn't work into their favor. Last time around, they got 3 kills off the bat of it, get that bomb down. Instead, the bomb gets flooded, and now they're forced to make a play. Now Limax in a 4v1 scenario. Orglis responding very well to that coordinated push.
Yep, that coordinated push, and now Limax is in this 1v4. This is a difficult scenario because the positioning out of Orglis from the beginning there was beautiful. Great shots overall, and Restalling coming back with the chow. Takes out that member Limax there. So there you go. That's going to be a very dominant round from the side of Orglis to really set up a statement for this map.
Yeah, and that was on the defensive end, so maybe Orglis, you know, at the upper hand there, they get 3. They obviously get all 4. So, you know, Point Blank going to need to bounce back here in the round 2, especially on a solid defense map like Bocage. And look at Restalling, 3 kills to his name on a 3 spree. Going to want to extend that if he can. You know, when you have a streak so early, you have a lot of time to kind of accrue that glide bomb. Play your picks, play it correctly, and don't overchow because you want to keep that streak alive.
Yep, you want to keep it alive indeed. And already, here we go. Sharks going down for the fast plant. This is beautiful. 40 seconds left. Now, Dev going to be fighting. Fida picks up the trade. Nicely done with this positioning that we talked about. Already into effect. 35 seconds left now. Restalling. He sees the angle, but almost grabs Limax as well. Fida's able to pick up the trade. Now, Cronus is your last man here. He will be able to bring it down to the 1v1. You're Luca. You got to play this smart. Just wait Cronus out. Do not get overzealous here because you ultimately are the one in charge of this time. And both sides are just going to wait it out. This is not good for Cronus. He's got to get aggressive, and that's not going to be enough time. Even if he gets the kill here, it's over. So that's going to be a round guaranteed for the side of Orglis. Luca playing the mental there. Very nicely done.
Yeah, Cronus trying to play the slow game there, maybe waiting for Luca to try to chow out that bomb site to see if he was on it. But I think Luca spotted him in that moment and knew he had him dead to right. So he didn't overchow, and a great play out of Luca. Like you said, playing the mental game, getting the second round on the board, and an offense at that. They go back on the defensive end, and we know how good they looked last time around on defense.
They looked really great on this defense. Their positioning was immaculate. Restalling had a great opening pick and really showed us the statements that he wanted to put for this map. And already we see again this side of Point Blank just heading towards this B. And already shots are going to be coming in. Dev's got 12 HP. A stun could kill him at this point, and a bit of some leaves. But Restalling, once again, with that first blood, he finds these kills and he gets them for his team. So now in a 3v4 situation, you look at that tertiary line created for the side of Orgulus, but nades are going to come out. Beautiful use of util for Jazzin and co. They get the kill, make it down to a 3v3, and they've got themselves a setup here at B.
Fida trying to play it slow on this B bomb site, knows that maybe they want to push it out. Dev maybe jumping up, but he's not ready for Fida, but takes down Fida with that MP40 crisp shots out of Dev, getting that glide bomb down, and now Orgulus in a 2v3.
Yeah, and there you go. Shox is going to be able to take out Cronus, grabs the trade for his fallen teammate, but he's got to find this kill onto Jazzin. These two subs that have been so impactful on the map, but Jazzin finds him first. And there you go. That's a first round for the side of Point Blank. Good movement to really just slow it down, play methodical, and wait for Orgulus to make a mistake. And also that util usage that we saw for that back cheetah tank there.
Yeah, I really like that double nade out of Point Blank to take Luca off of that powerful tank. Another very important kill in that round was Dev's kill onto Fida. He had that site completely locked down. If he gets that kill, completely slows down Point Blank's push. Instead, he gets him, he plants the bomb down, and then, you know, from there it was wraps. So big play out of Point Blank to get that round win. Now, Orgulus looking like they're playing a little bit more of a default round, waiting for Point Blank to make the mistake, but it doesn't look like they're opting to do so. They're waiting just as much as Orgulus is.
Yeah, this is their chance to really slow it down, get their momentum back in check, because that last round was a bit of a rough one. And so now 4v4, we're still looking towards this B. You can definitely focus this A, but you do have Limax playing the back line, but Fida's going to get aggressive here. Unfortunately, caught himself in the trap of Dev. Dev will be able to pick up the trade. Now they head their way over to A, but that bomb is down there at that corner. Cronus is not going to be checking that. So Luca just quietly but assuredly trying to get himself up there. And oh, Shox sees the Limax's head, but the heady too strong for Shox. It takes him out. Now Luca's in a 1v2 here, gets the first kill onto Cronus, and that keeps him the 1v2 alive, but he's still got 30 seconds to get this bomb down.
And he doesn't know it, but the B bomb site completely open, Point Blank calling his bluff, but he's opting to maybe go back. He's thinking about it now. They make the move onto him. Luca looking for anything he can find, but now he's going to see both Point Blank players next to him, gets taken down, ties the game up at 2-2, and a very solid defensive round out of Point Blank.
Yeah, very solid indeed. And there you go. Unfortunately, it was just too much idle time for the side of Luca. So Orgulus, they have lost these last two rounds in a row. Point Blank have really brought it back, and this is probably the best bang for the buck that they have received here on this map. They've been going back and forth Point Blank, but now they're currently on a 2-round domination. And here we go. We see this movement now going to be towards A. Very nicely done. The B play just not working out too well. But oh my goodness, you see right there, Restalling finds Cronus. That's a great movement. But still, you've got two players here towards tools. You do not want to peek them out. But it looks as though Fida might here. He's just going back and forth.
Going back and forth, Point Blank has so much real estate in this bottom grandmas. Luca does pick up one, but Dev picks up two to even things up at a 2v2. Not only making it a 2v2, but he's on a 5 streak as well. 57 seconds to work with now, which is a lot of time in a search and destroy round. Restalling and Shox completely separating up to cover both of these bomb sites, but Point Blank yet to move, waiting for Orgulus to make a mistake.
Oh, but Restalling, he shoots the shots onto Dev, but doesn't get any effect. So they've got them locked up here at Nannies. And This could be a rough situation for Shocks if he gets found out here, but he's actually going to be looking at this A-bomb. Did not see Dev and gets the kill. Just absolutely scalps him out. And so now there's 22 seconds left. Limac's going to have to go for this bomb plant right away, and Point Blank are not in a comfortable situation. 17 seconds left. No players with really any sort of streak advantage. So Limax might just, have to play this bomb plant and get it down, but I believe Shocks has now found him out, or actually looked away at the wrong time. So he gets the bomb down, can play this post plant, but they already know where he's at. So this is just counting down the timer.
Problem is both of these players so separated, but Shocks finds him right when he needs to. That could have gotten dangerous if Limax was able to maybe get one of them, because they were so, not close to each other. In a 1v2 situation, they always say to hold hands, and Orglis opting not to do so to cover both bomb sites. So, maybe putting them in kind of an unfavorable situation, but instead, Shocks takes them down. Orglis gets their 3rd round win, but I wouldn't be surprised if Point Blank takes another defense here to even it up at 3.
Yeah, this could potentially be a good round to take back if you are Point Blank, but still, Orglis, man, they stopped that 2-round domination from the side of Point Blank, so they continue on. They're on the attack now, already making their way towards A. This is a great play because the blind counter from the side of Point Blank was B, so you can get this bomb down ASAP. You can get yourself some free real estate, but that's going to be Cronus taking out Luca. Immediately opens up with the first blood, and now, like a bunch of ants present with water, they're just straggling around, not knowing what to do anymore.
Yeah, Jazen getting into that bottom barn / top barn so quickly, they weren't even expecting it. When you're making plays like that, it's really hard to react to them so quickly, especially on the defensive end. You don't expect a player like Jazen to just absolutely sprint into your bottom barn area. Instead, he gets to 4v1 scenario, and Shocks left all alone.
Yeah, but he doesn't realize the Dev's right behind him. Oh, what a great turnaround of 180 that was, but still, Point Blank, nicely done. You predicted it, Jake. You said they'd come make a comeback round, and here we are. Now 3-3, evened out.
And now it's going to be Orglis on the defensive end. And one thing I do want to say is it seems like Point Blank's offenses are a lot more maybe, aggressive and calculated from the side of Point Blank. They know the plays they want to make, and they know when to use them. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of play out of Point Blank here. But, we have seen times where they slow down, wait for Orglis to make the mistake. Now it looks like they want to take control of mid-map and maybe go toward that B site.
Yeah, B is now our objective here, and Jeff's going to be going for a fast plant. Jazen gets a nice opening nade onto Fida, so it's a 4v3. You put Orglis out of their position of comfort. It's a 2v3 now. Luca's able to take out Cronus after that trade onto restalling, and Luca, he's going to get found out by Limax, and now it looks as though Point Blank has that comfort level again. They're back at it, and with Shocks being the last member here, he's just clueless, does not know where any player is, so Point Blank take it back.
And that could be a huge round here. They get that offensive momentum. Dev sees that shadow. He says, I got you, son, and he takes him down. So now, Point Blank on the defensive end yet again. Interested to see if they get sort of aggressive here. We've seen that out of them on the defensive end in the past, and it kind of catches Orglis off guard from time to time. Another thing I like to see out of Point Blank is not a lot of crazy slaying from them. All the team kind of even here. You have Dev at 7, but, Limax not far behind with 4. So interested to see how they play this one here. Orglis really need this round here.
They do. They need this round, and they lost that round 7 dagger round, and already here we go, 4-3. Jazen's going to be hanging out here towards the top plat and not going to be getting any information just yet. Orglis, I think they've realized, hey, this A site is free, but you've still got to worry about Dev, who's currently hiding out right now between the site and could definitely react upon the info of hearing them slide around. But still, there you go. Dev, nicely done. Takes out Restalling, watching through the cracks of the breakable. Takes him out. Shocks picks up the bomb, but now Jazen is over in this corner, so nades are going to be coming down, and Shocks, oh my gosh, just gets absolutely hailed on with 9 HP remaining, but it's 3v3. They equal it out by taking out Limax.
And the problem is with the positions of these players, you have Dev, who completely has that A bomb site. Player 1 and player 3 both taking care of that B site. Dev can chow at any moment, and he picks the perfect time to do so. Shocks gets taken down. Now a 3v2 situation, 22 seconds left, and they're going to have to get that bomb.
Yeah, the bomb plant needs to happen right now, but Jazen's going to hop out, but no, Fida looks away at the wrong time. And there you go. Jazen now puts themselves at the match point.
Yeah, we are at the 5-3 mark, which does feel, it obviously is the match point. Point Blank can definitely win this game right here with just one round, but we know how the 5-3 deficits go. Orglis definitely have a way to win this game right here. We've seen 5-3 comebacks time and time again, and with Orglis starting on the defensive end, this could bode well for them here.
This could indeed. And well, here we go already now, 4-4 here in terms of our lives. We move over towards A. The blind counter going to be coming in. We saw that positioning early on. Dev, he breaks open the door, but he's not going to give in just yet. Nice little bait, but he will get found out. He slides onto Restalling. Sharks get taken out as well, and Fida blinks and realizes, oh my goodness, I am in a 1v4. So I think we could definitely just wrap the bow onto this match. And looking at it right now, Fida's just going to jump out towards mid, lose his life, and Point Blank now come back with their own map, now put it to a 1-1.
Yeah, Point Blank yet again showing their dominance on the Bocage S&D. Their offenses are fantastic. They know what they want to do, and that really sets them apart from these other teams here. The defenses, they can be kind of, understandable at times, kind of linear. We see teams playing the same way, a lot of these defenses, but, offense, we don't get to see a lot of different looks from different teams, and we were seeing that a lot there from Point Blank. In that 3-3 round, we saw them push toward that B bomb site, which is not something we see, all too often. And the way they did it was very different as well. So they know who they're playing against. They know their tendencies, and they're really using that to their advantage here, especially in that Bocage S&D.
Yeah, and this was their comfort pick. We saw last time around here going up against Mind Freak, they beat them 6-1. So just a 2-round differential, not a problem at all. And now we're going to be heading over to Berlin for our control, which, begs the question now. So are we going to see a repeat of last time where Point Blank just lost that first HP by, a less than 50-point game? And now they bring it back in the Bocage S&D. And we've got Berlin for these next two maps until map 4. And man, this is looking like a great recipe for the side of Point Blank.
Yeah, one thing about Point Blank and that control is it wasn't just pure gunny that they were winning by. They were making a lot of good plays. Obviously, the one that stands out being Limax with that big 3-piece at P1 after, with the trigger discipline on that player P1. But, when you're making plays like that, it's definitely, you can apply that to a map like Berlin. You can get into those fire areas and find those spawn kills. You can just maneuver your way around the map in any way you like, and you can get those offensive round wins, which are very possible on a map like Berlin. So very excited to see how Point Blank plays it, but I can't doubt that Orglis isn't fantastic at Berlin control as well, because we've seen how they've performed in these tournaments.
We definitely haven't. So with that, we're going to be taking a short break. We'll be back in just a bit. We'll be getting ready for our control on Berlin. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now hopped in, ready to go. Map 3 now in effect. Both teams at a 1-to-1 status, and Point Blank coming off the momentum there. And nice shots indeed. We get some good movements from, you see right there, Dev, but it is already off to the races. But it looks as though we were trying to have a bit of an A hit, but that did not work out. So we go back to B.
Cronus maybe playing a sneaky play here at the backfire area. Not sure if he's waiting for a player to re-wrap or if he's wanting to push through Limax. Picks up Luca, which is good for the B hold right now. Looks like they might be able to cap this without any sort of congestion here, which could bode well for them. They'll have a lot of time left, but maybe too many kills to get, as, you know, 27 kills is a lot to get in just 2 minutes.
It is indeed. And well, there you go. 24 to 26 right now. They're already focusing this B site, and looks as though we're going to get that common characteristic of these maps on this Berlin. They grab you right away, and they've got to focus this A, and it starts with getting these spawns in control.
Yeah, and it looks like Point Blank pushing toward that fire side, but you have player 8 in Shocks who is ready for it, will be ready to call out for his teammates, and there is a coordinated push coming through, trying to pinch their way onto the A point here, and I like the play out of them, but the first blood going the way of Orgless.
There you go. Yep, going into their way, and now we have this movement towards A. Luca's going to be hopping in, tries to contest the site for a bit, but Cronus does not turn around in time, but Limax is able to get the 2-piece there. And there you go. That is the recipe they needed. They're pushing these players back. You see Shocks just getting the kill on the flank, but still, they stack the site. They're holding it down, and my gosh, they're doing it. They are putting them in the blender. Fight is going to get taken down. That's Limax and Jason. Oh my gosh, and there you go. They take this offensive round in such a dominant manner.
Very fast offensive round out of Point Blank right there, and that is the risk you run when you give up B so quickly. Orgless don't put any sort of contest onto that B point and play for the spawn trap instead. But once Point Blank push toward that fire side of the map, work that pinch on the hill, even if they pick up 2, they're getting on that point. So now Limax on a 5, 6 ticks to Point Blank's name. Orgless really have to put on a good showing in one of these offensive rounds because they're fighting from the back foot right now.
They are, and already with Point Blank having that offensive win, this is great. And now Orgless, Dev, nicely done with the 2-piece, clears out, but Luca's information has been given. They know where he's at. Jason's going to be trying to kill Luca right here, but oh my goodness, and he does. He gets the angle on him. So now Cronus clears out Fida, and you've cleared out everybody within ticket station there. Now Shock's going to be coming into pillars, trying to take out Limax, which he does. There you go, but still, he's got to worry about 2 players behind him, and he's got the spawns to worry about, but Jason just takes him out. 26 to 24. We focus towards B right now from Orgless, but still just beautiful defense coming out of Point Blank.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, only a 1 life lead for them, but they burned some of that time that they wanted. It looks like they might want to fight for this B point as well. Limax making his play toward that time, but Fida takes him down. Now, at this point, you got to expect they're going to give this up. Work for that A hold, similar to what Orgless did here, but just with a little bit less time on the clock. But you know, we were talking about how risky that can be at times, but you got to expect Orgless to be able to, you know, kind of fight their way in here. I'm interested to see how Point Blank plays this one.
I'm interested too, and you see right there from the spawns, they come in. That's going to be Jason just grabbing the first kill right there. Fida gets taken out as well. And there you go. You've now dismantled their push. You leave Luca by himself here. Cronus takes him out with the help of Jason, and there you go. That is just pushing them back to the spawns, getting them under control. A minute 24. The lives are just at a 1 life differential. This is a great play from the side of Point Blank, but they get a little overzealous there. They lose Jason, but Limax now has the MP40 in hand, gets the kill into restalling. That's huge. Stops that 2-sided push, and now you can focus them back into this corralling.
But all it takes is 1 good push out of Orgless to get onto this point. But with the way that Point Blank is shooting, it might be tough to even get into this train area. The way we saw Point Blank did it was they pushed through fire. This time around, Orgless keep on working this train side area. They're getting some trades, but they're not finding any solid control here onto this A point. They still have players holding their sights, holding their lines, and 40 seconds left to go. The time is dwindling quick, and the kills keep going the way of Point Blank.
Yeah, this is great positioning out of them. They've won a lot of crucial ones. Luca's going to hop in here to stop the time for now. Dev's on the hunt, and he takes him out. So they immediately resumes the timer. 28 seconds left. They have yet to grab any tick on this side. And Stalling throws the nade to clear it out, but it actually works against them. So he's going to have to reach out towards the side with his teammate. Jason's getting some kills, and already there you go. Fight over Stalling. They come into the site, and it looks as though they all have the angles. Dev, though, he's still playing towards this top cabinet. Not going to be giving his life up just yet, and he peeks out perfectly timed. Nobody's going to be able to contest the hill just yet. It shocks, but he gets taken out. So there you go. That's a beautiful defense from the side of Point Blank. They grant themselves a 2-0 status now.
Yeah, and after trading both offenses, Point Blank not only up 2-0 in the map, also up 3 ticks. So even if Orglis come back into this game, they're going to have to fight from that tick deficit that they just dug themselves right there. So this is very similar to the control we watched against Mind Freak on Gavutu, where Point Blank start up 2-0, maybe a little bit less dominant slang wise, but 2-0 paints the picture very well. Now on the offensive end, can they replicate what they did in the round 1, or will Orglis be able to fight back?
Well, you already see right now, here comes the big ballroom blitz. They're both sides, all 4 pushing in. Fida gets the 2-piece right there. Ooh. Grabs the 3rd. Unfortunately, gets taken out, but still, that's a 4 down. Now, once again, you lose that strat right away, and you got to go towards B. But Shox has the angle. He sees Dev, throws out a stun, and unfortunately lets them all pass on. So they're going to be in this B site now, but it looks as though Orglis are actually going to go for a contestation here, but still, it does not work. Fida, though, we saw him get that 3-piece right at the beginning, already aggressively into the sites, but still loses his life, and B is now going to be a big control point for the side of Point Blank.
Yeah, Point Blank holding on to that B point, very similar to what we saw in the round 1, but kills somewhat going the way of Orglis right now, up 3 lives right now as the kills go back and forth, but Limax holding down that long lane so well. Dev able to take down Fight after he picks up a big 2-piece, but the second tick comes in, and you got to think the 3rd should come in soon. They probably chalk this point, hold on to that A site, and maybe see if their spawn trap works in their favor this time around.
Yeah, and there you go right there. That's how you do it. You take out these players who are positioned to hold your spawn against you. They take each and every one of them out, from Fida to Luca. Now they have this lane open. They can move in. Shox is hiding in, but Limax saw him through the movement. Jason's going to be able to come in. And now you've got all these players focused up, and Dev comes in from the back, and there you go. You force them back into their spawn. This is exactly what we saw like last time, but this time around, Limax is the only player to contest. Stuns are going to be coming in. Nades as well. He's just going to need to stay up here and hold the time, but looks as though he will be able to take out Fida with him. But Dev and Co, they spawn back in just in time. But Luca, comes in with a strong 2-piece, and they were not able to grab the first tick at all.
2 very important multi-kills out of Orglis right there. Shox with a big 2 to shut down the push. Luca with the 3 to really hold that point in to its completion. I mean, Point Blank right here trying to push their way back in, but only 10 lives remain for them. They are very close to the life count here. They found their way onto the point, but player 8, player 7 still working here, and Dev is all alone.
He is, and it's just what's been happening lately. They're like literally 1 off of that tick, and then they lose their lives. But talking about the time, they've got 1:10, and it's 8-6. Then they are much better in the slaying department right now. Jason grabs 3 right there with the help of Limax, and there you go. That's going to be the site given to them, and already the 4 stack comes in. We're losing this site like jambalaya. It's coming out crazy, and there you go. The contestant comes in. They're going to have to fight for the site, but it's no problem. Point Blank, they take this attack and equal them out to a 3-0 victory here.
I mean, 2 very fast, dominant control rounds out of Point Blank. Winning 3-0 in control is very good in the first place, but to win it with 2 offenses in your favor is very hard to do. Point Blank not even slaying that much in their favor. It was the plays they made. Obviously, Limax 22 and 15, but the rest of the players near even. They must have played that very well as a team. They know that map, and they like how they play it together. So, we saw it there right in front of our eyes. They must know how Orglis tends to play that map, because every time they tried to set up a spawn trap, it was not working.
And something to notate here, this is literally a repeat of that last series against Mind Freak. They come up short by just a little bit here on the Tuscan Hardpoint. They are 230 to 250. Then they went over to the Bocage S&D 6-3, and now take over the Berlin Control 3-0 dominantly. Let's look at the stats at this Berlin, because my gosh, was it a big talking point. Point blank all across the board. Everybody clocking in to help out. You see right there, Limax 22 and 15. A lot of the times he was there with Dev, just grabbing those spawn kills and making them feel that effect of just a tsunami, just drowning them. Orglis, unfortunately, you see right here, restalling 8 and 17. He was receiving the brute hits of that Limax and Dev pushes. Shoxon did not pop off as much as he would like to. And Fida, well, he was 20 and 17. We saw a lot of the times he would get one, immediately grab a second. And at the beginning of those rounds, those were huge 2-3 pieces that he had that kept the team alive. But even then, they denied that A site, but still, we went over to B with point blank, and they took those sites and just gradually made their way back and put Orglis back in those spawn traps.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out here is Limax with 14 offense kills on the board. Obviously, they had more offensive situations than Orglis because they had 2, Orglis had 1, but 14 offense kills can really make the difference at any point. You're more than pulling your weight there when it comes to playing as the team. Limax with 6 tiers of progression as well to his name. So, you know, he was really doing what he needed to do with that AR, and you got to think he might be doing more of the same here on Berlin Hardpoint.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be seeing a lot more of Limax and his teammates just pop off here on this Berlin. We talk about that recency bias of the map. They did absolutely phenomenal. They knew every nook and cranny where Orglis were going to play, and they had it from the get-go. You saw so many times where Orglis were just left dumbfounded because they were not able to just bring it back in the sense that they wanted. There were so many times where we saw point blank just influence the sites, put their positions there, and you were not able to come back into the sense of Orglis. So now as we head over to this hard point where rotations are going to be a huge point of conversation, you know, we talk a little bit about that Tuscan. It was 250 to 230, Jake. It was literally just one hill away, half a hill at that, to get them that dub.
Yeah, and we're seeing here that the maps that Point Blank can really succeed on are the maps where their ARs can play fantastic. You know, Gavutu, really their strong suit in that last series. Obviously, S&D Bocage, they're winning all of those. Now we see a 3 on Berlin. We got to think the same. Hey, maybe, you know, these AR maps are really favoring them here in these series. And, you know, now you got to think maybe they win this hard point here, similar to how they won that hard point last series around. And just a reminder that this is the winners finals here. The winner of this goes to the grand finals. And, you know, you want to be on the winner side if you have a shot at that LCQ victory. I mean, this is for all the marbles here, and Point Blank are playing like it right now.
And it's just been so prevalent in the way that they've played that, yeah, you can tell they have their hearts on their sleeves, their passion in their minds, and everything they do in their actions has just catapulting them to that grand finals. Because remember, the winner of this winners final will be stamping their ticket to the grand finals. A little bit of a bracket update real quick. I know we don't have the screen ready, but Void Collective did win their losers round 2 there against Kingsman ESC. So now they're waiting in, you know, in the losers round 3 for the outcome of Mind Freak versus Future Comp. So we could potentially see a rematch in that instance. But my gosh, it is now going to be time for us to hop into this Berlin. It's do or die time for Orglis. If not, they're going to be hopping into the lower bracket. So let's see what we get, because already we're off to the races and both sides already getting aggressive here.
Yeah, and the one player I want to see really step it up here in this Berlin Hardpoint is, in my opinion, Luca. He's been being that AR player for this Orglis team, and if he can really fry like Shox did in that map 1, they can find victory here. But Point Blank off to a good start on the bad side of P1.
Yep, great start indeed, and that's 13 seconds already granted to them. Every player from the side of Orglis spawn up towards Statue, and right there, Luca grabs the kill into Jazz and grabs the MP40 for some close quarters, but Cronus takes out Shox. Fida comes in for the trade, and restalling, he's got Limax's number. He knows where he's at, but still, Jazz is able to come in for the trade. 30-3, Jake. What a great start to this hill, and they even clear it out. Look at the rotation. You've got Limax already ready to roll, but Restalling's going to be able to stay alive here towards P5 broken.
Yeah, and with Limax making his way over toward this dice area, it could mean a lot for this Point Blank team. They can really put a lot of pressure on that hill right now, as there's only 2 Orgless players there. The setup is there for Orgless. Jazzen trying to sneak his way in. He is able to get one, but the rest of Point Blank not ready for the trades. Limax still making those plays onto the point, but as FIDA takes him down, the push restarts for Point Blank, and it looks a little staggered here as Cronus gets here first.
Yeah, Cronus will get there, but unfortunately loses his life. Limax gets the big kill after restalling. Jazzen as well. Now they know there's only 2 players left here towards the site, but oh, Limax gets cameraed by Luca, and still Jazzen will unfortunately lose that fight to Luca. So Dev's going to be trying to play some damage control here. Unfortunately gets caught on the stairwell by restalling. What a great comeback of a hill for the side of Orgless, but already the rotation for this P3, this is such a money hill, so much money around it that you could get yourself catapulted to a great lead. And already with it just being a 11-point game, this is going to be a good one for Point Blank.
And while Point Blank does have the rotation to this hill, Orgless definitely is pressuring that dock side of the map. Jazzen picked up one on the FIDA, which could mean a lot, but Shox allows his way to get into that fire area, and we know how important fire can be in this P3 zone. So now Orgless have an opportunity to maybe find their way into this point, especially when Shox is popping 2 pieces, allowing his teammate to gain movement on the map.
Yep, already the movement in, and there you go. Luca, nicely done, cleans out 2, but unfortunately Jazzen's going to be there for the response. You see number 8 and 6, that's going to be Shox and FIDA trying to get into the site. Shox is moving in, but he will find 2 players hanging out towards the windowsills, takes them out. Cronus nice as well. And there you go. That's going to be a good amount of scrap time for the side of Point Blank, but Orgless already ready to go here towards this new hill. And Dev, he's got just a devious positioner here. Unfortunately for Shox, though, they know where he's at, so he's going to be able to grab the kill there, but Restalling grabs the trade. Still, the effect has been given. There's only 1 player on site, potentially. Cronus now looking towards the top of the station, but gets the kill, unfortunately, onto him, so Luca keeps his team alive.
And now, Point Blank spawning very far away on this P4. Luca does get taken down, and Cronus finds one onto Restalling, so the control kind of losing here as Shox picks up another, but now it's going to be FIDA all alone on the hill, and Point Blank just absolutely pummel their way onto the point. The contention is still somewhat there by Orgless, but, you know, not getting as much time as you maybe wanted to, but at the same time, P4 not really a hill you can turn into a money hill a lot of the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of contention and just a big amount of contention as well heading into this P5, but still, they hold Point Blank and they grab just a great amount of time for them. You're going to see right here, the last 7 seconds were trying to be grabbed for the side of Orgless, but every second matters heading into this contest hill on P5. For the side of Point Blank, you can tell the priority is in the way of their movements, and already we come to this contestation hill, and Dev, he's just waiting for these guys to try and get aggressive here. Maybe try to hold for the new hill, but oh, it's Luca who takes him out.
Yeah, and they're ready for the P5 as well, and if they can just get some solid time here, they could, you know, find themselves back to a tie game maybe, but with the nades in this game, we know how tough it can be to hold that P5, so Limax takes down Restalling, backs his way off, wants to play his life, wait for his teammate to help out his control, and he gets with Dev, he gets with Jazzen, and now they want to contest this hill, but with the kills going the way of Orgless, this may not be going the way they expected it to.
It's not exactly the best outcome for the side of Point Blank right now. Each one of these players keep getting taken out. Usually we see a contestation of 15 points for both sides here, but right now Orgless are just running the game. They get a majority of this time. Slide in, that's Jazzen, who unfortunately loses his life, but we got to focus on P1, and look at that spawn from Cronus. Him and Jazzen get the close-up spawn, so they can already fortify this site, and there you go. Dev comes in to assist as well. He grabs 2. That's huge. Now there's only 2 players going to try and contest this. You look at Dev, they're focusing on him. That's great buffer time. So the side of Point Blank keep their lead for now.
And we saw how much time the Point Blank got the first time around on this P1. Let's see if they can replicate it here to gain, you know, kind of a sizable lead if they do so. Player 8 trying to sneak his way around, but the rest of Orgless pushing in through that train side, and they find the kills. Now Cronus and Dev all alone in that fireside waiting for their teammates, but the spawn trap most definitely in. If they can't find a route here, it's going to be hard for them to fight their way back on the hill, especially with Luca at 20 and 12.
He is having a good map indeed, and right now, you see only a 12-point difference in the game. Restalling's going to be helping out the side. They get aggressive here. looking for this P2 rotation. He's got to cut them off, but it's going to be, unfortunately for him, Jazzin who finds his kill immediately. Shocks, nicely done, pulls out the AR. Interesting pick. He's going to try and be a little bit more helpful here on the map, which, I mean, 15 and 14, that's not bad at all, but still, already 7-point game, point blank, have control of the hill. Nobody is in sight for Orglis to really make a contestation. They spawn up top fire, and now they're making their way over, which is a good besiegement, but still, you got to take these guys out one by one because there's a huge 3-stack in there.
A very interesting moment out of Orglis. They pushed through that train side to try to get those spawns for the P3, and they definitely did so. They retained those spawns, but now they're giving up a lot of this time on the P2, and if you're doing that, you really need to get a lot of time on the P3, so we'll see that in 25 seconds, but for now, they're still trying to contest this hill, and the kills keep going the way of Point Blank as Limax and Cronus, they combo for 2, and for the last 16 seconds, they're going to be able to just hang out in the hill.
And you do see Fighter try to get aggressive there. He does get one opening kill for Jazzin, and there you go, Limax taking him out with the stun, but a good majority of points for that last hill. Going to the side of Point Blank, 194 to 153 is going to be our stat line heading into this hill, and already we look to break the dock side, but still no kills for Point Blank, and right now Orglis are sitting comfortably in this site.
They invested in their ability to hold this P3, and they're showing why they did so, picking up a lot of time here. And with 40 seconds left to go, if they keep working like this, they could definitely find themselves a lead here. But Point Blank sneaking their way into that fireside fight is still here, though. Jasmine with the big kill picks up a huge 2, and now Point Blank bursts their way back in.
If we look at the spawns, it's still for the side of Orglis. So they hop in, and Shocks, unfortunately, it's a 50-50 check there to try and grab one player. But right now, the contestation just comes in. Still, they will not be able to break the lead. So that was a good contestation right there from the side of Point Blank. They have done pretty well on this P4 right here. And already we see the setup. Limax getting towards the top roof. Jazzin, he knows that he's got 2 players here, but unfortunately does not check his back. So that's restalling, able to take him off rotation. And they could win off of this hill if they hold majority.
Oh, and he picks up Luca as well on the P5 side. That kind of shuts down the push because you don't have your main AR looking over you. Restalling does pick up Jazzin, but they're playing it slow, waiting for the right time to push, but they're set up perfectly to hold this hill. And, you know, if they do this, they could definitely win on this hill. Orglis is fighting their way back in, but you're going to have to work through Cronus, and Luca very well does so, but the spawn's still there for Point Blank.
Yep, spawns are still here, and you will not be able to break the lead if you are Orglis here with this hill, but Point Blank, I know they're not going to want to give majority of the rest of this scrap time in, and they go nice shots from Jazzin. That opens up the opportunity. That's going to put them at a 236 to 208 as we hop into this P5, and already we look towards the rotation. You need to win off here. The P1 rotation is not a friendly one for the side that comes out on top of that P4.
The one thing to remember is that Orglis had a fantastic P5 the first time around. Didn't let Point Blank get a lot of time here, but already, look, it's a bad start for them. They go 2 down. Luca gets taken down as well. They find their way back in the hill, and they're almost 10 points away from victory.
Yep, 10 points away, and there you go, 240 to 214 right now. Nobody's going to be able to get onto the hill. There's only one player left. That's going to be Luca. Luca stuck towards the statue, and that's going to be it. Nobody's in the hill, and Point Blank, the number 2 seed, they take it in a 3-1 victory with a 250 to 214.
And Point Blank do exactly what they did last series around, like you said. They lose the first hard point, but they learn from that. They adapt, and they rattle off the next 3 with huge strength, and yet again off the back of Limax sitting at 30 and 22. The guy was playing fantastic with the AR the entire time around, and they're going to the grand finals, Susano. That is a huge win for Point Blank, and they could find their way into this Challengers Champs if they keep playing like that. They looked dominant there.
That was beautiful gameplay from the side of Point Blank. So many times did we see them go in with a loss to not only keep their chin up and their mental ready to roll. That is just beautifully done. Let's talk about the stats real quick for this map because Point Blank, my gosh, did they have a game on their hands. Looking at it right off the bat, there's a lot of mixed out KDs, but Limax 30 and 22 with 19 kills. And you look at the objective kills right now, Jazzin with 10 and Limax with 9. They were just clocking in, both of them doing a lot of damage. And you talk a little bit about here real quick, Jake, with Luca, who was 27 and 22. His death there on that P5 was literally the game factor.
Yeah, because it completely shut down their push there. I mean, Point Blank goes from maybe having to fight off a push that could really very easily break their time and break their spawn, but instead the big kill onto Luca P5, especially since he was the X factor there in that game, 27 and 22, that really changes everything for the game, and it's just one kill. That's how Call of Duty is, Susana. Just like that, one kill can really make the difference in a victory of a 35-point win.
Yep, beautifully done. Let's talk about our roadmap real quick for tonight because what a game series it was. We started out in a Tuscan Hardpoint. Orglis came out victorious there with a 250 to 230. Then we went to Bocage S&D where we saw the turn up from Point Blank 6-3. Then we went over to a dominant Berlin 3-0. Then we ended off at a Berlin 250 to 214 HP.
Yeah, and Point Blank really showing why they're the second seed in this tournament. They've been having maybe some struggles in the past cups, finding that first place, but right now they've put themselves in a fantastic position to win this whole thing, especially if we look at the bracket right now. Let's take a look at it and see what we got ahead of us in this tournament. We got Point Blank taking that winner's side, so they will be moving on to the grand finals, and they're going to be coming from that winner's side as well. So now it's going to be Orglis down there in the loser's side of the bracket, and they're waiting to see the matchup between Void Collective and Mind Freak. And the top 4 seeds still in it, Susano. What else did we expect here?
Man, I gotta say, I am so excited to watch that. I know we won't be casting it, but that Mind Freak and Void Collective game, just the absolute, just crazy scenario that we're gonna see there. But unfortunately, it was FutureCom who got taken out there, so we will not be able to see the rematch. But yeah, the top 4 are still in it. Orglis now in the losers final there, so they'll be sitting comfortably waiting for the ending of that match. But whew, man, what a night it has been, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. We had some amazing matches to cast, 3 so far, and they've all been great. So that's the kind of content that the LCQ brings to us. All these teams battling for their spot at Challengers Champs. We all know they want it more than anything, and it's been fantastic so far, and it's not over yet, Susano. We still got the rest of the night of APAC Call of Duty to watch.
Yep, we unfortunately will be going out tonight. So this was our last broadcast. So we enjoy each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, from the APAC region, watching and having fun with us here tonight. We will be switching out with Seymour and Cruisin'. So make sure you show them the same love that you gave us because, man, they are going to bring the hype to the ending of this APAC LCQ. So many storylines going into this one. Jake, you want to say anything before we head off, man?
Yeah, just shout out to everybody in the stream right now. This LCQ is absolutely going crazy right now. So, you're watching some fantastic Call of Duty and, glad that we could cast it tonight for you. I had a great time with you, Susano. And, I felt like, this is just the beginning of the LCQ weekend that we're about to witness.
Yep, plenty of matches going on tonight and into tomorrow. So many players here putting their passion out and their hearts on their sleeve. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. We'll be going to a quick break as we get this caster switch going into it. With that saying, you guys have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the matches, and we'll be seeing you all very soon.
Welcome back to the LCQ for your Call of Duty Challengers APAC region. My name is Seymour and Cruz alongside me. We're jumping in to take over for the rest of the night. We got lower finals and grand finals to look at because we're not going to get a look at the lower round 3. Void Collective decided to forfeit against Mind Freak. So Mind Freak moves on now, Jesse, to play Orglis. And these two teams going up against each other to see who's going to get a rematch against Point Break later.
Going up against each other, not for the first time this year. Let's be honest here. I mean, these teams, they've been battling it out all year long. I've been missing casting my APAC region. I love the APAC boys. It's been a long time since I've gotten a cast over these guys. I think it's been back to like, what, couple 1 or 2 since we've been, in the booth together getting a cast over the APAC region. I am just so excited to get back into it. And I mean, I love both these teams. Both of them have been playing so well throughout this entire season. And honestly, so many tournaments this year where you have Orglis #1, Mind Freak #2 throughout a lot of the cups. And I mean, it's just so fitting that we're going to get them here in our losers final here today.
Oh, for sure. And there's so much online, Jesse, just seeing who's going to exit the APAC region, qualify for champs in LA, go to North America to play up against the other best teams in Challengers to finally see who is going to be the first ever international Challengers champion since the formation of the CDL. I mean, the chance to just have that opportunity for these teams is insane. I mean, it's been a long ride from Challengers for the past 3 years, a lot of ups and downs. And, right now, just having the opportunity to crown an international champion, I mean, that's just a crazy thought.
It's a really exciting time. And then even like we are kind of talking about earlier in the green room, if you just even qualify out of this tournament here today, you're guaranteed $5,000 just for making it to Challengers champs. That's a lot of money that's going to be going into your back pocket, and you're absolutely going to take that every day of the week, especially just with how things have been this year. Like that we want to see Challengers grow, we want to see Challengers succeed, and we're in a great spot right now for it to do so. And I'm very, very excited to see this APAC, the conclusion of this APAC finals.
I know, folks, and as am I, Jesse. But folks, as you heard when I opened up the stream, Void Collective did forfeit in that lower round 3. So we move on to the lower finals, and now, Jesse, we are potentially two best of 5s away from seeing who's going to qualify here from APAC. Only one team can make it on, and we got Orglis and Mind Freak to see who is going to get that rematch against Point Blank inside of that grand finals matchup. A double best of 5 for these two teams to move out of lowers as well. So a lot of Vanguard is going to have to be played between these last 3 teams in the next little bit. But let's talk about the series right now, because Orglis versus Mind Freak. We got Bocage, Berlin, Tuscan, Berlin, and Bocage. Jesse, how you feeling about that map set?
It's an interesting one, right? Because both these teams kind of got smoked by Point Blank on that Bocage Search and Destroy as that map #2. And then also Point Blank was able to beat both of them on 2 different hardpoint maps, on the Gavutu Hardpoint versus Mind Freak and the Berlin Hardpoint versus Orglis. So I think it's going to be an interesting one. I feel like both teams kind of got beat up by Point Blank a little bit inside of their first game. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see how this goes in. But I mean, if history has anything to repeat with itself, Orglis has kind of had Mind Freak's number all year long.
No, for sure. And Orglis is not the team we expected to be in this lower final. I mean, Point Blank came out firing. And, a little bit of revenge for, Jacid, who used to play for this Orglis roster as well, Jesse. And now Orglis need to find some revenge of themselves. First, need to get through Mind Freak, and it's all going to start here on Bocage. Map #1, lower finals. Let's get into it. 11-1 to open things up. Playing for the rotations will be Orglis as Luca trying to anchor things down. But you can see Mind Freak playing this from the front, playing it very slow. Crimza and Nimble are going to find 2 to open it up, looking to overwhelm Luca in the back line. But it doesn't look like Crimza really wants to dedicate himself, because Sets has it done.
It's really unfortunate for Orglis, too, because they did have those initial spawns in the back, and they did have the initial left side spawns, but they got that wipe right off the rip, got those initial 11 seconds. Everybody pushed a little bit too far forward into Grandma's and flipped the spawns. Mind Freak has never looked back since. They're still holding on to them, and now getting a good chunk of time here at P2. They've got the setup that they want. They've got Mind Freak kind of spawning out towards Grandma's, but Mind Freak on the front line, they're starting to make their way in.
Yes, they are holding things down. Zeppa be watching over the shoulder of his teammates as they wipe the first wave of Orglis players. 28 seconds to pick up. Beautiful nade from Fighter, and a double down on the Zeppa as well. So Break's going to be there. Sets is going to get caught by Luca, so full wipe of Mind Freak players. And the full setup now of Orglis on the site, Jesse. Mind Freak's not in a great position. You can see how far they're spawning out. They're going to have to give up this time and look at the rotation.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to just full give this up, try to get over towards Grandma's house, but they all fall down in succession. Only one player left up in the middle of the map. It's going to be Zeppa. Zeppa will also fall as well, and that is just not a great situation now to be in for Mind Freak. You're going to be down 10 seconds, and you're going to have to go over to Orglis, who is set up with a full setup here inside of Grandma's house.
Take out the first line of defense. Find the opening onto Restalling. Now the nades are going to spam out. Luca zones him out of the sight, but he goes right up close to the MP40, breaks back into Grandma's Jesse, and Mind Freak, they cannot step into this Grandma's Hill safely.
Luca's having a start and a half to the game right now. 5 in a row, possibly looking to find some streaks here. All his teammates, unfortunately, falling around him, though, so going to have to play really smart to find this 6th. Unfortunately, the car will blow up, and the streaks will end right there. Not able to find it. You've got Mind Freak fighting in from the front right now, but Orglis, they should be able to get back in. Should be able to at least contest to the back a little bit of this time, and everybody's going to be looking towards Barn Hill.
I think if you're Mind Freak, at least you're only down 40 after that. You need to get this initial time over towards Barn, but unfortunately, you're getting flipped out back over towards P3, Jesse. So they're going to have to chalk that Grandma's Hill, see if they can find the first wave and wave white, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to get out of the Grandma's safely. You see Restalling holding off the line, able to find one onto Ed Nimble, finally dropped out of Crimson. The trades are going to be there, but look at Shock on the flank, gets back into the hill, breaks the contention, and now locking down the time still for Orglis.
And let's not forget that this was the map that Mind Freak was able to take against Point Blank, the only map that they were able to take against Point Blank. So this is kind of one that you would say for Mind Freak, this is kind of needed to be one map, just going up against Orglis. Start the series off right. Give yourselves the best opportunity to be able to win. But so far, I mean, they have not done a great job of controlling the spawns late inside a lot of these games. They're just, late inside a lot of the hills, I should say. They're losing out on a lot of the gunfights that are losing them a good chunk of time in a lot of these hills. But you know what? They'll get the back 10 seconds here. But now they need to win this rotation over towards New. Sets will be the first person here, but he's going to be the only person here. Everybody else on Mind Freak still over at Barn.
Taking their sweet time for the rotation and find out will catch out. Sets looking the wrong way. It's 3 down in the feed for Mind Freak. Orglis looking to now rotate and set up. This hill 5, it could be a killer, Jesse, if Mind Freak can't break in. So there's a lot of time going to be picked up here from Orglis, and now Mind Freak looking to break in from the top side of the map. Unfortunately for them, it's going to be 2 down as Luca and Shock's going to line them up. Crimza will have the answer back, but still time flowing in favor of Orglis. Finally, 1 hops off the site, so nobody going to be picking up for now. A few kills go the way of Mind Freak. Off the respawn, though, you will see Orglis get back into things quick as could be, as Mind Freak will find the break for a few seconds, but those quick respawns for Orglis keeping things steady in their favor. You can see Luca looking to lead the charge back in. Mind Freak contesting 16 seconds to fight for here, and if you're Mind Freak, you cannot flip things out. You cannot get over aggressive.
No, you absolutely can't. You need to be able to hold this one from the front, stop Orglis from being able to get inside of this new hill, and try to keep them pinned in the back of Grandma's just to get a good chunk of time here at the end of this hill and towards the start of P1 once again. I know spawns on Bocage, they're crazy. They will flip like crazy as well, but you definitely just need to try to hold that down for yourself. And you know what, so far not doing a terrible job, but finally Orglis from the front of Grandma's, they'll start to fight their way out and maybe even start trying to look to push forward and flip these spawns for P2.
I mean, Jesse, not a horrible first half for Mind Freak. I mean, yes, they're down, but I mean, with the amount of time
could be a lot worse
rotating first, it definitely could be a lot worse for them.
And I think the big thing too, Colin, is that not only are they down, but at least you didn't give up streaks, right? Like, that's the big thing. Streaks at this point in the game, down 50 seconds, could be burying you, but at least you haven't given those up. You're pushed back towards the back of the barn. So with 20 seconds left on this hill, even if you give this up, at least you've got the rotation down. If you can lock down a full 60 there, you are right back inside of this game.
And by all means, there are plenty of times for the Shrieks. Luca here, looking for it again on 6 in a row. Shox has his back, so still alive, looking to flip these spawns, and they do. Mind Freak spawning so far out for the rotation, Jesse. 138 to 76 going into the second hill, and you talk about it a lot. This second hill, it could be another killer in the second set of rotations. If you get that opening break like we see from Orglis, you can translate this into a lot of time. So a heads up made there from Set. We'll be able to open things up. Luca drops, so another chance for Streaks wiped off the board. And Mind Freak now, they have to fight from the front.
They shut streaks down again, but you can hold this hill from the front with a lot of success as well with the right setup, and they are currently locking it in. Just need to win these gunfights in through barn. You cannot allow Orglis to get back onto the zone, and unfortunately, they just lose out on all the gunfights through middle of the map. Orglis is able to break their way right back in, and with 25 seconds left, I mean, this is good time for Orglis. This is just going to start to make that kind of that win buffer that much further apart, because they can get to basically almost double the score of Mindfreak at the end of this hill if they hold the remaining time.
Oh, if we're stalling finds that kill too. I mean, you just keep the snowball rolling through Bocage, but Orglis will have to take a breath for now, wait for their chance to strike. Nimble is in a great position to punish these rotations from hill 2 to 3, but you have an overextension here from Shox to slip on in the back line. Hasn't been detected yet. Crimza about to be blindsided, but not just yet. The rest of his team is falling, so he's on an island alone. We'll have the respawns right beside him, so Mindfreak still a chance to get back into this third hill, but a huge break from Orglis right at the start. 176 to 90. This is getting a little out of hand.
This could be a little bit bad too in terms of just where they're spawning up. We've seen it happen a few times this season where when you start set up nicely inside of this hill while fighting from the front, you can absolutely lock down a lot of times because you just keep them spawn trapped. And Restalling has absolutely locked in the spawn trap here on 5 in a row. Can we finally see streaks? And oh, I thought I just cast a cursed it, but he's gonna chow back around the corner, find his 6th, and get away with his life as well.
Restalling has come alive. 6 in a row. 7's gonna be there. Glide bomb initiated for Orglis. Finally, I mean, we've seen maybe 3 chances now, and you know, third time is the charm, but he's not done yet. 8 in a row. Gonna exit back up into the attic, getting chased by Nimble and shut down. But 204 to 96. I mean, job well done there, P3.
Yeah, absolutely, and just a menace, honestly. Restalling, great plays. 8 positive right now for himself inside of the lobby, just doing everything he can to find success here for this roster. And again, Orglis will be the first team over towards the barn hill. They're set up, and Mindfreak is looking for a break. Only 30 seconds left needed here in map number 1 for Orglis to close this out.
What a menace. 34 and 23. Luca right alongside him, 30 and 16. Absurd numbers between the two for Orglis. Absolutely dominating Mindfreak right now in Bocage. One last chance here for Mindfreak to get back into this as time is ticking away. Only 17 seconds to put away map 1, and you will get a break from Mindfreak for the moment. Things will stop going in favor of Orglis and a chance to kind of turn the tide, get a little bit of confidence under your belt going into the second map, or even, you know, a magnificent comeback that I've never seen before on Bocage, but I'm open for everything here in the LCQ, Jesse.
It's LCQ time, right? It's time to make monumental plays. It would have to be a monumental comeback here to be able to bring yourself back inside of this one, down over 100 points still here inside of the lobby, with Orglis having the spawns here for P5. One of the harder hills to break here on Bocage, but you know what? They're doing it. Crimson and Nimble will at the very least find 2, but Orglis with only 12 seconds left, it really just feels like a matter of if, not when.
Yeah, Sats is going to go down. Players trickling on in for Mindfreak. Nobody on Orglis inside the point for now, so no time being accumulated, and Mindfreak are actually holding out for quite a long time. Glide bomb for Restalling is going to be locked in, so only finding 1, and still the kills flowing in favor of Mindfreak. Fight is going to hit the long flank, finds 2 in a row, going to lock in that point now. 8 seconds left. Can Mindfreak hold it out? It doesn't look like anybody's in position really to touch Jesse, so 3 seconds going to pass. Orglis take map 1 in a very fashionable manner. 250 to 120 to open up this series, and what a way to bring it to Mindfreak.
And like, it was looking kind of tight through the first 2-3 hills. It wasn't looking too bad. I mean, even at the end of the first set of rotations, it was only about a 30-point lead for Orglis. It was just that second set of rotation. They were almost flawless, honestly. I mean, they got the rotation from P1 over to P2, get a good solid amount of time there. Don't lose the rotation over to P3. Actually, they did lose the rotation over to P3, but they won it and they held the hill from the front, which gave them the perfect opportunity to rotate from 3 to 4 into the barn. And from that point on, the lead was just so massive that it was just so hard to be able to come back from.
Oh, for sure. And as we take a look at the stats from that map 1, JC, I mean, there's some big things to highlight here for Orglis, because the reason why I was so close, I mean, early on, is because you really only had Luca showing up in the first half of this game. The second half, I mean, Restalling came alive for Orglis, and as soon as he came alive, you can see that the things started to get a little bit out of hand. Mindfreak had trouble keeping up in the slaying factor, especially in that second half when those money heals really factor into Bocage, and you know, time started going one way. It looked like a 100-point club at one point, but, you know, Mindfreak, they did have a little bit of a hurrah towards the later end of it. They were starting to pull things back, but it was too little too late.
All I can say is Mind Freak's kind of lucky that they didn't give up streaks earlier on inside of that game. If they give up streaks earlier in that game, I mean, could you imagine what the score line we could have had here inside of this? Because that would have absolutely buried them. And talking about this lobby, I mean, Luca, like you said, had a very good map 1, but oh my God, we're stalling. I mean, 38 kills here on Bocage. I mean, I know that's not a crazy number for Bocage, but for the fact that we only played 9 hills in this game. Well, we got to the 10th hill. We barely played any of it. And almost 4K damage in just 10 hills as well. Absolutely demolishing stuff there from Restalling.
And not to mention, I mean, people at home are like, oh, it's only 38 kills. It's a Bocage. You're used to seeing that. I mean, these are the best players in APAC right now, Jesse. I mean, going head to head. I mean, that is not an easy thing to accomplish for a lot of players when you're going up against teams of this caliber, and he just makes it look so easy on Bocage. I mean, he was on rollerblades at one point, but you know, going into the second map, you expect Mind Freak to maybe slow it down a little bit, have a chance on Berlin to, you know, find those first bloods and move around the map a little bit easier than on a Bocage. But if Orchless keep up with that pressure that Restalling was giving, it's going to be hard to find those first bloods if you're Mind Freak.
It's going to be really, really hard. You're not wrong. Mind Freak need to find a way to just kind of play off the backs of each other. You can't let Orchless just run over you inside of this. You let that happen inside of map number 1, and look what happened. Here in map number 2, I think it's going to come down to, like you said, change the pace of play. Play at your own pace. Don't let Orchless dictate how this game is going to go down, because if you do, you're just going to give everything to them in the palm of their hands. It's just, it needs to be a slow pace game. Orchless loves to feed off of that quick pace game, that frantic gameplay that you just cannot match when you go up against them. So you slow it down, you play to your own pacing, and I think that's going to be your best opportunity to be able to take a map off Orchless here.
No, and I think if anybody really has a chance to upset Orchless, it's teams like Point Blank, which we saw earlier. It's somebody like Mind Freak, you know, big namesake teams like this going head to head. They've been playing each other all year long, Jesse. And I mean, in APAC, especially recently, things are getting really tight knit when it comes to the competition between these teams. And, you know, any one of these 3 teams right now left in the top 3 for this LCQ, they can walk out on top. So by all means, I'm looking at Mind Freak to turn things around because I know they have it in them.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think that it's a surprise that our top 4 teams were our top 4 teams here in the tournament today. I think Void Collective, Mind Freak, Point Blank, and Orchless, whether they've had those org names on them throughout the year, if you're just looking at the rosters alone, I think those have been the top 4 rosters all year long, and I don't think it's really been close in terms of that. They've pretty much won everything, maybe outside of a tournament here or there, but those 4 teams have just been very, very solid throughout a lot of the season here so far. But you know what? We'll just have to wait and see. Maybe we might be able to get something a little bit different going off the bat. And already immediately, Colin, I'm liking this push. Sets has the sniper out, and he's just going to be watching down B. It's already slowing the pace of play down, and Orchless has kind of realized that and taking this bomb over towards the A site.
Orchless pump the brakes towards B, pivot over there, and Crims a beautiful shots on the fight. And that's bomb down. And you can see Nimble is ready to strike to double down for his team. He's going to take down Luca, and with 2 players out of the hands of Orchless, I mean, where do you go? Look at the positioning, and already Zeppa hot on the flank, and I don't think Orchless are going to be ready for player number 6. Zeppa's in such a good position to put this away.
And that bomb never goes down, right? So you're actually in a really good spot here. If you're Mind Freak, you just need to just hunt down the last remaining players. And as soon as Restalling falls, Shox gives away his position here, and yeah, you are dead to rights at that spot right then. And Mind Freak, a fantastic start here to the search and destroy. Exactly what they needed to do, Colin. Slowed everything down and just had a really, really good first round.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, they changed the place completely. Sets had the sniper out. He got all the information that nobody was going towards B. So what is it? I mean, Crimson gets ready to take down the bomb planter. He gets the kill on Fida, and things just fell apart.
Yeah. It absolutely did fall apart there in that round, but now we can see what Mind Freak will do on their offense here. Offense for Orchless did not go to plan, not nearly. This time through, though, Mind Freak, they're not going to slow down the pace of play. It's going to be a couple nades, couple stuns, going out over towards B. And, I mean, if you're Mind Freak, you need to kind of recognize Shox has been able to find his way into this site. Because if you push into your blind, I mean, Shox is going to be in a great spot to shut you down.
I'm not sure if they know. Nimble's going to walk right in, and a chance for Shox to prey. He will. Nimble goes down. That's bomb in such a terrible position now for Mind Freak. You see nobody in a position to trade this out.
Yeah, absolutely not. Shox still just going to duck in behind some cover, play to his own life here. And he doesn't need to give up any positioning now. He's got his middle watched from player number 3 and Luca. He's got his docs watched from Restalling, and he is just in a great spot. He knows that bomb is down, and there's just no reason to move.
The waiting game right now for Orgulus. What move Mind Freak make? Luca gonna spot Zeppa, get some early damage in, force them to wait, and force them to halt. But Sets is gonna cut across, looking to force things into his own hands, but nice help there from the rest of Orgulus, not even giving Shox the time of day. They have to help. They find the kills. Crimza left alone. He's out 4 in a row. Can he turn this into streaks? Make something out of nothing, and he won't be able to. He's gonna drop Orgulus' answer back, and it's the aggression that game that makes it happen. All onto Shox finding that first blood.
It really is, and Shox finding the first blood, and just the great mid-map control, and the fact that they had every other angle watch, that Shox had never had to worry about his life inside a hut after that point on. I will say, though, at the end of that, a valiant effort from Crimson to basically take really good shots onto both players there on the B side. Unfortunately, could not get the first kill. If he finds that first kill, that second one definitely could have been a lot easier. Not sure if he would have gotten the third, obviously, but a really good effort, I think, inside of that round. Well, Orgulus, it doesn't work out in round number 1 to go to A. They say, hey, you know what? Let's just shove it right back down towards the A side. We're going to run as quickly as possible, but this time met with a lot of aggression from Mind Freak on the opposite side.
Mind Freak, instead of waiting for them to come into the A site and shut down that bomb plant, they look to meet them head on. You got 2 around in the alley. It looks like the nade spam's going to come in. Nimble dropped to 20 HP. Here comes the onslaught. Fight is going to open up on Sets. How much can Nimba answer back with? Nothing at all. Fighter doubles down. And now Mind Freak almost in a same situation. Just kind of tables turn from round number 1. And now that Zeppa goes down, it's all up to Crimza. 4-1 has had a great game, but it's just too much to ask.
Yeah, and from right outside of the secret door, you're able to find that kill quite easily there. And Orgulus, they're going to take a 2-1 lead as Luca finds the final kill. Crimson was definitely not ready for that one there. And I hate to say it, Colin, but I think that they need to slow it down again. I don't think that was the right play. They took a fantastic retake of that site inside of round number 1. This time through, they tried to meet aggression with aggression over towards A, and it just did not work out for Mind Freak. I think you just slow it down, play towards that B side. If the bomb ends up going down, so be it, or if you're able to win a gunfight, so be it, over towards that A side. But I don't think you meet aggression with aggression. I don't think that's how you find success against Orgulus.
Maybe not, but even still, Sets will find a trade with his life. And will hunt down the rest remaining players of Orgulus. He's in a mailroom. Restalling still walks away with the kill. You can't allow that to happen without a trade, and Restalling a chance to get out with his life. Still finessing. Luca's going to come to the rescue, take down Crimza. That's going to leave Zeppa now in a 1v3 situation. See if he can clutch up. Been Crimza round after round, but it's Zeppa's turn to turn up. He's going to make it a 1v2. Bomb is down, so a lot to work on Jesse, and Zeppa hasn't had the best search and destroy, but he is on the hunt. Spots out Restalling, jumps right at the window. Trey's going to be there. Luca in such a good position to put that away.
What a perfect position for a bait and switch there inside of that round. I mean, you basically just get him to chase you all the way out the window as soon as you fall. Luca right there for the trade. Worked to perfection. You see it all the time inside of Call of Duty, people doing the bait and switch, and I don't think you get a better example of it than right there, Colin, and works out really, really well for the likes of Orgulus. They take a 3-1 lead, and their aggressiveness through middle of the map and ability to find first blood is working out really, really well for them so far here through a lot of these offensive, or through a lot of their defensive rounds. So far on offense, though, they've gone towards A twice off the start of these rounds. This time through, though, it's going to be a hit in towards the mailroom. You're going to have 1 player in here and 2 players already from Mind Freak getting aggressive, pushing up, and they will find Shox, drop the bomb in the middle of mailroom. If they realize that bomb's down, it is in a terrible spot for Orgulus.
I'm worried Mind Freak's going to bite off a little bit more than they can chew with this positioning, though. I don't want to see them get traded out for free now that they've left away, but lost connection to the host. You know what? If you didn't say it, I was going to say it. You know, something had to happen eventually. You know it was coming. It's just when's it going to come? And, you know, we can speak a little bit on that game as well, Jesse, because Orgulus, you know, the momentum they had in map 1 translated completely into map 2. Yeah, they lose out on the first round by Mind Freak completely changing the pace, but after that round 2 win where Shox slips into hut undetected, drops the bomb in such a bad position, I feel like Orgulus were living rent-free in Mind Freak's head.
It really did feel like it. It felt like Mind Freak just weren't able to bounce back since that round started, and even though they got dominated at B inside of the first round, they don't even make an attempt to go towards A inside of round number 2, or sorry, inside of round 3. on their next offense. Instead, they decide, hey, you know what? Let's just try to get the bomb right back over towards the B site. It does not work out for them again here. So, I mean, I think they just need to kind of figure out a way to play against Orglis. If B is not going to be available, like things like that, I think you need to try to find a way to adapt your strategy over towards the A site. Even if you can get a bomb plant down and just show presence over on that side of the map, you can definitely find a way to plant the bomb over at B later in the game. But it's just, if you keep going to the same site over and over again, and especially the B side, the way that Orglis has taken control of it every single round so far, it's going to be really, really tough to get that bomb down.
It's been a crazy 2 games so far, Jesse, but while we get things set up again, folks, we apologize for the break for now, but we're going to get these players lobbied up once more, and when we come back, we're going to continue with the Search and Destroy. We'll see a bit with some more LCQ here in APAC. We're back, and it seems like we're going to be continuing with the same scoreline. Orglis up 3-1 over Mindfreak as we're hopping back on with Mindfreak's defense. Last time, it was a very fast play into mailroom where they got that bomb down. This time around, looks like bomb is down on its own. Orglis didn't even bother to pick it up, and even still, they're finding success, Jesse. First and second blood in their favor, and now third. I mean, what is
Might as well give them all.
round?
Might as well just give them all to them. Crimson also going to show position here inside of the round, so definitely not in a great spot here if you're Mindfreak.
Oh, he got it.
Just going to try to stay up and alive. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Fight is going to wrap all the way back to spawn, get the bomb from the train yard, try to move up and get this bomb down. If Crimson can move towards the back, towards the normal bomb watching spot, maybe he could stop that bomb from going down, but unfortunately he's going to guess wrong, goes over towards B. And as soon as he starts to make the wrap back towards P5, going to get dropped immediately in the middle of the buildings there. And yep, that's going to be Orglis taking another round. And call that's a 4-1 lead now. Mindfreak need to find an answer very quickly in this round.
I mean, what do you do there? You get first blooded, Shocks gets aggressive, drops a second one. I mean, you basically got blindsided right there if you're Mindfreak with the, again, aggression we're seeing out of Orglis countless times translate into kills. At some point, if you're Mindfreak, you need to wake up, smell the roses, see how much danger you're in, and be aware of this aggression that's coming through from Orglis.
You absolutely do. You can see this time through again, though. Mindfreak on their offense. They're going to start to look over towards the B site. This time, though, they've got a good presence in mailroom. They completely back Shocks up there, and they get a great set nade onto Shocks as well. This should give you the clearance now if you're nimble to push up, start to get this bomb down. But unfortunately, you lose sets through the middle of the map. This is going to make it a little bit harder to hold this setup on the B side.
It is, but they're still turning up in the advantage. Nimble's going to get eyes on Find. Peeks out for the shoulder, does a little bit of damage, gets the finish with a teammate. And that is a brilliant answer back from Mindfreak, Jesse. I mean, it all stems off of that nade from Sets. I mean, that was disgusting. Hey, he's practiced that again and again.
Oh, for sure. They just told me to completely shut up. They were like, "Hey, listen, man. If we want to go towards B over and over again, you will let us, and you will be happy about it because we just took that round and we absolutely ran away with it there. Probably the best round, honestly, outside of round number 1 that we've seen from Mind Freak there as they win their second round here of the game and see what they can do. This time, though, Orglis going to be a push over towards B from themselves as well, but met with a lot of aggression from the side of Mind Freak. But Sets gets a taste of his own medicine as he falls first in this round to innate himself.
Nimble slipped through. They have no idea, but he's going to get caught. Bomb is down. Nimble brings things back 2v2. And now the bomb down. Zeppa slips inside of the hut. I don't know if Luca spotted that, so he may be in there undetected. And if that's so, Grimza just has to post up on that tank, but he's going to get caught getting a little aggressive. Luca's going to make this 1v2. Now Zeppa has to go big inside of here. Has bomb down. He knows that. But what he doesn't know is he's about to get flanked by Shocks. And eventually, he's going to have to get 2 massive kills on the heady. He finds the first 1v1. Shocks on the inside. Gets the shots. Gets the round. Orglis 5-2. They're on map point now.
Damn, I thought that Shocks was going to be the player that had to open that up to find that big play, but no, Luca through the middle of the map just finds some massive shots to find that one and just turn us into a 2 versus 1 situation. As soon as they get into that situation, especially with Shocks coming from behind, makes it so much easier. They just find they find out where the player is, work together, and again, just the bait and switch to absolute perfection there from the side of Orglis. And like you said, now up 5-2 here inside of the game, 1 round away from going up 2-0 here in the series against Mind Freak after what was nearly a 100-point club inside of map 1. But this time, Shocks through middle of the map, way too aggressive, gets caught out completely, and now Restalling's going to have to do some damage through mail.
Stalling, though, hot on the trail of these Mind Freak players. Is he going to read Nimble? Well, he doesn't have to. Nimble's just basically going to give his life away for free. Another trade here on the map, though, is going to keep Mind Freak in an even 2-on-2. The bomb rotating back over to this B side, but if it's done, Luca might be able to translate into a bomb plant or a round win. And the nade will catch him out. Everything's laying on the shoulders of Fighter right now. Can he close it out? But look at this read from Mind Freak. It seems like they're aware Fight is over here. They're going to take the bomb over to A.
Love this call. I think they've realized that Fighter has that sniper in hand as well. And the only thing I'm worried about right now is if Fighter reads this and wraps quickly enough, he could definitely stop this plant from going down with the sniper inside of the back of Fire. But yeah, he's not going to make a move here. Just playing the 50-50, sitting over at B. As soon as that bomb goes down, he will know now. And he's going to start to make the long wrap over towards the A site with sniper in hand. It's going to be a very tough 2v1 now in this situation.
And I remember what this guy could do back in the day with the sniper. I know he's a menace with the boomstick. Can he do this in a 1v2 in such close quarters as well? Definitely not going to be the weapon of choice, but it does have the rat to work with. You know that pistol can do some work, but not even going to have the chance. Mind Freak with the post-plant situation. They're going to check that bomb, internal clock in their minds. And Sets is going to get a pretty easy kill on Fighter. I mean, I think Fighter expected him to swing a little bit wider, but he just cuts it close, gets the kill, gets the round.
Not gonna lie, that one kind of scared me a little bit there, Colin. I thought he was gonna slide out just a little bit too far right into the pre-aim of that sniper. Would have made it a 1v1 with pistol, sniper in hand. Maybe even could have picked up the other player's Sets' gun in that situation as well. But no, not going to be the case. And again, Orglis just going to leave the bomb inside a spawn. It worked out so well the last time they said, hey, you know what, let's do it again. Sniper in hand for Fighter, trying to find a pick through middle of the map, trying to find any information. And they realize it again. Luca wraps back, grabs the bomb. They've got complete A control right now because they have not noticed Nimble here inside of the offices.
Nimble can really put a damper on this whole play. I mean, you have to think, Jesse. I mean, this is the make or break of the round. He's going to hop out. Might be getting some pretty bad timing. He's want to switch around. Luca gets caught. That's bomb down. And Nimble going to shake things up for a moment. Players on the hunt for Orglis to see if they can bring this one back, and Shocks will equalize. Kill onto Sets is going to leave us in a 3-on-3, but you still have that bomb down. And it looks like Restalling's trying to get it back, but Nimble, what a kill there. Now Shocks on an island. He has to do something. He does have a little bit of overwatch from Fighter. Will be able to land a shot onto Zeppa, but now a 1v2 again. And you still only have a sniper in your hand. 25 seconds, recovers the MP40, but it's just not enough at this point. Mind Freak, they play the clock. They just play the setup at the site, and they know he has to dedicate to that advantage. He takes the aggression, and it just doesn't pay off, Jesse.
Nimble is beaming inside of the offices right now. Fantastic shots downrange for himself there just to be able to close that round out. And I mean, not only just close the round out, though, he found the first blood, he found the second blood inside of the round. Massive kills just to completely shut that site down. And you know what? That's 2 rounds in a row now. Going to the likes of Mindfreak, 5-4. They're really starting to bring this one back here. All they need is one more round, and we will be forced to see us into a round 11.
Again, getting aggressive. This time it's not going to pay off. It blows up in your face. Or stalling his shocks may have just put this map away. Well, it's starting to get a little bit close, just like that hardpoint, Jesse. But Orgla is still just out of arm's reach for Mindfreak. And now you need a 2v4. Now you need a 1v4 just to keep this map going. Zepp is going to go back, recover the bomb in 57 seconds. But what do you do in this position? I mean, even if you find a kill towards A, you have backup right there if you're fighter.
You need a hope and a prayer right now that you can at least individually take 1 or 2 different one-on-ones here just to be able to find yourself into a site for free. But unfortunately, will not even find one of the 4 kills, and that's going to be a nice win there for Orglis. They're going to take that victory with a 6-4 victory, and they're going to completely close out Mindfreak here. I mean, just a really, really good round out of them there, just to kind of find those opening picks right away through the middle of the map. And as soon as they found those picks, there was really nothing that Mindfreak could do from that point on. A 4v2, very hard to be able to win on Vanguard unless you find the trades almost immediately. And then as soon as it went to a 1v4, I mean, at that situation, Colin, it's just over at that point.
No, and if you guys are wondering why is the game over so soon, you know, it was still going on. It wasn't. We had a little bit of internet issues earlier. Orglis was up 3-1, and we got a drop from the lobbies. We had to remake things and start from scratch, but they wanted to keep their original scores. So Orglis, they get the job done even after the reset. It got a little bit close, Jesse, towards the end of it, but, you know, still close out and are still up 2-0 now over Mindfreak in the lower finals. Remember, only one team couldn't qualify for that or for the champs for challengers, Jesse. So Orglis, if they win here, they still have to play that grand finals and not just win 1 best-of-5, but 2 best-of-5s in a rematch against Point Blank, who are waiting, watching this, and just spectating the strategies that are coming between these 2 teams.
Yeah, the team that has been widely regarded as the best team in APAC for the last couple of years, this Orglis roster, former Renegades roster, everybody knows how good they are, but they made their lives a lot harder here today by losing that best-of-5 against the likes of Point Blank earlier on today. So as soon as that happened, now your life gets harder. Now you got to go to the grand finals. You got to win 2 best-of-5s. But I mean, first you got to get there, right? Mindfreak, you never know. This could be the boiling point, the turning point that they need just to flip that switch, turn it back on, and bring the fire back to Orglis. Maybe, you know what, Mindfreak might be able to find themselves with a rematch of their own inside of that grand finals. It is not over until it's over.
We're going to have to figure that out, folks. We're going to take a quick little break while we get into this Tuscan on control. And when we come back, it has to be a reverse sweep if Mindfreak wants to keep their last chance alive here in Challengers. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. We're in with the control now. Mindfreak's last chance to get this reverse sweep going. Tuscan Control is going to have to be the name of the game, Jesse, for this team, and they have to turn things around in a very big way because Orglis has been living free on the map since that map 1 win.
I mean, your season's on the line right now if you're Mindfreak. You need to turn up at some point here inside of the series. Why not now? It's absolutely the right time to do so. And Crimza already, you know what, a good start here. 2-0. Making sure that his back is clear inside of Church as well, and he'll just keep trying to shut down these Orglis players as they hop onto the A zone. But the A zone, it's going to be going pretty quickly here now that one is hopped back on. One tick of progression already comes through. Crimza is here just to at least contest at the time being, and the rest of his teammates now pushing in through mid will at least find a few kills to stop that push from coming through completely.
You have her stalling get aggressive over towards the B side. Took a little bit of attention from Mindfreak away from this A zone, but not a lot of execution quick enough, and Mindfreak making this very scrappy. 23 lives to 19 in favor of Mindfreak for now, but finally some good progression here at the A zone for Orglis. Looking to lock down that second tick, see if they can finish it off. Unfortunately, Luca will go down, so it's all up to Stalling in this position. Can he stay off or stay on for long enough for his teammates to get there? Yeah, they will. Fight is going to take down Sats. It's going to be 2 players now locking down the A zone. And while all that's happening, Shox is on the overextension over towards B. And Mindfreak, they don't have time to go back to A.
I thought that Mindfreak was already just going to all rotate over, just not even worry about the middle of that. But Orglis, they get there, and now Orglis are dominating over at the B zone as well. They'll hop onto it, at least start to get a small bit of progression. You've got 2 players on it. You might even be able to get that first tick all the way through before you get fought back by Mindfreak, but the nades, they will come through. But at the same time, even though those nades come through, the rest of the Orglis players have all been able to kind of reinforce, get back here the players that have fallen, and you've still got a 3-life lead and back onto the B zone. The first tick of progress is completed.
You've completely brought this one back if your Orglis after that A zone was captured. Now with the life advantage and full control of the high ground, Mindfreak walking in blind to get back into this. The nades aren't going to land. Crimza looking to line one up right onto Luca. Drop down to 16 HP, and that's 3 in a row for Mindfreak to get right back into it. A full wipe now that Shox is going to go down, and a little bit of stabilization on the map.
Massive break, and this needs to be an almost flawless push out here if you're Mindfreak. You need to find so many kills in succession just to shut these guys down, but you can already see Sets is getting extremely pressured here. Up in the top side of the command center, you will at the very least find one, but needs to play his life, needs to stay alive here, because Mindfreak is already only down to 5 lives with 50 seconds left here in the map.
Cheeky kill onto Luca, and now Sets flank again, where Stalling doesn't know what's about to hit him. It's going to be Sets from down below. Another player wiped off for Orglis. No respawns for Mindfreak. 6v4, but 5v3 definitely now that a few trades have gone through. Like you said, Orglis, or Mindfreak and Orglis, it's just got to be a perfect wipe just to get into this. And Mindfreak have to be careful because they have no more mistakes behind them. No respawns. 23 seconds, looking to hold off. Orglis waiting for the right time. Looking for an opening, and it seems like it's about to happen. Nate's gonna come through. Shock's gonna fly on forward. Sets drop down to 36 HP. MP40 in the back pocket. Will find one. No respawns on either side, but Stalling gets the trade now onto the zone. There's no time. It stopped. 11 seconds left, and Crimza, he has to clutch up. 1v4 style, just like Search and Destroy, slides on in, but too many players to deal with, and he's gonna get traded out.
Just not enough right there for Mindfreak. Then, you know what, honestly, a good start to the round for Mindfreak inside of that, but just not enough to be able to finish that off, and unfortunately they end up falling. They don't get the kills all finished off, and just not able to do it, not able to win that first round out. It's really unfortunate too, because you would have loved to have at least started with a defensive win here if you were Mindfreak, and now you just make your life that much harder because you are going to now need to win an offense to at least see round number 5 to give yourself a chance to get that final defense. And the easiest way to take this map away, you're just basically giving Orglis a 2-round lead here if Orglis takes away this defense.
Round 1. And Mindfreak ends her back. Nipple's getting aggressive through Church, and see if he can cut down some of these respawning players on Orglis, but you know, sweet old time to get into the fray as a few players are getting traded out. Fight is going to find one over towards A, keep things a little shaken up. Nibble still hasn't spotted everyone, and Shox is on the hot flank. He's going to completely tear apart that A attack, and Luca puts a stop to whatever pressure there was over towards the B side of the map, so that's a huge bounce back.
Oh, and they've already got command center watched as well, so the only place to spawn up for Mindfreak will be middle of the map, and they all spawn up Nobody really able to get any pressure though. This is a big play through the side of Church for Sets, but unfortunately Sets just does not catch a timing, will end up falling, and everybody on Mind Freak is just pushed back into this spawn trap. They have every angle watched right now if you're Orglis, and you are being absolutely dominated.
I mean, they get back onto the A zone, Jesse. They get a second tick, but it's just not dominant enough to put it away. A few kills go their way, and this should be it. You can start to see a couple of Orglis players start rotating over to get some early setups over towards the B zone, and this is what I like to see. You're setting things up over towards B, you lock in those power positions, and you make it even harder for Mind Freak to snowball.
One positive at the very least if you're Mind Freak is you've got a minute 50 left on the clock so that you can work with. I mean, it's down to a minute 30 now, but it was a minute 50 when they fully secured that tick of progress. It's only a 4-life lead. If they get one wipe here and are able to get into the back line, I mean, this round is by no means over. They just gotta find a way to put it all together here inside of a round of control, but so far not looking good. The defense is holding really strong off the first push there from Orglis.
Only one pushed up. He's gonna get shorted out after killing the shots, and with Orglis having that close respawn advantage, Jesse, I mean, they're basically, they're barely blinking an eye at what's happening. This is just perfect right now out of Orglis into the defending round. Mind Freak step close to this, but you do have a flank going on. Nimble trying to work his way in behind once more. It does look like Jacques is going to be ready for this. A few kills on the front line won't go their way, and Nimble, he opts to just back out of the situation. He doesn't want to feed anything else to this Orglis roster, but it's hard when everybody's just dying.
Yeah, and I mean, Nimble just needs to kind of play his life here still, and unfortunately he's going to just make his way out, try to take a couple of shots down range. We'll get tagged up. At least plays the life, though, so you're still alive until Luca sniffs you out inside of radio, finds another one here. And Luca, oh my god, 3 in a row through the middle of the patio and completely shutting things down. Mind Freak now, 15 seconds, 4 lives left, and surely, Colin, there is no shot that they are getting back onto that B zone.
You just gotta stop feeding streaks to Luca. 7 in a row glide bomb now for that third round, Jesse. 6 seconds left, and they're just gonna clean it up with kills. They don't even allow it to go to time. And Orglis, man, when I'm saying that they are playing out of their mind, it is because you're looking at a player like Luca to be as consistent as he's been throughout this whole series. I mean, this guy was previously in the CDL before. There's no doubt in my mind that he can hit a peak performance again. But to play like how he is right now against Mind Freak, he dominated that Bocage map 1, and he's doing it again here on Tuscan.
Yeah, Orglis is looking like they are coming a little bit different right now. This has been a very good start to this game. And if they can take a second offense here against Mind Freak on a map like Tuscan Control, I mean, this is just going to give you all the confidence in the world going into that grand finals, going into the fact that you are going to have to bracket reset to get a second best of 5, to get an opportunity to be able to go towards the CDL Challengers champs. But so far, so good. They are in a great spot off the rip here. Already a tick of progression, maybe even a second tick already, and a 2-life lead. I mean, this has been a perfect start here.
I mean, Luca is ripping them apart. Finally shut down. Sets is going to remove it from that streak. But the damage has been done already, Jesse. A second tick cemented, working on that third. See if they can add another minute to the clock when they already have a minute 20 to work with. Restalling to be cutting off the rotations through mid. Jacques is going to remove Zeppa from that front line. And the third tick is going to be cemented. 2 minutes and 20 seconds, Jesse, just to take over B.
They've got streaks as well. Shock's still working on streaks too, so things can get really, really scary. The snowball effect could definitely come into full effect here. Shock's now trying to work his way around the back. If he can find one more, put him one away off streaks, unfortunately ends up falling here. Orglis have no forward map control right now. I think you just got to wait for all your players to come off spawn, work together, use that glide bomb to push your way into the zone.
You're really looking at Luca to open things up. Shox is going to give Zeppa the beat down in church. I'm pretty sure that's illegal, but, you know, it is what it is right now. But Luca's going to line up too. Open things up for Orglis just to flood on out into the zone. Shox is still throwing hands, Jesse. I mean, this guy's looking like he's going to be the main card on the next UFC fight, and he's going to keep up like this. But luckily for Mind Freak, they shut down that attempt over towards B, and they're going to live to fight another day.
Unfortunately, though, for Mind Freak, they don't read the spawns fully correctly here. They push out through Command Center. Everybody on the side of Orglis going to spawn up towards the top side. Restalling just spawned so close to the rest of his team right now, and they can put a lot of pressure on the players that are in the back here. Nimble almost goes massive with a 2-piece, but he does enough just to slow down the push at the very least, and you've still got some forward progression there from Sets.
Mind Freak are definitely bringing this one back, but you can only imagine one wipe and Orgulus take control of this site. And that glide bomb can continue that snowball effect that you were saying, but only 2 life advantage now. Mindfreak has cut things down, 48 seconds to work with. Orgulus don't have as much comfortability as they did at one point in this round, and it just completely, or it just continues to move farther and farther into Mindfreak's favor. I mean, Jesse, they have definitely brought this one back, and at this point, you think to yourself, you even want to invest that
I was
glide
just
bomb now.
thinking the same thing. At this point, 8 to 8 in lives, 26 seconds left. Might it be a little bit too risky to invest that glide bomb here? I'm sure we'll get our answer very shortly. All they need is a couple kills, and maybe they use that glide bomb to secure the round as opposed to opening up the B site, and we'll just have to see. Lots of nades,
They're
lots
not
of
getting
stuns
it.
over the top, but they have not found any kills. In fact, they were killed here in one of those situations, and now Crimson Co. just going massive here for the side of Mindfreak. There's only 2 players left on the push.
Crimson's just being such a hard kill. Finally, he's going to get dropped, but it's already too late. Orgulus have no time to get back to this site. And that's going to be Mindfreak continuing their LCQ chances here on Tuscan. Moving back onto the offense where Mindfreak did not look good last time around. They got dominated by Luca alone. That's when he got that glide bomb, Jesse. So if you're Mindfreak, you need to go to the drawing board, figure out what has to change going into this offensive round to move to a round 5 and have a chance to push to a map 4.
I think a big thing, Colin, is going to be not losing so many lives while going for A. They lost a lot of lives inside of that last round going for that A zone, and unfortunately, it really just hurt them towards the later half. I love this call right off the rip, though. They're going to send 3 players in through command center. Shocks has a lot to deal with.
It's the first off the stun check. Nibble will trade. 2 players will flip through, but Finda has the overwatch. He's going to cut down Nibble on the cross. Now Crimson alone, and you can see the respawning players haven't yet moved over to A. And Jesse, I mean, it's just red in the kill feed. It gets worse and worse the more you look at it.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. It's only a 3-life lead. They definitely have an opportunity here still. It's going to be all about finding these kills in your spawn. They at least get 1. There's going to be 1 more in terms of Fida pushing all the way up. Fida will end up finding that kill inside of the top of apartments now as well. So just continuing to just put pressure on the spawn of Mindfreak, not letting them get comfortable here. But 2 ticks of progression in at A have come through. They should be able to get this 3rd tick as well with how many players you've got stacked up right now onto the A zone. And it's only a 2-life deficit, so it's not the worst case scenario. And Colin, correct me if I'm wrong, but Orgulus only had 3 ticks of progress, right, inside of that last offensive round? Because they didn't get any over towards B, right?
No, they didn't get any over towards.
So if Mindfreak win this round off ticks alone, there's a chance that they get final defense as well.
That's what they're going to be looking for. Stats has been such a nuisance at the back line. Finally going to be dropping. That's allowed so much room on the map for the rest of this team to push off. Unfortunately for Mindfreak, Zeppa's going to get caught by Shocks inside a church. Grimza will find the trade, but they're going to have to halt for now. Grimza a 2nd one, but look at Fida trying to get aggressive. That's 3 down for Mindfreak. Make it 4 down. Mindfreak need to push up.
They need to push up. They need to take space, stack the point a little bit, but it's only going to be Crimson on the point right now. They're not even going to finish this first tick of progression. I lied. Crimson's going to win a disgusting fight. I did not think that was going to come through. They will still keep 1 player there in sets, hopping up and onto the hill. You've got 1 player in the back line in Zeppa. It's working so far, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. Only 1 tick of progress will end up coming through. You've got a minute 10 left, almost even life, so you can still do this if you're Mindfreak.
Only 1 tick, Jesse, but you get the glide bomb out of Luca. So if you do that again, Orgulus don't have the streak to retake that site.
And you can see they're just going to set up for the same exact push here. Everybody gets together, nades like crazy, in over the top. Crimson will find the first, and now they need to push off that once again.
And Crimson's just turning up in this round. He knows his tournament, his season is on the line right now, but Orgulus, another 4 go down in their favor. They weather the storm still, and they're moments away from sweeping Mindfreak out of the LCQ.
Oh, and you can see what Orgulis' strat is here now. As soon as they realize they get that 4 down without getting a trade, everybody flies forward. Everybody starts to take space, and it's going to make it that much harder for Mindfreak to take any space in the middle of the map.
You go down again, 24 seconds. Things starting to get a little out of hand here for Mindfreak. If you're going to have to go, you need to go now, and it has to be explosive. No ifs and or buts. This is your tournament. This is your season. This is your last chance to make it to champs. 8 seconds left. Orgulus have to hold on for a few more seconds. Zeppa's going to stop the clock. Here comes Crimson to help. 3 down for now. 2 on the zone. With Orgless now on the retake. Full collapse, full pinch, through 2 out of the hands. Time is ticking. No more respawns. All up to Sets. And as Sets goes down, Orgless sweep Mind Freak out of the LCQ.
And Orgless now punching their ticket to the grand finals. They're going to go up against the likes of Point Blank once again. I mean, it wasn't the prettiest first series out of the likes of Orgless, but I mean, you know, with how they're shooting right now, they are about to come back into this next best of 5. They are going to be going and putting all of their on the line. I mean, this is 3/4 of the champs from last season for the APAC region. This Orgless team, they have no quit in them, and a massive win here against Fine Freak. I think this is a statement to Point Blank, like, hey, you know what? You might have gotten the best of us once. You are not going to get the best of us again here inside of this next best of 5, and we are coming out firing.
Oh, for sure, Jesse. And ever since they added Restalling to the roster, I mean, this guy is like, it's the missing piece to the puzzle that they were waiting for in Vanguard. And it seems like it's all coming together now towards the end of the year when you need it the most. Let's take a look at the stats. Let's look at what we got inside that Tuscan, because if there's one thing that's staying consistent throughout this whole series, Jesse, I mean, Luca has been on a tear. 34-22, single-handedly basically won him that second round. And he got the glide bomb. Yeah, the glide bomb may not have been a flashy moment, but it was enough to stop Mind Freak from completely snowballing that one moment when they had 6 down in a row.
Yeah, if they don't have that glide bomb and they don't hit that little bit of a nade spam that they hit there, I mean, they definitely had an opportunity to lose that round. Mind Freak had all 3 players that were up on the zone at that period in time, and they started to push out the back as well. It was definitely one of those situations where we either drop this now or we take the round loss here and we go into a round number 5 where Mind Freak, if they win that on... If they're able to win that on tick progression, they would have had the final defense as well. Orgless would have had to take another offense. It definitely could have gotten a little bit scary in that situation, but nonetheless, Orgless, they clutch up. They drop the glide bomb that they worked so hard for early on in that game. And Colin, thank God they didn't use that during that offense. Thank God they saved it for that final round.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they might have been looking at a map 4 at this point if they used that a little bit too early. But Mind Freak, they're going to be bowing out of the LCQ in top 3. Their season comes to an end. And Orgless, they punched their ticket for a date, a rematch against Point Blank in the grand finals. We're going to take a look at the bracket just to take a look at what is coming up next, Jesse. 1 spot open inside of the qualifiers for that championship challengers tournament in Los Angeles. Is it going to be Point Blank? Is it going to be Orgless? That's for us to figure out on the opposite end of this break, folks. We'll see you soon for some more challengers last chance qualifiers. Folks, it's time to crown ourselves a qualifier for the APAC Challengers LCQ. We got Orglis going up against Point Blank, a rematch, Jesse, that we saw previously inside of this LCQ tournament as well. And Orglis, I mean, they just went up against Mindfreak and smoked them. So they're coming in this with full confidence.
Absolutely coming into this with full confidence. But I think one thing that we need to mention before we get anything out of the way is the map set at the bottom of your screen, down at the bottom. If you take a look, it is almost the exact same map set that what we saw inside of our winners finals, I should say. Only difference, that middle map, that control, it's going to be on Gavutu this time instead of a Tuscan control, or sorry, instead of a Berlin control that we saw the last time that we saw Point Blank take a 3-0 over Orglis on in our winners finals. I mean, it's a risky strategy for the likes of Orglis, but the maps they lost outside of that Berlin's control were very close map losses. So there's definitely an opportunity here.
And let me just say, Jesse, I mean, Orglis seemed like they were having a lot better of a series against Mindfreak than they were against Point Blank. So maybe a little bit of buffer time, maybe a chance to, you know, talk things over after that loss originally to Point Blank. They drop into the lower finals, but they bounce right back in a swift 3-0 fashion too. And why is that? It's because of really the consistency you were getting out of Luca and the submachine guns in Ristalling's hands. I mean, you look at the map set right away, Jesse, and from what I saw in that first series or in that last series against Mindfreak, going to a Gavutu Control is going to be good, especially if Luke is playing the way that he is in that AR role. So hopefully Orglis can keep things going. But before we get to Gavutu, we have 2 maps to walk through, and we're hopping in with the Tuscan Hardpoint.
And this is the perfect spot to start if you're Orglis. You already won this map once against Point Blank. You just need to come out and you need to be able to find a way to do it once again here. Not going to be easy, though, but it's time to try to get the job done. And you know what? A fantastic start to this game here for Orglis. They will find a 4 down. They'll be able to hop onto the hill. And Shock's actually on 4 in a row. Going to get a little bit aggressive here. Maybe try to catch a little bit of an angle that Point Blank's not ready for.
Aggression pays off for 1, but Jazz is going to fight his way back. Luca right behind, 5 in a row for himself. Can he translate into the streaks? Well, you have to be aware that Durdev on the late flank all the way around, trying to pull these spawns for Point Blank, and he might have actually done that. You see a couple of Orglis players spawn on the opposite end of the map, and it will turn out. Durdev completely flips this out. Now Shock's forced into a situation where he has to get aggressive and shut this down. He's good for 1. He even finds a second now. Can he finesse his life long enough for the rest of his team to get into it? Luca's going to be here to back him up. Shocks does go down, and Limax, he goes big to clean them up.
Now just looking to stabilize if you're Point Blank. Need to find a few more kills here in the back line. Unfortunately, won't be able to get them, and spawns will flip out. Orglis will get the back spawns that they want for the time being. Now just looking to try to zone out the rest of the Point Blank players, but it is just trade for trade right now, Colin, and it's Point Blank attacking for the front still.
Oh, it's back and forth, and Orglis, they're going to be okay with this, Jesse. They haven't allowed a lot of time over to Point Blank, and they're still putting pressure back on this hill. Luca's going to swing around the edge of pillar, takes down a Cronus, but Jazz in here to answer back. Still some good time here for Point Blank nonetheless. You have 17 seconds to pick up, and Orglis, they realize that now they got to focus on Hill 3, and they've completely turned things around. Now moving over to Fountain Hill. This kill against Cronus is going to be big for Fight Out.
It's a really heads-up play there from Orglis just to hit that wrap out. They don't want to give an opportunity to Point Blank to spiral this game out of control, to hold on to back spawns of consistent hills, going from Hill 2 over to Hill 3. Now you get a nice setup here. You've got a player all the way up in command center, just being that further player push forward to try to zone these guys out, but Point Blank is absolutely hitting on all angles right now.
Shox is clear from behind. Limax on the flank of his own. 3 kills, but from 3 different players. Point Blank working hand in hand to retake this Fountain Hill, Jesse. And a tie game, 50 to 50. 36 seconds can push this heavily in favor of Point Blank going over to Church, but you still see Orglis. They want to take another shot. They're going to swing on through. Ristallling finds the break. Luca lines up too. And just like that, Jesse, it's clean as ever.
It absolutely is. That's a great break back inside of this hill, and honestly one Orglis kind of needs there. They can't just keep letting Point Blank feeling like they're comfortable, able to break back in easily over and over again. And Ristallling, who had a very slow start to this game, 1-8, now 5-9, on a little bit of a streak, starting to pick it up a little bit here for their team, getting these last couple of seconds, but now comes down the big fights. Everybody rotating over towards Church. It will be Point Blank with the spawns to the back first.
Looks like Fight has swapped over to the sub to break this Churchill, but trying to work their way in. Weasel on into the back spawns. Luca will remove Cronus from that position. Spawns didn't flip out, so now Orglis, they need to break from the front, and Fight is just going to swing on in. Flies from the top ropes, takes down Dev. Let's go Luca to take down Dev. So Orgulus, they break on in from the front nonetheless. They have to work off this next wave of spawns for Point Blank. He's already wrapped all the way around. He's going to be in behind. He's on the flank. Finds one at the Coronas. Slips on into the hill, or waiting to slip on into the hill. Fully caught down by Point Blank, but Fido has the secondary in his back pocket. He works Limax. Not going to translate too much right away, but the rest of his team's going to pick up where he left off.
And Fido at that point was just going to be a little bit of a nuisance to try to stop Point Blank from getting any more this time. But with the spawn out coming through, Orgulus getting any time on that hill would have been absolutely massive. They don't end up getting anything from it, but now they at least will try to push across the map, get the full setup that they need here at the command center, as the lead change will come through. Only a 4-second lead for Point Blank, though. That's really nothing. Orgulus can get that back in no time, and absolutely will. Lead change back into the favor of Orgulus as they start to have the lead here, going back over towards the command center.
I mean, with how the winners final went, Jesse, I wouldn't expect this to be any closer than what it is now. These are neck and neck games that we've been seeing between Orgulus and Point Blank, and now we move over to command center. And originally Orgulus were set up, but immediate break from Point Blank will keep time pouring into their point bank. And Orgulus, they have a fight now from the less preferred side, I'd say, from this. Not that rooftop spawn in their favor. They'll be able to reinforce this again and again, and you can see that with players just pouring into this hill. Still a contention in. Fight is going to be looking to work the 1v1. Is going to find it and expects Limax around the corner. 3 go down, and Orgulus, they keep this close.
I think the big story, Colin, from this first set of rotations is the fact that Orgulus was the first team to almost every single hill and have been broken very quickly on every hill. Point Blank is going to take that into our second set of rotations, feeling very confident about it. Only a 5-second lead here going in towards our second set, and already another first break from the likes of Point Blank. They just set up. Everybody on Orgulus is looking strong. Point Blank was able to break back in, but Orgulus, they do not stay down for too long.
Oh, they don't. Just as fast as Point Blank breaks, Orgulus, they mimic it in similar fashion. Shocks up 4 in a row. Similar position as he was at the start of the game, but just like the start of the game, he won't be able to turn that into streaks. Still Orgulus, though, picking up the time here in P1. Point Blank spawning back over towards that P2 setup. 26 seconds that you don't want to allow Orgulus to have for free. So you can see player number 3, Limax, trying to work his way through the middle of the map, will be cut down. And not too much presence here from Point Blank. They have to now be aware of shots, and they can't allow him to flip these spawns.
This might be the biggest lead that we have seen of the day inside of our grand final so far, inside of this map number 1. But massive kills there from Point Blank. They're going to secure back spawns here inside of columns for our P2 hill. It's only Fido who's anywhere near this right now. He will go down as well, and Luca's going to have a big job to do pushing through church.
Basically solo until player number 6 Fido spawns up right next to him. Shocks hits an opening towards command center, forces Jasmine to get aggressive, doubles down on that, and Luca's going to break open this hill. 4 in a row now for your main AR, and Luca looking to turn this into a glide bomb. It would be big to snowball this in the later ends of this Tuscan Hardpoint, but they will be at a battle back. Limax is going to line up too. Luca will be shut down before he even reaches number 6, and Point Blank, they're going to keep this interesting now with 36 seconds or 30 seconds to pick up. I mean, they're going to be right back even with Orgulus moving into Hill 3. And they spawn out. Look at this.
I was going to say, that's a really important time there for Orgulus. They got to make sure they don't pull those back spawns. But, I mean, if you're going to get the last 20 seconds and not even have to worry about spawning up in the back, you will take that every day of the week. It'll be a 40-second lead heading in towards P3, over towards our Fountain Hill. Point Blank will be the first team here, first team set up, ready to go. And honestly, I mean, if they can hold down a good setup here, Colin, they can bring themselves right back into it. But they need to not be broken, and it's been a hard job so far to stop Orgulus on the breaks.
Orgulus setting up now for the break. Opening nade from Fighter's going to open it up, and the rest follow in suit. 2 go down. Point Blank will have those close spawns, so they will be able to reinforce this right away. Limax leading the charge back in. Goes 1 for 1, but it's going to be Dev to try to follow him up, and it's just not working in their favor. Orgulus triumphing in the gunfights and holding onto this hill, keeping their lead at arm's reach at the moment, as they are going to amass 200 points inside of this. Or at least they're going to get close, 198. I mean, they're 2 points away from it, and it looks like they're going to hop right back on. Limax trying to swap on over, and beautiful shots on a fighter. We'll take them off for now, and Orgulus now spawning into back. Have to travel all the way across Tuscan just to get back into this Churchill. But Jesse, right now, it seems like they're okay settling for scraps.
Yeah, they know they've got winner's advantage right now. Any little bit of time that you can get here non-contested from Point Blank is big time. But Limax on 6 in a row, a very real opportunity here to find some streaks. Now pushing in towards Church from the front. They just need to bait. They need to find a way to get Limax streaks here, because you might need those streaks later in this game to bring yourself back into it, especially if you go back to a P1 hill.
Knows they're breaking from the north. Spots 2 in the cross. Dev opens up with the first blood in this team fight. Limax now looking to transition this over into Shriek. 6 in a row. 7 now. Glide bomb in hand. As you think that this could be the catalyst in flipping this lead back in favor of Point Blank. Orglis spawning back over towards P1. Have a chance to break into this one. Keep their lead at arm's reach like we've been talking about, Jesse. But now it's Jazz's turn. 5 in a row for your sub. And if he gets a streak of his own, then it's really out of hand for Orglis.
Yeah, it could get really scary in these next couple moments. Some really big gunfights. Jazzin will go down through middle of the map, so no 2 sets of streaks, but Limax still with that glide bomb in hand will be the first player to try to spearhead their way through into command center. Not going to win the gunfights here on spawn, and now pushing over towards new. Orglis going to be 30 seconds away from closing this game out here. They want to do it here. You do not want to go back to P1.
Oh, lucky enough for Orglis, they give up streaks, but they're heading over to P5 where those streaks are basically rendered useless. On the inside of the command center, Luka has such a cheeky angle here, just ready to line them up through patio, and he's going to chip down the damage, restalling, spikes down the kills. 2 in a row, and Fida closes the door. 10 seconds left. Can anybody from Pointless get in, or Point Blank get into this one? Restalling is going to try to make it not happen whatsoever. Gets aggressive, shuts down Jazzin. 3 seconds left. Nobody's going to get into it. Our last chance for them to get into it. Keep it contested, Jesse. Oh man, Point Blank, they want to make this as hard as possible.
Well, they stop it just in the nick of time, and Jazzin with a massive one-on-one on the stairs to not allow that win to go through. They've still got 2 players here. Fida's going to get tagged up by the nade and from the shot, so won't be able to challenge this gunfight immediately here, and Jazzin's going to go for the hunt here. The glide bomb is going to need to be invested as quickly as possible. I don't think they're going to drop it here in time. And Luka on the hill. The glide bomb comes down in time. They stop it just in the nick.
Not done just yet, Jesse. Jazzin trying to go big, but it's just too much to ask. Orglis, they rotate over to P1. They bait out the Shriek from Limax. It finds 3, including a teammate, and Jazzin has the chance to keep things there for Point Blank, but it is just too tall a mountain to climb. And Orglis, they battle right back in. They get that 1 second of time, and they win map 1, 250 to 216.
I mean, what a map 1, though, honestly. Orglis do their absolute best to be able to pull off that victory, and it's a very similar scoreline to what we saw inside of map 1 of the first best of 5 that they played against each other inside of winners finals. It was a 250 to 230 there. This time a 250 to 216. Very big win from Orglis just to start the best of 5 off in the best way they can.
Jesse, I mean, there's only one thing I want to look at right now, and it's those stats from game 1, because players were frying, not just on Orglis, the winning team, but on the side of Point Blank as well. You go 30 and 30 on Jazzin, almost found streaks at one point, did have that 5 in a row to back up Limax, who went big with his 7 spree. But on the opposite end, Orglis, I mean, you talk about consistency from that Mind Freak game. I was looking at Luka, and he does it again, Jesse, 31 and 21. And, you know, if you're going to need anybody to turn up for Orglis and expect anybody to turn up, it is going to be those previous CDL players in Luka and Shox. You can't forget that these players have been at the tier 1 level of Call of Duty for a very long time, and that's why they are just the champions of the APAC region again and again. And Point Blank, they're giving them a run for their money right now, Jesse, inside of this LCQ, and they definitely have an advantage to move into this championship move into this the Challengers Championships. But Orglis, they don't want to let it go for free. I mean, you expect them to come back, bounce back after that Mind Freak game, reset the bracket, see if they can push Point Blank to the very end and move their own or give themselves their own chance to rightfully represent APAC inside of the Challenger Champs in LA. And with they're playing like they're playing inside of that Tuscan, I'm saying Orglis, they have every chance to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you go towards Bocage Search and Destroy next. This is where you lost inside of your last best of 5. It was a 6-3 loss, was not a very close game. Actually, I guess it was close through the beginning of the game. It was a 3-3, then Point Blank kind of took over. It kind of felt like similar to what we just saw inside of our map number 1, where it was a Point Blank 10-point lead through the first set of hills, going to the back set, and Orglis really just kind of took over. They got that big lead that they needed, and it was just not enough for Point Blank to come back. It kind of feels similar to that going into this one, and it's a Bocage Search and Destroy. I mean, a few timings don't go your way, rounds can be over just like that. So it's just one of those things for Orglis. I think that they feel comfortable playing all these maps that they lost inside of the last best of 5. Outside of, like I said before, the Berlin Control, they got smoked on that map. Not surprised to not see it come through here inside of the series. The Gavutu, I think, like you, will play a lot better for Orglis. I mean, there's a very real chance Orglis comes out here and they still just find a way to 3-0 Point Blank and we get a second best of 5.
I mean, we've had our fair share of Bocage Search and Destroys in the past couple days, Jesse, you and I, and we've just noticed that these defensing sides can be so pivotal to the end game. I mean, look at this aggression for Johnson right off the bat. I mean, you don't expect it from Orglis, and that's bomb down. 2 early kills for Point Blank to work with.
Yeah, really big kills right off the rip of this round, but you get the kills right back into your favor if you're Orglis. And now left here in a 2 versus 2. We'll see what they can do with this bomb in hand. Usually once you get down to these 2v2 situations, you like to move the bomb over towards the B site, but with how much pressure Point Blank are putting on the site right now, you can see Orglis is going to start to wrap over to A.
And look how fast Point Blank are being. I don't think Orglis is going to be aware of this in time, and Libac's already in position to punish. Will he be able to get shots for the rotation? Player number 4, Sharks, wiped off the face of Bocage, and now Fida in a 1v1 versus Durdev. Can he make it happen? No, Durdev is right on the case there for the trade, and that is a brilliant round out of Point Blank. Even though Orglis bring this back with a beautiful set nade from Sharks, you just look at the way that they played it. They play hand in hand around that B site, and they flip the map on them before they even know it.
I don't know if you agree with me or not, but from our first best of 5 that we cast today in that losers final towards what we're getting right now, I feel like the pace of play has just shot tremendously versus what we saw inside of that first best of 5. It has been like night and day versus what we saw inside of that losers finals here inside of the grand finals so far. Point Blank just play at a different pace than what we've seen any other team kind of go at Orglis with, and usually it's not good to bring that pace of play up against Orglis, but they are doing a really good job of just finding controlled success, or controlled chaos I should say, to get a good amount of success here against Orglis.
No, it failed for Mind Freight. They weren't able to make it happen, but I mean, for Point Blank, I mean, you just look at the sheer skill they had. I mean, there's a reason why Jason was previously on this Orglis roster in Restalling's place, and it's because he is a menace with the sub. Now with the auto in hand, looking to pull things back for his team, 1v3, trying to make things fancy, but Luke is going to spot him out, drops him down to 24 HP, and you can imagine that the hunt is going to be on for this last remaining player. Yeah, the collapse is going to be through the middle of the map. Jason's going to get run over, and Orglis, they immediately bounce back.
But let's not forget, this is how the game started the last time these two played here on Bocage Search and Destroy. It was a 3-3 right off the rip of the game. Just kept going round for round between each other before Point Blank finally figured out what Orglis was doing on the round. They took full advantage of it. Well, at least if you're Orglis right now, you've had some time to think about that game. You've had some time to think about what Point Blank were doing so well against you, and maybe you might be able to turn it up here inside of this round. We're not ready for that B push down towards the bottom of River off the start of the game. Point Blank got very aggressive inside of their last defense. We'll see what they choose to do this round through. But it's Cronus through middle of the map, finds first blood, and instantly able to back up and save his life.
Same spot. You saw Restalling get the pick onto Dev earlier in that last round, but an immediate answer out of Fida. Working through the middle of the map, bomb gets recovered. Dev looking to hold the door in Grandma's, and take a look at Cronus. He completely wraps in the same spot that Jason did, and the bomb goes right back down, and Dev spotted. He did just boss the shadow through the wall, and that's going to leave Shox last alive.
Yeah, and Shox definitely not in a great spot here. Through the backside of his spawn, just needs to, first of all, pick up the bomb. Second of all, needs to find a way to get one or two of these players before getting this bomb down. So not a great spot to be in. Bomb will be picked up at the very least. Just looking to see if he can find any information through middle of the map before he decides where he wants to go with this. If he can spot the player out on the other side of this wall, it could be massive, but unfortunately drops right on the player's head and ends up losing out the round. Point Blank, keep the defensive streak going.
Awkward. That's all I have to say about that gunfight, Jesse. I mean, I think Dev was spooked too.
I would have been spooked.
It was like a jump scare. I mean, tell me that Vanguard's not a horror game sometime with things like that. People bursting through the walls,
I was about to say, when you
dropping
got
from the
people
skies.
Kool-Aid manning their way through the walls, that is just terrifying.
We've been through a whole season, and it still spooks me, Jesse. It still lives rent-free. That's just somebody could just run through the door and ruin my whole round in a search and destroy. But for this point blank, have a buffer now. 1 round advantage. Jackson's going to open up with the first blood. Dirtev traded out by Shocks. 3v3, but still bomb in their hand as looks like point blank. They opted to take control of the middle of the map before stemming to a side. And it looks like it's going to pay or it's going to punish them a little bit. Jackson gets caught, and now you don't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, Limax does a big job here. Like the round before, needed to at least find one. Can't find anything as Luca finds that last kill. And now it's going to be all up to Cronus in a 1 versus 3. Not the best position in the world right now, but might be able to catch Fida out if Fida gets a little bit too aggressive here. I don't think he spotted him on the cross.
I don't think either of them spotted each other. If so, Fida just respecting the 1v3 and feeding that information to the rest of his team. I mean, they have time in their hand. They know bomb should be down with the way that Cronus is playing, how slow it is. But Cronus sniffs out a kill into Luca. 1v2. Shock's very separated from his teammates, so this is doable. Jesse, just not enough time and in so many places to look. As soon as Cronus turns the corner, Fida sitting on top of that bridge, he's going to finish the job.
Yeah, finishes the job indeed, and it's a clean round, right, out of Orglis. You get that first blood, you just kind of play off the back of it. You never let Point Blank really stabilize themselves through the rest of that round, and so far, Colin, through this game, it's really feeling like whoever's going to pick up this first offense is just going to be able to find a way to run and close this lobby out. It's very tough, and I think we've seen this more and more so recently on Bocage as well, that offenses are just getting harder and harder to win again because teams are figuring out the right areas to be able to play defense at, to find those first bloods a lot easier and to put the offense in an instant man disadvantage. Well, this round right off the rip, Cronus will get some instant shots down range but can't get the kill, and oh my god, we were just getting a bloodbath through the middle of Grandma's.
So back and forth, round to round. It's why we're sitting 2-2, Jesse, but I mean, the opening kills for Point Blank there should slow things down for a second, but Orglis, they don't want to give it up just yet. They're going to hold 2 respective angles. You see player number 3, Luca, working his way through the riverbed, and he's actually going to catch Cronus mantling up into that bell tower, and it will pull things back into 2v2. The only question is, how long is Shock's going to lurk over towards Barn? Because that B site, it's open, and they could have a plant right now.
Yeah, you would love to have an ability for Shocks to be able to wrap his way over towards B here. Needs to be able to find a way to get past the point blank players. He's done it. He's absolutely snuck past. You've got player number 3 in Luca chilling in the back of the willow tree. He's able to watch over everything now. And bomb will go down. They're in a great spot to be able to hold on to this bomb site.
Everything's going to be playing off of Luca in that positioning. He's going to have all the information for that defuse when it does come through, and then just give it over to Shocks. Shocks just tucked away in the corner. Def reads him like a book. Now it's definitely up to Luca to make a big play. Gives himself away with the positioning, but it's such a hard angle to be weeded out of. The nades drop him down to 43 HP. The full flame's going to come through. Plenty of time to hit this pinch, and they're going to clean him up. What a call from Point Blank.
Yeah, you needed Shocks to find that one over towards the backside of the river, and unfortunately was not able to find that kill. And defense again, Colin, will stand strong so far through the first half of this lobby, through the first half of this search and destroy. Point Blank win their 3rd defense in a row. Now Orglis once again are going to be tasked with needing to win another defense just to keep this game going tick for tick. One by one, these defenses seem to keep going down, and we just need these people to we just need them to not lose out on their defenses, and we're going to be in for a crazy end to this one.
Go right back to the map. Stalling. Catches the perfect timing to find first blood. Traded out by Jason, but he's got Luca watching over his shoulder. Numbers advantage to Orglis, and Luca's going to keep it steady. 1v3 for Limax as things are falling apart for Point Blank, but they have that round advantage. So you see Limax just wanted to keep up the pace. He's going to catch Fida on the exit. 1v2. Bomb getting recovered. If he drops into the B side, he can get a bomb plant. He's going to be walking right into Luca, and that is a free kill if I've ever seen one.
That's just another round where, I mean, Point Blank tried to square up down middle of the map. It just does not work out for them, but we need to bring it up now, Colin. This is where we saw in the first time these guys played each other inside of our winners finals. This is where we saw the big turnaround here on Bocage Search and Destroy come from. Orglis was in a great spot. Everything was 3-3. You know, it was just a tie game. It was a stalemate, exactly what we have right now. And this is where Point Blank flipped the switch. They took over the game from this point on. They ended up closing out 6-3 here. I think if Orglis wanted to get this monkey off their back, I think this is where you need to just come out and dominate an offensive round. And the Shock's first blood is a massive start to this round.
Cronus finds the trade, but still numbers in Orglis' favor. Cronus is hitting the straight rush down mid. They don't even know it in the hip fire on Shocks 2. Cronus taking matters into his own hands, and Fida trying to bring things back. Will make it a 1v1. Has bomb in hand too. Only question is, it looks like Limax has totally read the positioning of Fida. What does Fida elect to do? Do you go to the B site, take that chance to get the bomb down fast, or wrap all the way over to A, Jesse?
Just playing really patient right now, trying to figure out whether or not Limax is going to get over aggressive here in this situation. He might walk straight into line of sight of Limax here. He absolutely does. Slow walking it down is never going to work when you got an AR on the other side, and Limax absolutely takes full advantage. But that round would not have been possible without the three-piece that we saw inside the middle of it from Crimsa. I'm so sorry, from Cronus. I completely just butchered the wrong name there.
I mean, Fida, you got to think that if you are going to take a shot at that B side, you need to check your angles. You need to clear out Willow at least, but...
I just don't think you could slow walk down the river there.
You just slow walk into the site, mosey on in, get that bomb down. Outrageous.
How we got Point Blank on the offense. It's going to be an immediate hit over towards the A site. Fast plant as well. Bomb should be able to go down here, but no, Luca spots it out, finds the kill, and now a man advantage back into the favor of Orglis.
Stalling is back-to-back with a player from Point Blank. 3v3, so if one of those players likes to get aggressive, he can really swing this round, but Luca's going to take it into his own hands. Not just one, but two. Limax and Coronas checked off the board. Now Johnson forced to make a play all the way in the spot, and it seems like they know this. Luca's going to be well aware of the flank. Turn around, eliminate that player, and Point Blank, man, they are keeping this as close as ever.
No, they really are. Point Blank doing everything they can to keep matching defense for defense with the likes of Orglis here inside of this game. And I mean, it is working out really well right now for both sides. You would love to see one of these two teams be able to take an offense, but Colin, right now with the way this is going, I feel like we're in for a round 11. I feel like we're in for both teams going defense for defense all the way through, and then all of a sudden one of these two teams will figure it out inside of round 11. But with that round 11 looming, we need to start looking at the kills as well. Right now, if we go to a round 11, Orglis will 100% get that final defense with the terms of kills that they have.
You win an attack, you win the game at this point. Like, come on. What a kill from Luca. That should open things up a little bit. That's all the way on the high ground, too. So a lot of map control for Orglis to work on into Grandma's. We're stalling already in attic.
It's a big position.
Arrow from Limax. It seems like Limax is a little bit aware of this. He's going to be watching that, and big answer back.
And that's instantly going to put Orglis in a rough spot here now when trying to put this bomb down, because if you get anybody to peek towards top window, it could shut that plant down immediately.
Cronus.
They need to be ready for this flank from Cronus, and it looks like Durdiv absolutely is.
Well, Durdiv getting aggressive to back up his teammate. Distraction as ever. Limax for the follow-up, and Shox needs the clutch. 1v2. Bomb planted. Limax hits the defuse right away, and Shock's going to get there in time. I mean, he is sticking it out to the very end. No defuse just yet. 25 seconds left. 1v1 in Cronus. Do you hop this? It doesn't seem like he wants to just yet. Shox is going to take to attic. Sees nobody's on the bomb. Not a lot of time right now to work with if you're Limax. Time is ticking away, and Shox, he just has to wait for that 7.5 seconds. Check the bomb, sneak away, stay alive. Shox single-handedly 1v2s Point Blank to give Orglis map point.
The first offensive round win we've seen. It took 9 tries, but it finally came down to it. 9 tries and a 1v2, by the way, to be able to get that first offensive win on the board here. But Orglis, they can feel it, on the verge of getting that search and destroy victory underneath their belt, on the verge of trying to put Point Blank back into the blender, resetting the bracket. They have a very good opportunity now. Back onto defense. All you got to do is take one more. You've already taken 4.
Orglis can feel it. The palm of their hands right now. A 2-0 lead from Point Blank looming on the horizon. Cronus is going to trade things out. 2v2. What an opening from Luca, but immediately brought back. Cronus in a 1v2. Can he repeat what Shox just did? Rotates around the map, doesn't expect the player on the close angle, in Orgless 2-0 in the grand finals. First best of 5, Jesse. And they are looking good right now against Point Blank.
Oh, yeah, they are. I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to, right? You look at the maps that you just recently lost against your opponent, and you got to think back. It was a 3-3 game. It got out of control a little bit earlier on inside of that Bocage. This time through, they get the timing to go into their favor. That massive win on site that they were able to get inside of that last round, once Luke is able to find that final kill, just to be able to force us into a situation where now Point Blank needs to win that offense. Massive plays there coming out of the likes of Orgless. They win the round out. They win the game. And, I mean, a 2-0 lead, it's massive inside of a best of 5 against Point Blank here.
I mean, they look way better than they looked in that first best of 5 in the winners final versus Point Blank, Jesse. That win against Mindfreak has completely turned them or shifted the momentum right into Orgless's favor. Let's look back at that game number 2, see who was popping off the most for Orgless, because it really seemed like a team effort when you're sitting there and watching it. But I mean, he's been the talk of the town for today, Jesse. Luca, 12-7. Hello.
The main AR is popping off right now, and you absolutely love to see it for Orgless. It's something that they really, really need here, is just to have one player play up at that highest level. The big thing that stands out to me, Colin, not only the fact that he had 12 kills, but 10 non-traded kills. I know you had that on the other side for Cronus as well, and he was definitely the standout player for Point Blank. Just the supporting cast, maybe a little bit better inside of this game for the likes of Orgless. The Slain was definitely in their favor most of that game there, and that's why they end up walking out with that Bocage search and destroy victory here inside of game number 2. But I mean, what hurt them inside of the first series especially was a control. They got 3-0, not the same map, but definitely where we're going to be looking at next.
No, and you think, Jesse, we said it in the search and destroy. You win an offensive round, you win the map. Shocks clutches a 1v2, and you know that is the turning point of that map number 2 for Orgless. But setting up for this Gavutu Control coming up next, it's going to be make or break for Point Blank right now in this first best of 5. If they want to end it quick inside this first best of 5, it has to be a reverse sweep to qualify for that Challengers Champs through the LCQ. But Orgless right now, 1 win away from resetting the bracket and having their own chance of qualifying for champs here inside of Challengers. We're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, we got Gavutu on the menu. The action's not done yet, folks. Orglis 1 map away from resetting the bracket point blank. They need a reverse sweep if they want to get it done on the first best of 5. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz. We are running through the APAC region right now for the last chance qualifiers of Challengers. Only one can qualify, and it's going to be one of these two teams, Jesse. And right now, Orglis, can they take a control off of point blank?
Feels like point blank just haven't really been able to catch a break so far throughout this series. Very close map 1, end up losing it out 250 to 216. Really close map 2 as well on a Bocage search and destroy. End up losing it out 6-4. And I mean, that was a game that was just going pound for pound. Every single round was a trade back and forth, but unfortunately, they just don't walk away with the victory. Well, on offense here to start off map number 3, already down 4 in terms of the lives. Cronus is just trying to catch any angle he can right now on the top of the LST ship, but currently cannot sniff any of these players out, and this could just end up turning out really, really badly for point blank here, because it looks like Restalling's moving forward and trying to lock this spawn trap in.
It's not just Restalling either. It's Vida on the flank as well. Will be caught out by Cronus. So a chance for point blank to weave their way into this zone, and a teammate on the Luca is not going to help for Orglis at the moment. Cronus still big chilling on top of the LST ship. Now 4 in a row. Going to get the glide bomb right off the bat. That would be quite the start to the control to bounce right back. But a little bit of Castle Skirts. Cronus gets ripped off by Luca. And now Orglis going to fight their way back in. Player number 5 Restalling hops in for the contention, but Jason keeps things going for point blank.
Big plays here just to keep this tick and this progress alive here. 29 seconds left to finish this off. You have a minute and a half to make your way over towards the B zone, which you actually already have some progress towards, as Cronus started to try to fly his way up the beach. Unfortunately, will end up falling. But like I said, minute and a half now, 17-17 in lives, but you have got Orglis widespread right now across the beach. You need to find a way to pick some of these players off.
Orglis looking for the quick bounce back after losing in the A zone. Plenty of time to work with, though, for point blank if you want to pick them apart. And unfortunately for yourself, Limax falls, so makes it a little bit harder to siege out this B zone. You look at the position of the last 2 members of Orglis, and with ring control, Shox really can put a damper on the reinforcements. Will remove Cronus, and you can see the rest of point blank falling like dominoes, Jesse. And as Sturdev falls, I think Orglis now, they're starting to get the ball rolling here on control.
They absolutely are. Now starting to move forward as well. Starting to just try to pin the point blank into the back of their spawn. Fortunately, you'll lose out on Luca through middle of the map. He should spawn back up, though, towards the side of the southern jungle. Now able to just get back right inside of the hill. And now he's just going to be the player who sits back there, watches to see if there's any overextension to come in through the side of green. And they're already picking these players off one by one. It's just Durdev with any forward progression right now.
Not anymore. Vida's going to make sure that he's not able to move any farther to this zone. 27 seconds now, so it's kind of make or break at the moment for point blank. Can't really afford any more time out of your hands. They hop into the zone, but it's Shox to shut them down. A beautiful nade on the Limax, and the finisher onto Jason will put the hopes of point blank in a really sticky situation. 5-10 in the life lead. Not a lot of time to work with. All players backed up into the ring. Durdev's going to open up with the first blood onto Shox. But take a look at player number 5. Restalling has a chance to completely end this whole thing. He's around the backside. Jason's actually going to catch him out. And a chance here for point blank to really get things going on this B zone. Get a few ticks of progression and maybe even finish the zone. 5 versus 5. Orglis trying to get back in. And nade from Restalling will keep the time burning. 3 seconds left. 5v2. Restalling takes down Durdev. Makes it a 1v5. Cronus can't get back to the point. And Orglis take round 1.
It got a little tighter than I think Orglis wanted it to towards the end there, but they definitely did the hard job early on inside of that round. Unfortunately, just not able to close it out if you're point blank. Colin, I think the one thing that really stands out to me there was just Orglis' strong defense over towards the B side. I mean, really, really hard for point blank to be able to find a way to break their way into it. And I mean, they shaved a whole minute off the clock before point blank was even able to clear the Orglis players out of ring. I mean, if you can do that every single round, that B zone is almost impossible to be able to hit. And point blank still almost got it.
Inside of a grand final, Jesse fighting tooth and nail to the very end between both squads. But now point blank answering back on a defense should be a simple cause with the way that they're playing. And they do find a full break. And look at Durdev's positioning now. He can just cut off the rotations. He's got 3 in a row, just melting Orglis in their own spawn. And Orglis have to be careful. Luckily for themselves, Shox will find an opener towards the beach. Durdev goes down. So no spawn trap just yet.
It looks like they're trying to overextend as well, trying to get over towards the B side of the map. Luca will slide his way in towards this tank as well. Gonna cook the nade, try to drop it in, but he'll get met with a nade of his own. Jazen drops him there, but you've still got some progress. You've still got some players pushing in and around this B side. Stalling just trying to find an angle. Will be able to pick up Cronus, but he loses out on his teammate at the same time, and still no progression towards either one of these zones in terms of ticks yet.
It's not a good look for Orgulus on the offense right now. 21 seconds to start to get something moving here. Inside round number 2. Jazen's going to remove her Soling for the overextension too, so perfect chance for Point Blank to set up her flank. You can see number 2, Third Ev, looking to work his magic around the backside of the zone. And everybody on Orgulus on high alert, Jesse, that this flank can happen. Luca's going to take down Jazen, so keeping things going for Orgulus, but here comes the flank now. Durdev opens things up for Point Blank and completely shuts out Orgulus again. Now 20 seconds left, and Orgulus, they are scrambling to get back to the zone.
I was going to say, at least you got fight atop LST, but he'll fall as well. 10 seconds left. You need to go. You need to hop into the zone.
Oh, Restalling's going to get them in. Third tick, still a chance. Lives are even too, Jesse, so as soon as it get captured, it's not done yet for Orgulus.
Oh, and you've got fight on the other side, inside of ring, able to at least pick up one. That's going to slow the reinforcements from Point Blank, rotating over to B. But, I mean, all the stuns and nades coming in are just going to slow Orgulus down in the same way. Now you've got ring control. Point Blank definitely putting themselves in a good shot to close this round out.
It's a similar thing for Orgulus back when they were on defense, Jesse. They took control of ring, they took control of beaches, and they kept on shaving off the time from Point Blank's offense. Now, looking to mimic that in the same chance, but Luca opening things up on the flank, will remove Jazen from watching the cross, knows the respawn's going to go there, but loses the gunfight versus Cronus, and it's going to keep Point Blank in such a comfortable position.
Yeah, they're in a great spot to close this round out. I say that, but 3 go down. Now Orgulus can fly forward. You at least will get one player in the zone. You got to start to dodge these nades, though, because you know Point Blank's going to be cooking them. They're going to be trying to drop them in, and they get Shocks, who was the furthest player pushed forward.
Shocks was set right there. First tick getting worked on. Move good for the crossfire. Gonna let one slip on in. Fighter, will he be able to take him down? No. Time's ticking away. 17 seconds. Orgulus, they cannot afford to stay off of this zone for now, Jesse. But Lucas got to heal up before he gets in. 9 seconds. Waiting to the end. Slides across. The crossfire's too strong. Orgulus getting picked apart now. Not a lot of time for them to work into the zone. 1.5 seconds. Restalling goes down. Shocks is going to fall. And Point Blank fight back.
At the very least, if you're Orgulus there, you get 4 ticks of progress. Because at one point in that round, it did not look like they were even going to have 1 tick of progression on either side. So the fact that you're at least able to walk away with 4 there, even though you lose the round, I think you'll take that round if you're Orgulus in terms of that, just that situation alone. You don't want to go into the next round where you're down like 3 or 4 ticks of progression towards getting that final defense, because we just know how strong final defense can be on a map like Gavutu or on a map like Tuscan, because those are the harder maps to be able to win those offensive rounds on. But nonetheless, we'll be tied up at 1-1, a 5-4 lead in terms of tick progression for Point Blank after the first round of offenses.
Point Blank into the A zone immediately. But here's the flank that we saw from Orgulus that was so pivotal in that first round fight. It does go down, but it allows Shocks away into the zone. Cuts down 2, but doesn't remove Point Blank from the zone just yet. It's going to be Luca to put the finishing blow into that. And look at number 5 Restalling, praying away at the respawn, just cutting down the resources. Luckily for Point Blank, Dev is going huge on the inside of the ship. Almost finds Shocks as well, but it's enough to give a little bit of leadway and breathing space for Point Blank to get out.
Oh, I thought Daredevil was going to continue to go massive there, well pushed forward, but not able to finish it off. But everybody else now going big here for Point Blank. They're pushing forward. Limax, unfortunately for this player, pushed forward will end up falling, but you've still got progression coming through. You've still got Cronus on the point right now, 11 and 15. Not having the best map for his standards right now. If he can turn it around, I mean, it could massively help with the rest of this Point Blank team.
He shots, but Jazza gets the job done. Third tick cemented. Another minute on the clock, Jesse, and only 1 life difference between these two teams. Now, this is what we highlighted in both rounds. Orgulus right back into this ring control, playing it slowly, not getting over aggressive towards the beaches, waiting for Point Blank to try to, you know, remove them from this forward at progression, but it doesn't seem like Orgulus are going to let them have it easily. Restalling drops down. He's going to cut down a few players, goes 1 for 1, and that'll put them at a halt. try to take down this player inside a ring, but Fight is still well alive.
I think if you're Orglis and you want to get that final defense, I think you need to find a way to not allow any points of progression here from the side of Point Blank. You want to try to hold them to absolutely nothing here, but it's going to be hard because they are finding a lot of kills in succession. And now Jazen, who's on 6 in a row, is just going to choose to back up, play his life towards the LST ship, because if he finds one more kill, that could be the glide bomb they need to open things up.
Big nade from Luca. Point Blank still halted now. From that grenade slowing things down. 56 seconds, the life advantage for Point Blank. Very doable, Jesse, with how back and forth these rounds have been, with how close these offenses are. But now here we go. Durdev and Limax into the fray. Limax goes down, but he's got some teammates still there. Durdev 3 down for Orglis. Fight on the respawn. Will be able to at least cut down one, but Jason weaves his way in. He finds the glide bomb as well, Jesse. So the streak now online for Point Blank. That can turn this round around. It can give Point Blank the offense that they need.
I thought Jazen was just going to lay down and call in the streak. That's what I think should have been done. Unfortunately, he's not going to, and it opens up an opportunity for Shocks to flank through ring. Shocks finds 3, Fida finds the 4th, and now a round that was looking so good for Point Blank. You had players on hill, you had the streaks to go, and now only 14 seconds left and no time to get in.
Point Blank may have just let that slip through their fingers. Shocks on 4-4 spree, locking down the ring, pistols out. Trying to dance, and Fida's got the backup too. Point Blank gets cut down, Jesse. They fumble the bag even after getting that glide bomb. And Orglis, they do what needs to be done. They absolutely ice up again on defense. 2-1 standing inside this Gavutu. A chance to 3-0 sweep Point Blank in the first best of 5 and reset the bracket to do it all over again.
Look at Fida and Shocks as well. 4 apiece in terms of their streaks right now. If either one of them can find a glide bomb, we'll just completely have an answer for the glide bomb on the side of Point Blank for Limax. Shocks is going to get tagged up heavily right off the start of this round, so just needs to kind of play his life, wait for that regen to come back through. As soon as it does, going to head over towards the LST ship, try to find some success here in the middle of this round. He's the only player now left on Orglis who is on a streak.
Stalling on the inside is going to have a little bit of pressure from Limax to the middle of the map in. Big shots there from Limax to remove him, so time will continue to tick down for Orglis at the moment. And Shocks goes down in that forward progression. He had 5 in a row, so a chance to turn that into streak for himself. But now Orglis, they got to go back to the drawing board, Jesse. In their spawn, not in a spawn trap situation with where Fida is, but definitely on the edge of the danger zone.
Well, if Fida can keep winning gunfights over here, it could force a glide bomb possibly out of the hands of Point Blank. I don't think they'll want to use it unless it is absolutely life or death, though, here inside of this game. But one tick of progress will come through at B. They've almost got a tick of progress over at A as well, but finally, Point Blank will sniff Fida out. They shut down that push, but Restalling is right here to try to add some reinforcement back onto B again.
The huge moment from Fida to keep his team trucking inside this round. He's going to be a little bit dangerous if that spawn trap did cement for Point Blank. Now looking to work their way over towards B slowly but surely. Well, the A zone gets captured. Second tick being worked on over there, and the respawn should be reinforcing Fida in this position. But what a shot at a Jazen. Durdev's going to follow this one up. You look at Cronus, and he's in such a position that even though you're respawning this, you won't be able to overextend the beaches. So now Orglis, they need to pour their resources into this A zone.
If you are Point Blank right here, you can't allow another tick of progression. If you do, it's going to be tied up 8 apiece after the offensive rounds are done. And it's going to go down to kills, and right now it's looking like Orglis is the team who is leading in the killing department right now. That would give them the final defense. All they really need is to get one more tick here, and that's why you can see so much pressure from Point Blank going in on the hill, and Limax with a massive kill to shut down them getting that 3rd tick of progression.
I mean, haymakers would be an understatement with what Limax is doing right now. 2 in a row, almost a 3rd as well. Trying to put the nail in the coffin for round number 4, but still trucking away Orglis. A chance, a small one, but a chance nonetheless. Cronus going to whip a few shots. 3 go down. Time will tick away, and Point Blank will stay alive in the first best of 5, Jesse. Round number 5, I mean, this one going the distance is definitely going to be a shaky road, especially considering like what you said. You know, ticks, if it wasn't
they
for
secured
them.
it.
it's going to be a defensive round for Orglis.
No. It's a defensive round now for Point Blank. They didn't ever get that third ticket progression. So Point Blank do secure that final round of defense. Luckily, I mean, like, that was so close towards the end of that. You sneeze on that zone, I think you could have found that final ticket progression, but they don't end up getting it through. And now Orglis with a very tough job ahead of them. Not only do they need to find an offensive win here, but they're going to have to also deal with a streak that never got used in the last round from Point Blank.
Point Blank has been so close to offensive wins, but Orglis have been so far away in their own side. When that first offense, it was close. You almost lost without even gaining a ticket progression, but you get the A zone, you start working on B slowly. Nade spam at a Point Blank will keep Orglis off the zone for now, keep the time ticking away. Shock's gonna hop back on, but another nade out of Jasmine this time. A minute on the clock. Fight is going to drop down. And it's just a lot of resources right now from Orglis being used up over towards this boat side. And they're still flooding on in. Limax going to get caught blindsided by restalling. Allows them to get back in, but now Cronus on the long flank.
And he's done this multiple times throughout this game so far, where he just flanks through the ring side of the map, gets into the back line, completely stops Orglis from being able to get anything going for themselves here, but it actually looks like Point Blank might just be conceding this A point. Two players still in and around the zone. Stalling can finish it off here. That's a massive one-on-one win. Luca will be there in the middle of the map to at least get the trade. They're going to close that out, finish off that A zone, and they've got a 4-life lead as they look to rotate over towards the B zone.
Point Blank were okay with letting that one go. They just wanted the chance to maybe stop it at the last second. So they lose a few lives, but you now have the setup over towards B, or they don't have the setup just yet. Actually, Point Blank are spawning so far away now, Jesse. This is where the glide bomb needs to be invested for Point Blank to keep Orglis away from the zone. If not, things may snowball, but luckily for themselves, Orglis did not get onto the zone yet. So, I mean, Point Blank, they have the full setup now. They have the crossfire watch. We're stalling, trying to slow peek around this corner. Jason's going to get caught, and that may be the opening for Orglis to get on the zone.
Still going to be with the crossfire here, though, from inside of Green. And Limax and Cronus are going to go massive with the team shots. At least going to stop the first two. Luca will be able to get in. But Jazin invests the glide bomb here. It's going to slow down the push. At the very least, give Point Blank an opportunity to get back into their defensive position.
It wipes the push, but for Orglis, you're thinking, 1 minute left. You don't have to deal with the Shriek, Jesse. I mean, it is not out of the picture just yet for this Orglis squad to put it away in 3.
And now if you're Orglis, you're going to try to push here in and around the hill. Sorry, in and around the defensive spawn. If Rasali can find a few picks in the back line here, it could open up massively towards the front line.
No, but you lose the gunfights on the front line. Limax is going to pick away at Fida, and now everything is up to Rastalling in this position, kind of inside the line stand right now for the defensive side. Dirdev not aware Restalling's still alive, and it will allow Restalling to escape for now, but you still have Cronus picking away up top in ring. Only good for 1 in that situation. 12 seconds left. No respawns for Point Blank. So that's to be perfect from here on out, but Restalling 5 in a row. 3 lives left for Point Blank. All down to the wire. And the setup is here. Fight is going to find one. Still holding on to the zone for now. Desperation for Point Blank, but the lineup for Orglis. And they're going to be resetting the bracket, Jesse. We get to go all over again.
I don't think there was a single doubt. As soon as you saw me and you coming through to cast the grand finals here for the APAC region, I feel like me and you just breed grand finals and breed second best of fives. It happens so often when me and you are on the mic together here, Colin, and it happens once again. Orglis go with the 3-0 fashion, the full bracket reset over Point Blank. Now, I think that Point Blank are probably going to have some thoughts about this best of 5 once we go in, once we reset towards our maps, and once they start thinking about what they want to play again, because I don't know if you want to play Orglis the way that they're playing right now on the same 3 maps.
No, I wouldn't. I would be right on the ball with you there, Jesse. I mean, you do not want to go to the same vetoes. I'm sure Point Blank are going to have to talk about this going into the second best of 5. You know, stray away from a few of these maps. They were close, Jesse, but I mean, you still lost them, and that is going to be in the back of your mind going into the second best of 5 if you go to these exact same ones again. But let's take a look at the stats from that map number 3. Let's take a look at what we got out of these two teams to bring Orglis to that 3-0 sweep in the first best of 5 to reset the bracket. And I cannot stress it enough, Jesse. the consistency out of this team. This time, not in Luka, but the supporting cast turns up. 3 players dropping 30 bombs. Fida going 37 and 28, and we're stalling right alongside him, 36 and 28.
The big one, though, just look at the damage from Fida alone. I mean, 4,600 damage, almost dropped a 5K here. That would have been 1,000 damage a round. Instead, it's going to finish off around 780 damage in terms of average damage per round. But still, I mean, a really, really great game out of Fida. And honestly, it really didn't look like it was going to happen for some time there inside of that final round of Control, but they found a way to make it work. They found a way to break on once, to force the glide bomb out of the side of Jazin. And as soon as that happened, I mean, that's when you felt like, oh, thank God, we got rid of it. Now we can push forward. Now we can get the job done here inside of Gavutu Control. But unfortunately, for the side of Point Blank, it just was not enough, and Orglis closed the game out. A very, very strong map number 3.
And that brings us into a second best of 5, Jesse. I mean, when you kind of talk about, what we've seen out of these two teams throughout the day, Orglis, they come into this LCQ, the top dogs of APAC. The win out on the most recent Cup number 13. Yes, it was a little while ago, but, they're still the top dogs of APAC going into this one. Point Blank upsets them in the winner's bracket. They looked fantastic the first time they went toe-to-toe, but after what I've seen from Orglis against Mind Freak and Point Blank the second go-around, they are 6-0, Jesse, since dropping into the loser's bracket. And right now they are on the revenge tour to take things back and send themselves to that Challengers Champs just along in the future. But we're going to get things set up, folks. Get ready for the second best of 5. Cut to a break. And when we come back, we are crowning ourselves a qualifier to see who's going to Champs. Let's get it on, folks. Last best of 5 of the APAC region. You're watching Point Blank versus Orglis in the bracket reset. Second best of 5. Orglis 3-0 swept them last time around. And now Point Blank, they're looking to change things this second go around. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz. Jesse, let's get into this Tuscan Hardpoint.
They're wasting no time. We don't even have a time to go through, talk about the maps. These teams want to get into it. Both teams firing on full cylinders right now. But it was Orglis who walked away with the 3-0 victory inside of our first best of 5 of the grand finals. Pretty much ties them up at 1-1 apiece today in terms of their series. And if you guys are wondering about the map set, it's the exact same that we just ran with. These teams are just ego challenging each other at this point.
You know, we'll talk about that later on, Jesse, but it looks like Point Blank came out with a new strategy, and they're having a better start to this Tuscan than we saw last time. Limax going to get a huge 2-piece. Looking to send Dirtdev at the backline in, and Dirtdev's looking to come different this go-around. 3 players on a streak for Point Blank, and it looks like they're looking to lock down the second hill as well.
It's just me, or is the Orglis revenge tour looking like it might be turning into a Point Blank revenge tour to start this game off? Map number 1 here of the bracket reset. Point Blank absolutely coming different right now. 41-0 to start this game off, and the first team to be over at column.
Jesse, everybody wants revenge at this point. I mean, in Orglis, they just wiped the floor with Point Blank, and they're looking to do it now. Inside of this Tuscan, all over again. Into the zone, they find the break. But Point Blank wastes no time to get back in. Jason leads the charge with a beautiful nade in the follow-up, and Dirtdev right behind him. Now it's all runners on just to get back over there, and Jason wastes no time to flip this map out. Orglis, I have no idea, and Jason may have just made the 200 IQ play.
Yeah, big heads-up play here, and if every kill now that you find, if your Point Blank is going to spawn the likes of Orglis back towards the old hill in a really, really rough spot here, but unfortunately now, see what happens is Point Blank lose out on those gunfights. The forward progression from Orglis will block those spawns, and it's going to force the spawn up from Point Blank all the way back at old. That's a big heads-up play from Orglis just to be able to keep themselves into this game.
And they recognize that somebody slipped the line, so they go clean up Jason, and now Point Blank, they gotta do it all over again. But their breaks, Jesse, their breaks are so good. It's flawless to open it up. They lose out on 1, but the rest of them just clear the way of Orglis, and they're locking it down. I mean, they do not want to give this one up. They've rooted themselves in the hill. But Luca looking to do some weed whacking right now as he gets back in, lines up 2. Soaking up some time here for Orglis, and the reinforcements respawn right on top of them, so Orglis not out of it just yet. Good time here. We'll kind of cut this lead back down, so Point Blank, it seems like they want to stop this at all costs. Limax is going to find at least 1 nade, but it's just too much right now. Orglis, they found themselves into this hill, and they're not giving it up.
No, and they should be able to hold on to these back 10 now. Everybody going to be pushing across the map to try to get into this Church Hill. Luca's going to have a big one-on-one here with Jazz. He actually gets the information early. Stun does not come out fast enough. Jazz shoots right through the box, finds the kill, and nobody right now going to be close enough for Orglis to really dictate spawns in towards the back, and this should be early time now going the way of Point Blank.
Orglis looking to turn things around soon because Point Blank, they have come in with a different type of team. The huge kill from Fida will take Limax out of the hill, as well as cut off the rotation from Jason to reinforce it, and spawns from Point Blank all over the place, so Orglis won't be aware right away that Limax has actually slipped the line to the backline, and Limax opens things up. He finds a 3-piece, Jesse, that breaks back in.
Let's not forget, first time we saw this inside of our grand finals was a 10-point lead at the end of the first set of rotations for Point Blank. Orglis looked a lot better in the second set. Well, so far here, it doesn't look like Point Blank wants this game to be anywhere near the way that our last one went against the likes of Orglis, and so far off to a really good start. Limax about to hit the jump up from the middle of the map. He's in a really good spot here to just shut down any of the reinforcements now. Coming in from Orglis, will get the first, and now the rest of the break can come through.
Bait into there as well. Dirtdev helping him out. No shrieks for Limax, but a lot of damage on the front line. Orglis having to fight back from the rooftops. You know, the spam is going to be there, Jesse, from the nades. Looking to cook things up, but Dirtdev through the window. He's going to spot Fida, remove him from that forefront. The rest of Orglis going to be piling on in, especially through this well side. Resolving hits to the ground, breaks the hill from the bottom. Shocks with the nades is going to take down Limax as well. On the front line, you still have 2 for Point Blank, and you see Orglis looking to get a little bit aggressive to shut them down. Fight is going to be here, lines up 1. Luca backs him up, and it's going to be Point Blank trying to break on him, but they fail on every front.
It's a really big couple gunfights here. Lots of scrap time still left inside of this hill. Orglis with a possible chance now to kind of bring this game back to within 50 seconds, just to give yourselves a chance here in the second set of rotations. They're actually just going to completely give up the back 10 seconds towards the side of point blank to try to push across the map, to try to get the full setup that they need to lock down a full 60 back here on P1.
In between Durdev and Cronus is not where you want to be if you're Orglis, and a perfect rotation for point blank to get that initial time, but an immediate break. Adver stalling, he has fighted to back him up. Late flank at a player number 1, Johnson for point blank can shake things up, but he's gonna fall. And all eyes forward for Orglis at this moment, soaking up all the time in P1. This can be a money hill, especially if you zone out your opponents, and it looks like they're taking control of the middle of the map. One player has slipped through. A pinch is going to ensue for point blank. Limax opens it up. Fight is going to go big on the inside. 4-2. Restalling backs him up for 3 down. Durdev's around the back, and he has pulled spawns for point blank, so a little bit of a silver lining there for point blank.
Yeah, and you're still going to have at least a 20-point lead here at the end of this first hill, but that's going to take that big lead that they once had, completely diminish it here as we head over towards this Columns Hill. They will be the first team set up, and they've actually got a very good setup locked in right now. Look at everybody push forward. No map control right now at all for Orglis.
I mean, Jesse, you talked about a difference maker in this game, and it's going to be Restalling 9 and 15, a very slow start. Same thing with Luca, who's the superstar in those last 2 best of 5s. Only 10 and 19 for himself, so point blank doing a good job at shutting down these key players in Orglis. But how long can they hold them off? Because Shox is still firing on all cylinders. 20 and 15 for himself, breaks back in, has the support too, and Orglis right back into this hill.
And I don't think they recognize the spawns right away, but it does not matter. They walk straight into the ADS of Luca still. And there you go. A couple of kills will continue now to go in the way of Orglis. It was looking good, but Jazzen pops 3 inside of the hill to get back in for point blank. And now already on the move is going to be Durdev going towards P3.
But forget what I said, Jesse. Forget the stats. Forget who's turning up. Everybody can do anything inside this best of 5. And we are getting the best out of APAC between these 2 teams. Dev, we're going to clear out the backside, breaking the hill alongside Jazzen. They're going to get the job done. Fine too. Restalling, trying to deter them from entering this hill, but he's going to back up, allow point blank into this, wait for the collapse of the rest of his team. You have a full pinch here if you're Orglis. You play your cards right, but oh no, the car blows up. Fight is going to go down, and so does his teammates.
And now, this is where things get really, really scary. If you're Orglis, you need to find a break. You need to find a break soon. Point blank cannot win it on this hill, but they can get to within 10 seconds of closing this game out. So Orglis fighting from the front. They need a break, and they need it right now.
Big double kill from Luca. Unfortunately, one of those will be onto his teammate. And point blank, they've amassed 200 points, Jesse. Orglis spawning through the middle of the map. It's going to take a lot for them to get right back into this hill and shut them down. And in fact, 3 down for Orglis. So the scrap time looks like it's going to be good for point blank to soak up the rest of it. They're going to be so close to putting away this game. Orglis, it has to be perfect hard point if they want to find map 1. But point blank, they have been so good at breaking this initial time.
So point blank only are going to actually get to 230. So they stepped off for a little bit. Don't end up getting the full 60 there on that last hill. But already the break starting to come through. They get a 2-piece inside of the hill. And now you got to work so much harder if you're Orglis. 15 seconds left, point blank, and put it away.
You just can't handle what point blank's cooking right now in Tuscan, Jesse. They want the rematch, and they've got it. 10 seconds away from closing this first map. It's going to be the full wrath of Orglis to try to break back in, but they're not getting the right kills. They haven't found their way in. It's a flank at a player number 6. Fighter has to touch the zone. It's going to be 6 seconds left. Limax holding the outside. 250 ticks over. And what an opening from point blank. They couldn't get it done in the first best of 5, but they take that rematch, Jesse, and they look damn good.
They couldn't get it done in either best of 5 that they've played today against the likes of Orglis when it comes down to being able to win this map's number 1, to being able to win out on this Tuscan Hardpoint. For the first time today, they will walk away with a W here inside of map number 1. They start the series off the right way. And now here comes the interesting part, Colin. This was a map they haven't been able to beat the likes of Orglis on all day. Now we can talk about the rest of our series. Now we have an opportunity to kind of slow things down. It's the exact same map set that we had the last time through. Bocage Search and Destroy followed by the Gavutu Control. When you're looking at that, when you're looking at this map set, I mean, you lost last time after just going defense for defense on either map. If you win that first offense on either side, you probably walk away with a 2-1 lead. So I think, honestly, it's understandable that we're playing the same maps here.
Well, I mean, it is exactly what I'm looking for point blank right now. Don't change things up. Go back to what you've been practicing. These are the vetoes you wanted to play, and it seems like point blank are sticking with it. So you just change a few things. You talk about it amongst yourselves, Jesse, and going into the second best of 5, you can already see that point blank. They're coming with a new energy. And, this is what we were missing in the first best of 5 is the pressure that they were showing and the rhythm that they played on it in before. You said it yourself in the Bocage Search and Destroy. Point blank, they play Orglis at a pacing that no other team will. And in that Tuscan Hardpoint, we saw that pacing absolutely blindside Orglis. Something you didn't get in the Tuscan Hardpoint, both best of 5s that these two teams matched up against each other. And you can immediately see it changes the pace. It changes the outcome of the game. Sitting 1-0 going into a Bocage Search and Destroy. I am ready for point blank to just bring it all to Orglis right now.
Yeah, I'm absolutely right here for this. Honestly, I think if there was no doubt, Colin, that we have the best 2 teams in APAC going at it right now for this grand finals, just look at the fact that these 2 teams have played each other on practically the same maps for 2 best of 5s. One went the way of point blank. One has gone the way of Orglis, and now we play Tuscan for the 3rd time today, and now point blank takes it for the first time. It's absolutely unreal. Now who will win the best of 3 of the Bocage? We'll have to wait and find out, but point blank, I mean, they want to go up 2-0. They want to punch their ticket to Los Angeles. You want to go to that champ, so you're guaranteed at least $5,000, if even more, if you start to pop off once you get there. Once you get some of that NA practice underneath your belt, I think that either one of these teams could really pop off and show out for the APAC region in a very similar way to what we see Pred doing in the CDL right now.
And it's not even that, Jesse. I mean, just to go to champs, to represent your region is something of itself for these APAC teams. They haven't had, the most success in the lands throughout Vanguard, but Orglis or point blank, whoever makes it there. I mean, there's a little bit of a chip on your shoulder to, outperform the rest of the regions, and only having one team to represent you there, it is going to have to be quite the showing for them to take down the rest of the region, something they have struggled with throughout this year, Jesse. But if point blank, if Orglis, if they're playing the way that they are playing today, I am sure that we're going to see them bring the fire to both of these teams.
Oh, for sure.
Going into this Bocage, Jesse, one thing that was hard for point blank were a lot of those offensive rounds that we saw. It was back and forth defensive wins for teams until Shocks wins a 1v2 to really turn the tides, really favor things in Orglis' side of the map. If you're looking at point blank, what do you need out of them in those offensive rounds? What would you like to see them change up in these offensive rounds on Bocage?
It's tough to say, right? Because it wasn't even just point blank that was struggling, like you said, on their offense. It was also Orglis. It just kind of felt like whatever team messed up first on defense was the team to walk away. And honestly, I'd be lying to you, Colin, if I said that I don't expect to see the exact same thing coming in towards this Bocage Search and Destroy. I kind of expect both teams to have very strong defenses. And honestly, I don't really have an answer for you on what they need to do on offense. I think finding first blood is going to be a really, really important first step. That was very similar to what we saw in that offensive round win from Orglis. But even in that round where point blank almost won their offense, if you can find a way to move up towards the A side early, get that bomb down quick and shut down the opposing team from being able to find their way into the site, I feel like that's probably your best recipe to success. Unless you get into a 2v2 situation and you can wrap over towards B and plant that bomb. That's really the only opening I ever see towards the B site is late in the rounds.
Well, Jesse, I don't think we've actually checked out the stats for map number 1 yet. So if we could actually pull up those stats from that hard point, and check out who was really firing up for point blank in that map 1, I want to see that, again, translate into this map number 2, because if we're going to be able to see point blank continue with that success from that Tuscan into the search and destroy, find those first bloods that you're saying, maybe then we're going to be able to see those offensive rounds come into play. But it's really only if we see, players like Jazzin, break into the grandmas as easily as he was breaking those hills in that Tuscan Hardpoint, or not even that, finding the hard points to, or finding the ARs to open up the lanes, on the outside of the map, like we saw Luca do in the first best of 5 between these two teams, Jesse. It's really, a guessing game on who's going to pop off for a point blank, because we didn't see a whole lot of it in map 1. Or in the first best of 5, we got a taste of it in map 1. We need to see him do it again here in the second one.
You absolutely do. I think if Point Blank want to win this series, I think a 2-0 lead is probably their best opportunity towards getting that. It's going to put Orglitz in a rough spot, put them in a spot where they're on the back foot. They need to fight for their lives. It's definitely not the situation that you want to be in. So I think that it would just be a good opportunity to even make Orglitz play maybe a little bit more desperate, make them make a little bit more mistakes inside of the game. And that could really be beneficial for the likes of Point Blank. The big player I want to highlight, though, coming from map 1 into map 2 was Luca. He was massive in that first series. He was probably the best player on Orgless. Really, really off map number 1 there on that Tuscan. Could never really get his feet planted underneath him. Couldn't really get set up ready to go inside of that map. So hopefully going into map 2, it's going to be a search and destroy. Maybe he can slow the pace down. Maybe he can pull that AR out. Show us a little bit of the magic that we saw inside of that first best of 5 of our grand finals. And that's probably the recipe to success for Orgless to bring themselves back into this one.
You know, talking about, you know, Jazzin on Point Blank and the way that he was playing in that first best of 5 and even in that Tuscan, the second best of 5, I want to talk about Cronus a little bit because I don't know if you recall, Jesse, in that Bocage, but it was Cronus who dropped double digits for Point Blank. He was really, you know, keeping things close in a lot of those rounds, not just on defense, but even offense, trying to keep them close. Yeah. If Cronus could put up numbers like that, shut down Luca, which he was doing in that Tuscan Hardpoint, you know, that's definitely something to keep your eyes on.
It absolutely is. I think it was Cronus and it was Luca, both with 10 non-traded kills. That's going to be really important again here inside of this map number 2. See if we can get the bounce back from Luca. See if we can get Cronus playing at the same consistent level that we've seen here all day long so far. But already off the bat on offense, Orgless going to drop 2 players right away. No trades coming through. Only Rastalin able to find 1. At least he has bomb in hand, but a 1v3 is going to be extremely tough.
Climax just had that jump shot fadeaway, Jesse, all the way onto top bar, and it really opened things up for Point Blank, just a domino effect, tip over Orgless. And now we're stalling. I mean, how much damage can you do right now? 40 seconds to work with. Has recovered an automaton, so we'll be able to, you know, at least challenge these long-range gunfights that you're expecting Cronus to take. A little bit of bad timing there. Could have spotted out Cronus in the last little bit. The time is dwindling down. Look at the positioning of Limax as well. So if Rastalin even pushes over towards the A site, Jesse, I mean, there is just no opening right now for this player, and he hasn't decided. So finally, he's going to move over to A. Here's Limax to get those initial shots in, drops him down to 27 HP, and he even cleans it up.
They didn't give him a thing that entire round. They didn't give him an opportunity to even take a look at one of their players until they were ready, even with a trade here, ready to go. If you end up losing this gunfight as Limax, Daredevil is right above, ready to hop down, find that trade in that situation. Played to perfection there from Point Blank. Absolutely what you love to see. And again, Colin, what was that? 1 round in, 1 defensive round, already one for Point Blank. It really does feel like between these two teams on a Bocage search and destroy, the first team to make a mistake, the first team to mess up on defense, very likely going to lose this map.
It wasn't even like it was a close defensive round. I mean, that was as simple as you could get for Point Blank, just winning your AR fights and completely shutting out Orgless. And Vita chips down Jazzin enough for his nades to clean it up. Again, Luca's going to double down on the opposite end, so the AR's this time prevailing for Orgless. Daredevil slips through the tunnel, will be able to bring back 1 kill, has the bomb in hand, so if he drops in this position, that would be ugly. But he's going to stop for a second. He's going to let things burn a little bit, stir in the heads of Orgless, see if he can bait some players out. It seems like he's going to be doing that. Shox has rotated around, and Dev may have a chance to even this up.
Daredevil's still just playing in that little pocket outside a tunnel, waiting, hoping that somebody gets too aggressive. Tries to push through the shadows, going to give his position away, though. Shox sees the player, and now it's just Limax all alone. 1 versus 3 here inside of this round, and we are 1 kill away from tying it up at 1-1 yet again here. Defense holds strong through the first 2 rounds.
2 defensive rounds, 2 1v3s. I mean, this is literally like a mirror matchup right now in the grand finals. Whether it's Orgless or the opposition Point Blank on defense, Jesse, I mean, there is just no way around them. You need to remove one of these ARs from those power positions. As soon as you do, that bomb has to go down.
I think what's really big there inside of that round, too, is that Orgless walks away with that victory. I mean, if you start down 2-0 to the likes of Point Blank after just losing that map 1 in the same fashion that you did, it really could have started to kind of kind of snowball, if you will, get into a really bad effect. Maybe start affecting the mental a little bit here inside of some of these rounds. And even though you get the bomb down here, Shox, you lose out on 2 players immediately. Going to need to be a massive 2v4 hold between him and Luca.
Post plant will be here, but a lot of kills now to work with. That's a spot. Jazzen stays alive, 20 HP. 30 seconds left, Jesse. All of Point Blank now looking to collapse onto this site. It does look like Luca's at least spotted one. Cuts down Jazzen. Kronos hops the defuse. Durdev looking to be the frontline blocker, and nobody's going to check the bomb. Kronos sticks it out. And Durdev, enough distraction just to dissuade the rest of Orglis from checking that bomb.
Yeah, nobody with an opportunity to check the bomb. You had one player weak, the other player backed up completely after winning that one-on-one, and yet just a great bomb hop there to be able to close the round out. Point Blank, I mean, like I said, even though you get that bomb down, give up absolutely nothing. They walk away with a 2-man lead. And I mean, at that point, it's a 2v4 retake. Very easy to be able to handle if you're Point Blank there in that situation. But now on offense, Point Blank getting extremely aggressive themselves. Bomb instantly pushing over towards A, looking like the bomb can be able to go down.
Shox a bit forced out, but he's going to translate into a kill. Big kills, though, to answer back from Point Blank. They've taken over the A side, Jesse, and they've taken over the life count. Now, they flipped out this map, and they forced Orglis into a really tough situation where they have to get aggressive, and Reselling will pull it back into 2v2. Chance to even catch off this rotation for the bomb. He's going to get eyes on, shots as well, but won't finish it out. So, Point Blank looking to convert this into an offensive round win. And Durdev is he is just all over the map right now, Jesse. He doesn't know where he wants to finish this round at.
I'm casting over him, and I don't know where he is right now. So, I mean, definitely been able to get away here without Orglis being able to really follow where he is.
Saw that.
I'm not sure if he did fully see that. We'll see in just a second, but bomb going to start to go down here. Resolin peeks out towards mid. Limax finds the first, and now it's all up to Fida.
Oh, here comes Fida, but it's not enough. He gets over the edge, and Point Blank are waiting. Limax, such a big position right there to watch over his teammate planting the bomb, and you can see it here in the kill cam. I mean, that was as free as ever. Fida was watching for the bomb planter. He was watching to take down Devin, not aware that Limax was right alongside him to take him down. And Jesse, an offensive round win so early. We did not get this in the first best of 5 between these two teams, and Point Blank, they really just threw a wrench in Orglis's plan.
I really thought that they may have made a mistake once Durdev didn't plant the bomb in the 3-versus-1 situation that they had over on site, but you know what? They make it work. They get the job done at the very end of the day, and it's going to make their lives that little bit easier now. They've got that offense off their shoulders. They can take a deep breath. Now, the big thing they can't allow, though, is they cannot allow Orglis to win an offense of their own here. They just need to keep stacking up, doing what they do best, closing out these defensive rounds. Oh, but I thought Shox was about to pull off a first blood, but barely escaping away is Jazzen with his life.
Still 4v4, 1 minute to get this bomb down or to find an opening kill. If you're Orglis, to answer back on offense. Kronos is going to shut down that opportunity with the kill into Luca. Shutting down that main AR is going to force the submachine guns now to get a little bit mixy through the middle of the map. And they do. Well, that's going to be riding off of what you're getting at a fight, and he answers back, evens us up into a 3-on-3. Hasn't yet spotted out Kronos. Bomb going down and planted, and Kronos is going to rip Shox out of the position. All up to fight it now in the submachine gun roll. He has to take down Limax. Not going to be the case. Or Stalling's going to trade it out. 1v2. Durdev around the corner, not ready for it, not having the gun up is going to cost him there, and Durdev is going to give Point Blank now a 3-round cushion.
Another defensive round one there from the likes of Point Blank. They're absolutely doing it all right now. Everything that they need to do to be able to walk away with some of these round wins, they're just doing it. They're getting the job done. It hasn't been the easiest case, but they're doing it. And one thing I read out earlier, I mean, Limax said he was feeling unstoppable earlier on today. Once he was able to take down the likes of Mind Freak, once he was able to take down Mind Freak and then Orglis the first time. Well, it's looking like he's playing back onto that level again here in our second best of 5 of the grand finals. 5-2 so far here inside of this map. They're pushing back up onto A. Bomb instantly getting planted here again. And Durdev should be able to get this down, and they've got a 4v4. This is looking really good now for Point Blank.
Very late need from Shox to get the information. It has to be a full retake from Orglis through the grandmas. You're going to get an opening. Luca doubles down with his teammate. 3v2 now for the retake. Kronos already low, cleaned up by Luca. Limax in a chance to bring this one back, but he has to play it perfectly. Big kill in Luca. Cuts this down to a 1v2. trying to play it close as well. Oh my word, Limax sneaks away with his life, and he's gonna clutch it up. Oh my. What is happening right now, Jesse? Point Blank are running through Orglis's head rent-free.
What did I just say? Limax tweeted out he was feeling unstoppable. Well, right now he is looking unstoppable. A 1v3 clutch. The bomb's down. He just needs to watch over it. And in that situation, Shox shoots when he could have made it look like he was planting the bomb there. Could have made Limax have to chow immediately. But because he shoots, Limax knows he's not on the bomb, is able to back up, play his life, finds those last couple of kills. Now a 5-1 lead here for Point Blank. They take an unprecedented 2 offenses here at Bocage in terms of just the way this best of 5 has gone here so far. And already a 1-for-1 trade right off the whip here in the round. And Jazen's going to make it too.
Oh my god, things are falling apart. Jesse's so fast. 2v2 fight, almost gets the beat down. But Jazen now backed up against the ropes, puts Restalling in this really bad situation, has to get this bomb down. Cross is going to hop up. But here's the footsteps, and he's going to have to chow this one out. So much in the head of Restalling, and he's going to go down. Point Blank. Jesse, how the table has turned in the second best of 5. It's like I'm seeing a whole new team in this grand final. Point Blank, they 6-1 Orglis in the Bocage. They almost 100-point club them in the Tuscan Hardpoint. This is a completely different game right now.
It's like I'm watching 2 completely different teams from what we just saw in our first best of 5, even what we saw inside of the winners finals in terms of our best of 5s between these 2 teams. Point Blank is playing the best COD we have seen them play so far here today. They 100-point win on map 1, a 6-1 victory on map 2 on a Bocage Search and Destroy. I mean, they look unstoppable right now.
Oh yeah. I mean, this team just got smoked in the first best of 5, Jesse. This is the Point Blank that we saw in the winners final upset Orglis. The only thing is they're doing it even better now. I don't know what they talked about inside that break going into the second best of 5, but whatever it is, I need a little bit of that pep talk for myself because it's 5 a.m. right now. It's almost 6 a.m. and we are running on fumes, Jesse, going into the second best of 5. But hey, I mean, it is the passion pit right now. This is Challengers LCQ. It's only a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we are going to be seeing a region qualify 1 team to go to champs, and it's either Orglis or Point Blank, and Point Blank, they are well in the driver's seat of finding their way. Let's take a look at the stats from that Search and Destroy, Jesse, and just bask in the glory of what we got out of Limax on Bocage.
I mean, it's just Limax things, right? 8-3 to finish that off. And I mean, just a great map, kind of just highlighted by the 1v3 there to put them up 5-1. And if you're Orglis, that situation comes through, you get 3v1'd or 1v3'd, I should say, in terms of an offensive round win that you have a very good chance to win out on. That's just when things are just like, oh man, the full could very well be lost right now on the side of Orglis. The positive for them, you get an opportunity now to go back to Gavutu where you won against the likes of Point Blank. You even took an offense to win that game in round 5. I think if there was anywhere that they were going to have a good chance to bounce back, I think it might be back onto Gavutu Control.
Oh, look, Jesse, where you're going to see the absolute regain from Orglis going into this map 3. But folks, I mean, setting up for this game number 3, it is going to have to be Orglis, you know, stepping up to the plate in a lot of different ways. I mean, it seems like the team chemistry is off, Jesse, going to the second best of 5, maybe getting a little bit overzealous, moving into a little bit ahead of themselves, taking that first best of 5 so simply. I mean, they went 6-0 through the lower final into the grand final. And Point Blank, they blindsided them now in the second best of 5. Folks, as we get into this Gavutu Control, we're going to cut to a quick little break. And when we come back, this might be it. We might be seeing Point Blank qualify for champs. I mean, that's for us to find out on the opposite side. It's do or die for Orgless right now. Season on the line. One more map for Point Blank to move in and qualify for champs, Jesse. Like I said, Orgless, they got a reverse sweep, and it's got to start here. Gavutu Control, we're hopping on in. It's going to be Orgless starting on the defense. Point Blank starting on the offense. Limax is going to get aggressive. He finds two. Sharks has to go big, but already three go down.
The last time we saw these two teams play over and on this map, it was a 2-2 split.
Oh, no.
Orgless took the final offense to take the win, but this is looking very different off the rip. Point Blank are putting Orgless in a blender right now. Orgless have not been able to get anything going since we've started the second best of 5 of the grand finals. And I mean, they are continuing to tear it up here. Already a 7-life lead.
Oh, I mean, Limax or Superman? I don't know. I can't tell right now, Jesse. 6 in a row. Oh, almost 7 in a row. Almost a glide bomb right off the start, but finally he gets shut down. But 2 takes to A, almost 3 takes, and a tick cemented towards B. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start if you're Point Break.
No, you absolutely could not ask for a better start here. But at the very least, if you're Orgless, I know it's a lot of damage, but it's only a 6-life differential, now a 5-life differential. You just need to kind of build your way up here, start to pick your way back into this game. You're by no means out of this. We've seen bigger defensive holds than this here on this map mode combination. They just need to get their map control back, pinpoint blank in their spots. They have every opportunity to come back into this game.
There's so much damage for this. I don't even think Flex Skate could fix this right now. They're going to need a whole lot more to pull this round together. And Orgless, they just keep on dropping, Jesse. I mean, it is a sea of blue in the feed. Finally, Luca's going to get a break. And the respawns for Orgless, they are stabilizing. They haven't allowed Point Blank back onto the zone. A 5-life differential between Orgless and Point Blank, and they have backed them back into ring. And look at player number 5 stalling. He's in such a forward position. You need him to go big.
At some point, Orgless are going to need to find a full 4 down just to kind of bring numbers back to their favor. Otherwise, Point Blank are going to continue just to treat this like it's a team deathmatch. They just need to push forward right now. Try to find a few of these numbers, but 2 kills going the way of Point Blank. Everybody starts to push forward, but they don't realize we're stalling down on the beach. He'll shut that push down completely.
They are staying in this one, Jesse. I mean, this just goes to show how hard the B zone is to capture on Gavutu. And now that life lead only down to 3. Orgless has done a phenomenal job at climbing back into this round. What just looked like something falling to pieces. Maybe they got Flex State, maybe they got Flex Seal and just glued it back shut. But Orgless, they did something. And it is looking fantastic. Limax is going to be looking for a way in. 6 HP, has to regen health. Player number 6, Luca, just around this rock. But he's going to be sniffed out by Jazzin. An opening onto the zone. Time stopped at 21 seconds, Jesse. And this might be it.
It really might be it. 7 lives remaining. You have to get on. You got to stop this tick of progress from coming through. And Limax is in a great spot to drop anybody who goes on the overextension.
Well, he stops for stalling, and now he's got the overwatch. No more respawns for Orgless. 3 players left. Make it 2 players left as Limax is just a one-man army. 12-6 in the opening round and point blank. They sail into a 1-0 lead for Gavutu, Jesse. I mean, this team, they look unstoppable.
They really do. That is not the way to bounce back if you're Orgulus to start this game off. You needed a big defensive round win just to kind of cool the Jets, get everything going back into your favor. It feels like a different team right now, though. I know we keep saying it. We're going to beat it into the bush, point blank. I mean, this team is looking unreal in this second best of 5. They go from getting 3 out to winning 2 maps straight of dominance to a first-round offensive win here on Gavutu. I mean, Orgulus needs to do something quick to stop this momentum.
Well, right now, they've patched it up pretty well, Jesse. Flawless opening to this over towards the A zone. Limax will be swinging on the flank. 3 in a row, 4 in a row, 5 in a row. I mean, he just keeps on counting them up, Jesse. 14-6 to open up this control. And it's only started, Jesse. He still has a long way to go before he shuts down Orgulus in this best of 5. And he's not done yet. I mean, he just went away from a streak again. He's going to get it done. Glide bomb now for Limax to work. I mean, he's tearing them apart. Who's going to shut him down? Okay, Shocks, finally.
I was going to say, I don't think Limax has missed a bullet in the second best of 5 yet, Colin. I mean, he is crying right now. 17-7 through a round and 6 lives of control so far.
Back into the A zone for Orgulus. I mean, at least, Jesse, they're getting some progression into this zone. 2 takes now cemented. Luca will be overwhelmed, but I mean, at least Orgulus has something to work off right now.
So still pushed forward, continues to make the likes of Orgulus into the back of their spawn. And I mean, this is just an absolute tear up right now if you're point blank. Continue to pin Orgulus back. 20 seconds left. Orgulus still need to take a progression just to get an extra minute of attack.
Shock's gonna get closed out. Point blank with full control. Limax up top. This is not where you want him to be. Luca, team kill onto Fida. And that's going to continue to slow things down. Cronus is getting all the information that you need. He knows they're still going for that A zone. It's a must for Orgulus at this point. 3 seconds left. Johnson and Dev on the inside are going to be closing the round down. Point blank, Jesse, 1 round away from moving on and qualifying for Challengers Champs.
1 round away from an absolute smoke show over the best team in APAC all season long. They can put them away here. Point blank can punch their tickets to champs. Oh, man, Colin, I mean, I just feel like the writing's on the wall right now. It has been nothing. Orgulus could have been getting nothing to go their way inside of this second best of 5. If there's ever a time to bounce back, to bring yourself back to life, it is right now. But I have a feeling Point Blank are not going to give them the opportunity.
All right, it's a Cinderella story in the making, Jesse, right now for Point Blank, trying to move their way to the ball that is LA. And this is where you need to finish it if you're Point Blank. You can taste it. You can smell it. You know it's just around the corner. Can Orgulus rip that away from them? That's the big question, Jesse, because you know this team. I mean, they've been through the ringer when it comes to Call of Duty for years and years. And if anybody's going to do it, it's these 4 right here.
It's a big start to the round for Orgulus, but an instant answer back from the Point Blank boys. They at least start to bring the life count back into their favor here just a little bit, but Orgulus still able to stabilize, still able to start to pin the Point Blank players back in their spawn. And if Orgulus need anything right now, it is just a flawless defensive round where they do not allow Point Blank to get anything going, just to get some momentum onto their side.
It's the Limax show. That's all I can say, Jesse. 25-12. You couldn't ask for anything better from him right now if you are Point Blank, but what can the rest of them do to help him out? Jason's going to open up an avenue over towards the A zone. They hop on, stop the clock at 21 seconds. Luca's looking to get some eyes on it, and he does. Rips Johnson right out, but can they get Dirty out of this position? They're going to set up for a pinch, and Fida will remove. Limax's turn now to get on in, drops on down, keeps the time stopped, but it doesn't look like he's going to get on Riz just yet. He knows he has to go big, and he does. Takes down Shocks as well. Somebody's got to get onto the zone.
There's an opportunity still to stop this A zone, to get on, get a couple ticks of progression, maybe even force out a couple more rounds here, but they are not going to let it happen. Orgulus going to find 3 in the feed. There is only 1 player left on the hill. Jazz goes down, and that's going to do it here for the round. Orgulus show some life here in the grand finals.
But if there's one time to turn up, Jesse, it's right now. Season on the line for Orgulus, and this is how I have been expecting them to play from the start. It's what's been missing throughout this second best of 5. It's that sparkle of energy that just triumphed in the start. I mean, Luka is such a pinnacle player for this team. Only 15-17. I mean, negative, but still in respectable runnings for this game number 3. If he can continue on this consistency, and you can see some life out of Restalling, I mean, they have been the dynamic duo to shut down Point Blank.
All they got to do, win one more defensive round here in Gavutu Control. You've got a glide bomb to work with as well if things get scary. This is absolutely your opportunity to punch your ticket through, to put Orglis away. And already another really good start here. And again, like you called, Limax on the flank finds another one.
You wonder where Limax is. Turn around. That's where you're going to be finding him. You have to got a flurry of kills if you're Orglis, so you will be able to step on the A zone for now, but Fighter going to be forced off from a nade. To lock down some kills before they hop into the zone safely, as teammates are going to hop into it, but you can see Point Blank on the mini map looking to surround them for now. Number 4 Cronus, as always, blink of his own. Can he get the answer for Point Blank to break on? And he cannot. 3 go down for Point Blank, and Orglis now looking to work their magic here in round 4.
Colin, let's not forget, in our first best of 5, when Orglis won that game, that round number 5 in the Gavutu Control, they did it by having to win an offense against a glide bomb on the side of Point Blank. They've done it before. They can do it again here inside of this game. A 2-life lead here for Orglis, a minute 45 on the clock, a minute 45 left on their season to be able to close out an offensive round here and force a round number 5.
Full setup for B. Glide bomb, like you said, Jesse. Point Blank have everything in their arsenal to close this one out. All they need to do is shut Orglis down. Cronus in the ring. He's going to find the opener. Has the backup as well. So 2 down for Orglis is going to trouble them for getting into this B zone. And you can see it. Luka's going to get shut down. Shocks gets removed from top 3rd. And the time just keeps ticking, Jesse.
First set of kills fully comes through here for Point Blank. They also get an opportunity now. Everybody can fly forward. We can get into ring control. And with the forward positioning this far, Orglis is going to need to find 2 waves of kills before they can even touch the B zone.
Shot out of Luka. But Orglis, they want to rip this one open. Fighter's going to find the opening, only on 6 HP. He needs some help. Shox is going to be there. It's a trade back and forth from either side. On the outside, Durdev looking to lock things down for Point Blank, and he pretty much has cemented it. Everything will be riding on this play out of Restalling. He's hit the long flank. Nobody has noticed, and he gets a double kill. Orglis, when they need him most, Restalling shows up.
They need to watch out for Cronus on the flank, though. They spot him out, and now everybody on Orglis going to fly and get onto the B zone.
Pretty on the inside, 3 are stacking it. This time is going fast. Nade Barrage is going to allow an avenue back in. Jason starts off strong. Cronus for the second one. Still on top of it. It's going to be Fida as he haps off for a second. 24 seconds. You can't afford Orglis to make any mistakes right now. It is do or die, and you have to keep this going. Everybody from Point Blank on the outside looking in, Jesse, but this time just keeps on moving on. The full setup, can they get it done? Here and now, Point Blank. They can see it, Jesse. They want it. But Orglis, they are holding on.
They got 1 push left here. They will finally hop on in if you're Orglis. 9 seconds left. They get the first 2 kills as well. They can absolutely put this away and force us into a round 5.
Well, I mean, things are falling apart for Point Blank, so you can't count them out. Orglis captures the zone, and they stay alive, Jesse. I mean, this fight, it is so close.
What are we watching?
I mean, like, you can feel it basically on the tangles on the back of your neck that, you know, Point Blank are all over Orglis right now, but they're swatting them like mosquitoes. Like, get away from me. We're still in this. We're not done yet. There's a little bit of life left in us. And Orglis, man, I mean, last time we saw these 2 teams, Jesse, Orglis had an offensive round for round 5 on Gavutu. They got defense this time, so they're going to be comfy as ever.
Best situation right now for Orglis. They are able to win that. They're able to force themselves to be in the best spot that they can to get into a game number 4 here to force it out. And I believe that Point Blank used the streak there. I'd be very surprised if they didn't end up using that streak from Limax.
I would be too. But now with full A setup, Jackson, top LST is going to cut down Shocks on the rotation. Everybody on the inside here for Point Blank. No flanks just yet, but Luka looks like he's working his way on. Second tick getting worked on here, and Jason is just lighting up the feed. You're going to need something soon out of Luka, but Durdev takes it into his own hands and rips him away with that rat, Jesse. And you can see now Jasmine's going to be taking it into his hand to be working on these respawns and cut them down. Jasmine being the front-hand man, denying Orglis of any semblance of control.
The call there was just to fly forward, try to take as much space away from Orglis as possible. But as the A zone goes, it's going to be a 20 to 27 life lead now. Point blank up 7. They need to just find one break to get into this A zone or into this B zone. If they can do it, I mean, this would be a massive way to close out the series.
It's exactly how Orglis did it last time around. It's almost like I'm seeing the same story, just in a different team name, Point Blank, working so hard to qualify for champs. And Orglis, they are stunned at the moment, but they are trying to restabilize. On the flank as we're stalling, he will cut down Cronus. A little time to breathe now for Orglis, and you have ring control.
I think if you're Point Blank right now, you kind of just want to fly at them. You want to keep taking as many lives away as you possibly can. Still with a 6 life lead here in this situation. You just cannot give up map control to the side of Orglis.
Gavutu goes there with the help of Shocks, finds his teammate, but that should slow down Point Blank even more, Jesse. The life lead that you're talking about still at that 6 life difference. But a minute 12, and we'll get player number 5 are stalling. He is just out in no man's land. He denies that rotation from the player flanking at a Point Blank, and all eyes forward for Orglis here. You're going to have the crossfire set up. Limax going to slide on in. A huge nade for Cronus to lead the way. And Luca going down. You don't have that AR to cut these players on the cross. Can they do the job? Or Stalling's going to be here working for the back door, and Dirtef goes down, but on the front line, it's all Point Blank. They're finding their way in. Shocks gets 1, Shocks gets 2, and they're not done yet.
That was their opportunity to get onto B. Now they're going to need to group back up inside of ring, find a few more entry kills to just give themselves even an opportunity to get onto this B zone. Cronus will at least get the first. They'll actually pair it up for a second as well. And there's 3. Now you need to fly if you're Point Blank.
Dirtef stops the clock. Orglis on the respawn. Nades are going to be flying on in, but look at this flank. Limax looking to close this series down. Everybody's going to be there. Orglis falling to pieces. No more respawns. Point Blank looking to punch their ticket, Jesse, and they can taste it at the moment. Everybody's going to be hopping onto the zone, and it is going fast. You're going to need Luca to do something miraculous, but he just cannot get it done. It's a 3-0 sweep, and the underdogs Point Blank, they take down the Kings, and they're going to LA.
A massive, massive final game there from Point Blank. And this final play, I mean, I don't think it could go to anybody better. Definitely the MVP for me from the Point Blank side. Limax 37 and 27 in that final map, by the way. 4,300 damage. I mean, a ridiculous stat line. Found the only streak of the lobby. And Colin, I mean, I don't think we could have finished off APAC this year without a crazier grand finals between 2 fantastic teams. And it comes down to a team winning 2 offensive rounds on a Gavutu Control. I mean, it's unprecedented.
It is the exact same thing that Orglis literally just did in the first best of 5, Jesse. A 3-0 sweep, the winning on the offense to close out Gavutu. It was written in stone, like you said. Point Blank, they had it after that search and destroy. Limax, the 1v3 clutch. I mean, you just knew that Orglis had to bounce back in some way, and they looked like they were getting it done. But for the reverse sweep and control to start the reverse sweep in the series, that is a lot to ask for right now in a grand finals and Orglis. I mean, as good as these players are, they just couldn't find their way to close this one out. And Point Blank, I mean, talk about doing it in a very fashionable way as well. Punching your ticket to champs and taking down the #1 team in APAC while doing it, not just once, but twice.
And not just the #1 team in APAC, the #1 team in APAC, like the last 3 years standing. Orglis has been that team. I mean, might have been under a different name, but they have still been those guys in this region. And they finally get beaten by somebody in a champs format. Point Blank take the victory here today. But I do got to say a massive congratulations to the Orglis. A great season for themselves. Walked away with, 6 cup victories for themselves. 2 second places, 2 third places on the season. That's 10 out of 13 cups they were able to place inside of the top 3. Consistency at its finest. Just unfortunately on the day we're not able to get it done. We just saw a different Point Blank come out in this second best of 5, and a massive congratulations to them as well. They get to move on to champs, and now you know what though, they're not done yet. Back to the lab, get to scrimming. I want to see APAC absolutely show up here at Challengers Champs.
As do I, Jesse. But let's take one last look at the scoreboard. Take a look at that control on Gavutu between these 2 teams, and you got to give it. I mean, if I'm going to hand an MVP to anybody say you got to give it to Limax. I mean,
Yeah.
he was the difference maker for Point Blank. He shut down Orglis in the winners final. He does it again in the second best of 5, 37 and 27. I think, whoa, this guy was like 21 and 5 at one point in this one, if I remember. He had some absurd stat line going into round number 2. And he did slow down. Orglis, they found an answer and they were climbing their way back. You can see that Restalling, Luca, Fida, Shocks, they all had 20 bombs throughout that. They were all putting up numbers. Just when you look at the effect that Limax had, constantly getting on the flank, Jesse, or not even that, constantly finding 2 pieces right up close and personal. I mean, this guy, he was the most valuable player of Point Blank today.
Oh, without a doubt. I think that without him on the team, there wouldn't have even really been a shot up against Orglis. But I mean, massive resiliency shown from Orglis inside of that last game. They were down and out, like absolutely down and out in that Gavutu Control. After a 100-point beating inside of the Tuscan Hardpoint, after a 6-1 loss in the Bocage, you go down 2-0 in Gavutu, and you're able to fight that back, even take an offensive win for yourself to be able to at least get to a round number 5. It's unfortunate they weren't able to close it out there. Who knows how crazy a Berlin Hardpoint and a Tuscan Search and Destroy could have been to close it out. But I mean, still, nonetheless, I mean, the fact that we had a 3-0 sweep one way, a 3-0 sweep the other way, but massively close maps all the way through, I couldn't have been more happy to be able to be here and cast this APAC final.
I couldn't be any happier that the cast is alongside you, Jesse. It has been quite the season on Vanguard, but it has not done yet, folks. Around the corner, we're going to have EU up next, the next region, to be seeing who is going to qualify for champs inside of that one. And to take you along, it will be Major Chafing and Pablo on the mic. We're going to cut to a break, settle things here on APAC, Point Blank, representing your region when we do go to champs. We'll see you on the flip side with some EU.